Time ticks on as climate rages. How far gone the days of grace? Men enslaved to their ambitions, shun the tears of poverty's face. I tune, they whisper, spreading lies and way of truth. Approaching close the day of judgment. The change we need, it starts with you. How far have we gone asunder? Earthquakes, floods, and rolling thunder. Children dying without mothers, when no one show concern. We must unite and stand together, because the common enemy we face does not care for your religion, your social status, or your race. To those impacted, the crisis real. The sorrow, grief, and pain they feel. We do not have the time to fight. We must unite. We must rebuild.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. We are pleased to welcome you to the International Online Forum, Global Survival is in Unity, which is right now being simultaneously interpreted into 150 languages. Today, you will learn why our days, the days of all humankind, are truly numbered. You've seen the countdown we showed you. This is the maximum time left for humankind. But we have even less time to do something about it and change the situation. At this forum, you will learn about all of this in detail. Today, we as humanity are balancing on the edge of life and death. And this is the fact. Climate. This monstrous Cerberus is devouring entire regions, and it can't get enough. Our planet is engulfed in terrible disasters, and their number is growing. Our houses are being destroyed by hurricanes and earthquakes. Entire cities are going underwater or are being burned down by fires. Natural disasters are gaining momentum and destroying everything in their path. Dozens of millions of people are losing everything and running away from the disaster in order to save their lives. If we don't stop the Cerberus today, tomorrow it will devour us all. But what is humankind busy with in the meantime? We are the same building called the consumerist format. We are divided by floors, by separate rooms. We are divided by corridors and stairwells. We are forbidden to communicate with each other. We've been made to be afraid of our neighbors. We are taught not to respect each other. We live in a surreal world. In this world, we've been taught not to see reality. Those who call white color black live higher. Those who call white color white live below. Here, we must believe only the television, but not our own eyes. Now, our building, our house is on fire. The first floors are on fire. The walls are burning, but no one is doing anything inside. We've been taught that someone decides something for us. But now, nobody decides anything for us. Our house is on fire, and we are in the middle of it. And the saddest thing is that many of us don't even know about it. And those who do refuse to believe it because there is no fire in their rooms yet. The fire is outside. Although those on the lower floors are already screaming. Those whom we've delegated control over this house are sitting on the rooftops and looking up at the sky. They don't care about all of us living in this house because they are above all of us. They're having their heads in the clouds. They think they're on top of the world. But this world is crumbling. Our house is really on fire. Today, we are going to tell you what is going on. Please be patient. We will try to explain in detail what is really happening to the climate, what the current state of our society is, and what way out of this situation we see. The information you will hear today is the result of many years of work of thousands and thousands of people. So I would like to say that today's forum is not for those who are on the roof of our universe, who are having their heads in the clouds and who are fully off the ground. This forum is for us, residents of this house, for us, my dear earthlings. Wisdom and patience to all of you.
Hello, dear friends. It is a pleasure to welcome you to such a significant event for all of us, for all of humanity. Today's forum is being simultaneously translated into 150 languages. These are the languages which 90% of the world's population speaks. This is a great chance to be heard by all of humanity. We can only imagine the scale of the preparation for this forum, the huge number of people involved in making sure that the truth will be heard worldwide and that it will be understood and heard by people in their own languages. It is truly a colossal work. It is a tremendous effort. Thousands of people from all over the world have joined together to make our momentous meeting possible today. All this is able to be done only because of the dedication and commitment of these people, because they understand the importance, the responsibility, including the responsibility to disseminate this important information that will be presented to you today. It is an honor to be part of this team, because without any exaggeration, what you will hear today will save humanity if everyone knows about it. Dear friends, I would like to draw your attention. All information on the online forum, Global Crisis, Our Survival is in Unity, is presented for a non-profit purpose and in the interest of the entire society, entire humanity. The free use, reproduction, and distribution of this forum, in part or in a whole, by any means, without distortion of the transmitted information and while preserving the links to the source is permitted. Thank you very much.
I want to express my sincere gratitude to the media partners of this forum. They are doing all they can to use their resources to make sure that everyone in the world learns about the Creative Society as soon as possible. They broadcast videos, songs, interviews, talk shows about the Creative Society. And some of them, right now, broadcasting this forum on their radio and TV stations and on their social media. We are grateful for what you are doing for all of humanity, and it is an honor to walk shoulder to shoulder with you in building the Creative Society.
Dear viewers, and right now we would like to invite our scientist from the Climate Department of Creative Society. It is my honor to introduce you to Елизавета Kromova, geologist and geophysicist. The floor is yours.
Здравствуйте, уважаемые участники форума и зрители. Для нас большая честь сегодня представить многолетний труд сотен ученых и тысяч волонтеров проекта «Созидательное общество», посвященный изучению истинных причин изменения климата, происходящего на Земле сейчас, не связанных с человеческой деятельностью. То, что мы сегодня расскажем, в таком масштабе и изложении еще никогда ранее нигде не было представлено. Всесторонняя научная работа ведется нашей международной группой с 1996 года. В данном междисциплинарном исследовании на протяжении десятков лет задействованы ученые, специалисты и волонтеры из разных стран. Это и специалисты в геологии, геофизике, вулканологии, климатологии, океанологии, астрофизике и десятках других направлений. Те, кто изучают ядро планеты, вулканы, землетрясения, космические лучи и геологические циклы. Мы провели точные расчеты, составили математические модели и аналитические прогнозы прогрессии климатических катаклизмов, которые предстоит пережить человечеству в ближайшие годы. В 2014 году были выпущены выдержки из текущего доклада, но полная информация и наши расчеты обнародованы не были, и позже вы поймете, почему. Далее вашему вниманию будут представлены результаты 26 лет исследований. Хочу обратить ваше внимание, что мы будем приводить только ту информацию и те факты, которые вы сами можете перепроверить. Для этого мы намеренно использовали данные из общедоступных источников. Мы не использовали сегодня результаты показаний своих датчиков и измерений, чтобы не пугать и не сеять панику. Сегодня мы будем опираться только на открытые факты, легко проверяемые и общедоступные. Сегодня в докладе мы поднимем 3 ключевых вопроса. Первый. Что же является истинной причиной нарастания климатических катастроф? Второй. Что будет происходить дальше? И третий. Какой выход? Сегодня мы расскажем то, что не афишируют. Такую полноценную информацию вы не услышите из официальных источников СМИ или политических докладов. Эти факты не просто не договаривают, от них отводят глаза, чтобы не вызывать панику в обществе. Мы это понимаем. В то же время подобное замалчивание опасно, так как грозит бездействием в решении жизненно важных вопросов. А для начала давайте посмотрим на текущее положение дел с климатической ситуацией в мире на момент ноября 2022 года. Хочу передать слово кандидату педагогических наук, доценту Константину Рыбачуку, активному участнику проекта «Созидательное общество», который уже несколько лет подряд участвует в качестве репортера, ведущего еженедельного выпуска экстренных новостей по климату. Константин является спикером на различных конференциях по мониторингу климата и не только. И сейчас он расскажет о прогрессии катаклизмов в мире. Константин, вам слово.
Hello, dear friends. The information we're about to present is truly shocking to any sensible person. We live in a time when scientists do not know about the inexorably growing climate crisis. Even more so, politicians do not know either. Now, all of humanity is on the brink of a large-scale climate catastrophe. And at the same time, contemporary science tells us only about anthropogenic climate change, but is silent about the actual cause of climate change. Many people doubt this, doubt climate change, but facts are stubborn things. A year ago, the number of cataclysms in the world did not exceed a few dozen per month. but this year we're already registering an average of natural disasters per week. According to our monitoring data, more than 6,000 climate disasters occurred during the first 10 months of 2022. These include floods, fires, hurricanes, tornadoes, mudslides and landslides, abnormal snowfalls and hail. Imagine, it's like 6,000 war zones where a climate, the only enemy of humanity, is waging its attack. And that's only what's reflected in open sources of information. In fact, there are many more natural disasters on the planet. And worst of all, these cataclysms have taken many lives that can never be returned. Their families and loved ones can never recover that loss. The monitoring report you will see is the result of work of thousands of volunteers around the world. All facts are cross-checked many times before we use them. All this information is taken solely from public sources so everyone can cross-check it and see for themselves the extent of the horror we have encountered. I want to emphasize that thousands of people are working on collecting and analyzing data. It is difficult for one person to collect and analyze so much information. In our research activities, we have encountered the fact that a lot of data that is available in open sources is being deleted. Information about climatic cataclysms, their power and frequency is simply disappearing. They try to give us the appearance of less favorable climate situation. At the same time, the statistics are more horrifying than ever before in the history of modern civilization. That is especially evident but to soften the situation, they try to tell us that nothing horrible is happening and our climatic condition is within the normal limits. In the media, the data is falsified and downplayed. Even for one institution, collecting statistics on all climatic cataclysms and anomalies is difficult. But we are volunteers, and there are a lot of us around the world. To get a reliable picture of what is happening, we work with primary sources, research groups that record the data, and directly with eyewitnesses of climatic cataclysms. We're going to show you a climate monitoring video. I ask you to watch this video very carefully. It shows the actual progression of climate change in the world.
USA, Taiwan, Kazakhstan.
It's a true nightmare that's happened for the first time in my whole life.
Bulgaria.
It was as if a bomb had fallen.
Italy.
Who could have known that the water would rush in so fast?
Pakistan. Spain. China. Germany. Storms and hurricanes. Category 4 Hurricane Ian was the deadliest hurricane to hit Florida residents in the United States. Some cities were 90% destroyed by the storm surge, furious winds, and flooding. More than 1.5 million people had to leave their homes. According to preliminary estimates, the damage will exceed 100 billion. Passing Puerto Rico, Hurricane Fiona left several million people without electricity and drinking water. And this was at a time when it was unbearably hot and humid on the island. Fiona is the first Category 4 hurricane in history to move this far north. It reached eastern Canada, maintaining the strength of a Category 2 hurricane, and left an unprecedented path of destruction in the country. In recent years, tropical storms have begun to move further north and south from the equator. The world's megacities such as New York, Boston, Beijing, and Tokyo could soon be under their attack. Typhoon Noru was predicted to hit the Philippines as the equivalent of a Category 1 hurricane, but in just 6 hours there was an explosive intensification to a Category 5 super typhoon, with wind gusts reaching 196 miles per hour. People did not have time to prepare for the impact of the natural disaster of such force. More than 900,000 people were affected, while the damage to agriculture exceeded 52 million. On the island of Corsica, France, the wind reached a speed of 224 kilometers per hour. During the storm, the fierce winds tore down power lines and trees were falling down like matchsticks. In Europe alone, the average annual number of storms has increased by almost 16.5 times since 2000. In the United States, the number of convective storms, the damage of which exceeds $1 billion, is growing unprecedentedly. Between 2000 and 2010, there were 34 of them, and in the next 11 years, there were already 95. In the southern hemisphere, storm intensification over recent decades has already reached levels projected to occur in the year 2080. Abnormal precipitation and flooding. The amount of abnormal rainfall is increasing all over the world. During 9.5 months of 2022, more than 36,000 daily precipitation records were registered on the planet. The province of Ancona, Italy, was hit by half a year worth of rain overnight. Never before in their lives have the residents seen such a rapid rise of water, almost 1 meter in 10 minutes. Australia has been hit by 3 waves of historic floods in 2022. Brisbane was hit by a rain bomb when more than a month's worth of rain fell daily for 3 consecutive days. Given such frequency and intensity of flooding, it makes no sense to rebuild some cities. On the eastern coast of South Africa, almost a year's worth of rain fell within 24 hours, resulting in one of the deadliest floods of the 21st century in the country. Seoul, South Korea, was hit by record downpours in August 2022. Water rushed rapidly into all the underground and semi-basement rooms. Subways, crosswalks, parking lots, and even apartments turned into death traps. People died from flooding right in their homes. Colombia, the number of floods increased by 87% in just 1 year. Back in 2020, there were 400 of them, and in the next year, already 802. Meanwhile, in several municipalities in the Department of Sucre, the flooding has been lasting for more than a year. Just 60 years ago, there were 8 major floods per year in the world, and by 2021, this number has increased by 27 times. Besides, they began to occur simultaneously, covering several countries at once. In the summer of 2022 alone, floods occurred in at least 120 countries on all continents. The monsoon season of 2022 turned into the biggest climate disaster in modern history of Pakistan. 1/3 of the country's provinces went underwater. More than 1,600 people have been killed and 33 million people have been affected by the disaster. Half of them are children. Over 2 million houses have been destroyed. Elderly people, pregnant women, and children are forced to live outdoors in inhumane conditions. There is a lack of food, drinking water, and medical care. Contaminated water has become a source of infections. People are left without jobs, shelter, and means of livelihood. After almost months, the water is still not gone. The nightmare for people continues to this day and will only get worse. Extreme heat and droughts. During the 9 months of 2022, there have been over 100,000 highest temperature records across the globe. In China, for the first time in world history, a heat wave reached 113 degrees Fahrenheit, lasted 79 days in a row. More than 900 million people were affected by the extreme temperatures. Bomb shelters were opened to people as a relief from the unbearable heat. To save their crops, farmers worked at night as the soil heated up to 60 degrees Celsius during the day. The summer, Europe experienced its hottest summer on record. In the UK, temperatures in July exceeded 40 degrees Celsius for the first time in history. In France, a prolonged heat wave caused the water in rivers to get so hot that it became unsuitable for cooling nuclear reactors in nuclear power plants. A similar thing happened in the Persian Gulf. Heat kills people. In the European Union, the deaths of 53,000 people in July are directly attributed to the unprecedented heat wave. Severe droughts have hit the major economies of the Northern Hemisphere this year, with damages of $13.2 billion in the first half of 2022 alone. In China, the USA, India, Australia, Europe, and other regions, rivers and reservoirs have sharply shallowed, and navigation has come to a virtual standstill. This has also exacerbated the energy crisis and has become another factor in the soaring of electricity prices. The drought has caused irreparable damage to agriculture, leading to an unprecedented rise in food prices. In the USA, the price of livestock feed increased by 90%. The water crisis has reached a record scale. Access to safe drinking water is under threat. No country, even an economically developed one, is immune to this problem. This year, over 2 billion people on our planet are already facing water shortages. Wildfires. In 2022, Alaska, USA, is experiencing the largest wildfire season in its history. 50 years ago, there were no such things as megafires. They cover huge areas and require enormous resources to keep them down. As of early October 2022, there have already been 16 megafires in the USA alone, and many more are approaching that scale. In South Korea, a megafire approached a nuclear power plant in March 2022. 18,000 people and dozens of helicopters were mobilized to extinguish it. In Russia, there has been a sharp increase in the area of wildfires in the last 5 years. There has even been an increase in fires that burn under the snow in winter. In 2022, natural fires in Europe exceeded 770,000 hectares for the first time since satellite measurements became available. This is more than the size of the Canary Islands and 3 times more than the average burn up in a year. And in some countries, wildfires has been really shocking. In the Czech Republic, an average of 9 hectares of land is burnt annually. However, by the end of September this year, the fire had already destroyed almost 1,500 hectares. This is 158 times more than usual. At the beginning of September this year in Brazil, there were a record number of fires in the country on 3 consecutive days, more than 3,000 per day. Wildfires are not seasonal anymore. Now they don't stop even in winter, and hurricane winds spread the fire at breakneck speed. In the Algerian province of El Taref, winds of over 55 miles per hour caused the flames to spread in a matter of minutes, leaving no chance for people to escape. Fires are occurring in places never been before. Central Europe, the rainforests of South America, and even the Arctic are burning. Today, single cataclysms already occur very rarely. There goes an entire cascade of disasters, one involving the other. And this interconnection intensifies the devastation more and more human lives. Even economically developed countries cannot restore their climatically ravaged territories for years. More and more regions are becoming uninhabitable. What was predicted for the year 2100 is already happening right before our eyes today. In 2022, there has been an unprecedented leap in the power and the amount of natural disasters. And judging by the progression, they will continue to increase at record speed. In order for humankind to survive, urgent, extraordinary action is needed. Meanwhile, we have very little time left.
This video shows a tiny fraction of the climate disasters that have occurred this year. The year 2022 was one. Everyone has seen how abnormal and unpredictable the cataclysms have become. All hopes that the climate will change gradually have collapsed. The progression of disasters is increasing. Just think, over the past 9 months, 100,000 records of heat waves and 36,000 records of precipitation have been broken. That to cause a food crisis of planetary proportions. In the fall of 2022, almost the entire northern hemisphere received another dose of heat instead of long-awaited coolness. In northern Canada, where the average September temperature is about 8 Celsius degrees, temperatures over 30 Celsius degrees were recorded for several days. And in icy Greenland, the temperature was more than 20 degrees above normal. Floods have become so powerful that even economically stable countries cannot withstand their onslaught. While last year floods of the century were recorded, this year are occurring everywhere. These are floods that occur with a probability of once in 1,000 years. Such a climate catastrophe hit northeastern Brazil in spring of 2022. And in the summer, as many as 5 of these millennium floods occurred in less than 1 month in the United States. Some 70 million people were affected. That's a huge number. It's not just a statistic, it's 70 million people who have already been affected. The scale of natural disasters is constantly increasing. Emergency services in many countries already say there are not enough people and equipment to deal with the consequences of climate disasters. In Australia, for example, people have given up hope for help. Over the past year, the country has been overwhelmed by historic waves of floods. People are simply abandoned amidst a temporary climate disaster and no help can reach them. And it's only going to get worse. There is less and less hope for international aid because countries are simultaneously faced with cataclysms and have to try to solve their own problems first. In just a few years, when the cataclysms take full force, nobody will come to help because trouble will be everywhere. Today, the consequences of disasters already affect everyone. The world is very interconnected. Flooded or scorched fields in one part of the planet mean a massive increase in famine in another. The media shows us the disaster itself, but they don't show what happens to people afterward. A cataclysm can last for hours or even minutes, but people are left to cope with aftermath for years. Do you think this is the case only in developing countries? It's been a year since the deadly flooding in Europe in July 2021, and many of those affected are still unable to return to their homes. In technologically advanced Japan, hundreds of people still live in temporary housing 3 years after Typhoon Hagibis. In the United States, after the terrible tornado that hit Kentucky in December 2021, people are still not back in their homes. And there are countless examples of this. We're all vulnerable to the elements. Millions of people lose their homes and everything they own. Everything we have accumulated throughout our lives vanishes in an instant, irrevocably. Dry clothes, a piece of bread, or a sip of water are what becomes most precious. And if you are lucky enough to survive, the most you can count on is a place in a refugee camp. Yes, losing your possessions is not the worst of evils. Many survivors lose family and friends. We can restore everything except lost human life. Cataclysms are escalating and we have no way of coping with them. Existing programs to combat climate change do not work. Over the past 20 years, the situation on the planet has worsened catastrophically and climate disasters continue to increase. And today, when we need to study the real causes of climate change, we as humanity do nothing to understand the cause of growing cataclysms. We waste time and trillions of dollars on an only false theory of anthropogenic climate change and do nothing. It's simply a suicide. We watch our world crumble. We hope that we need to be patient and wait it out and everything will return to normal. It won't. Our world will never be the same again. If we continue to do nothing, tomorrow the elements will destroy our life and it will be too late to do anything about it. Now, the search for salvation from a planetary climate catastrophe must become the most critical task for mankind, and all of the society's resources must be devoted to it.
Спасибо, Константин. Спасибо всей команде мониторинга за вашу самоотверженную деятельность по сбору и анализу ужасающих тенденций нарастания катаклизмов. И для нас сегодня большая честь представлять труд нашего междисциплинарного коллектива. Я рада представить вам спикеров, которые озвучат сегодня результаты нашей работы, которая велась сотнями ученых и тысячами волонтеров с 1996 года. Анастасия Пошигрева, специалист по разработке новых технологий, кандидат химических наук, США, координирует направление изучения функциональных и химических изменений в атмосфере. В рамках проекта «Созидательное общество» взаимодействует с научным сообществом. На ее счету десятки интервью со специалистами из разных сфер. Также Анастасия входит в группу исследователей, которые изучают рост сейсмической активности на планете. Давид Крюгер, участник проекта «Созидательное общество», географ, Германия. По своей профессии Давид хорошо знает геосистемы нашей планеты и природные явления, которые на ней происходят. Джон Ан, участник проекта «Созидательное общество», специалист в разработке и коммерциализации новых технологий в области энергетики, химических процессов и естественных наук, США. Джон имеет степень MBA, получил докторскую степень в области химической инженерии Технического университета Мюнхена и степень магистра в Калифорнийском университете в Беркли. В результате исследований мы пришли к совершенно обоснованному пониманию, что причина изменений климата никак не связана с повышением антропогенного СО2. Дело в том, что сейчас на планете растет не только температура, но и происходит рост аномалий глубоко в недрах планеты. Поэтому причина роста катаклизмов в другом. Давайте посмотрим на факты множественных тепловых аномалий, которые указывают на проблемы внутри планеты. Одним из признаков изменения климата, которые вы сами прекрасно знаете, является таяние ледников. Сегодня точно установлено, что ледники Антарктиды и Гренландии тают снизу. Но какая угроза скрывается за этим? Посмотрите на карту в центре. Вы можете видеть, что красным показана зона, где Антарктида потеряла больше всего льда с 2003 года. Как хорошо видно на карте, это только западная часть Антарктиды. Почему от глобального потепления тает только западная часть материка? Геологам хорошо известно, что Западная Антарктида — это относительно молодой континент. Посмотрите на карту. Вы видите области желто-красного цвета, которые показывают тонкую кору. Восточная часть представлена толстой массивной плитой. Обратите внимание, справа на тектонической карте видно, как западная часть отличается от восточной. Вулканологам известно, что также активный вулканический регион. Сегодня подо льдами Антарктиды открыто уже более 140 вулканов. Присмотритесь, где все эти вулканы? Именно в западной части Антарктиды, причем больше всего именно там, где происходит таяние ледников. Вы могли слышать о том, что больше всех в Антарктиде тают два ледника — Пан-Айленд и Туэйтс. Посмотрите на карту. Отмечены красными стрелками на карте слева. Глициологи называют их ледниками судного дня. Множественные исследования последних лет указывают на то, что именно под этими ледниками находится повышенный тепловой поток, который поднимается из недр. Некоторые ученые, которые отстаивают теорию СО2, заявляют, что это якобы человек нагревает воду, она затекает под ледник и там растапливает его. Это полный абсурд. Подумайте сами, что больше может нагреть глубинные воды под ледником? Выбросы СО2, которые происходят в тысячах километров от ледника, или вулкан, который расположен непосредственно под ним? На самом деле все страшно. Обратите внимание, когда началось интенсивное таяние ледников Антарктиды. Это 1995 год. Запомните этот год. Сегодня вы много о нем услышите. С 1995 года скорость таяния льда в Антарктиде выросла на 65%. Возникает вопрос, почему интенсивное таяние ледников началось именно в этом году? Сейсмологи из НАСА обнаружили под Западной Антарктидой огромный магматический очаг Мэри Бёрд. Именно от него идет повышенный тепловой поток из недр и активизируется. Посмотрите на схеме слева красными зонами, вы можете увидеть этот магматический очаг. Несмотря на то, что магматический очаг находился здесь миллионы лет, в 1995 году по необъяснимой причине он активировался, что привело к повышению вулканической активности и интенсивному таянию ледников Западной Антарктиды. Неоспоримый факт, что Антарктида тает снизу из-за подъема магмы в магматическом очаге, и это происходит с 1995 года.
Right next to West Antarctica is another heat anomaly area. Oceanographers from Germany have found that in the Weddell Sea off the coast of West Antarctica, at a depth of more than 2,000 meters, the water has warmed up 5 times faster than at the surface, whereas the upper 700 meters of water column has hardly heated at all. This is another fact showing that the heating is coming from below, from the depth. In the graph on the bottom right, you can see how significantly the temperature has been increasing since 1995. Just imagine how much water it takes to warm up icy waters of the Antarctic Sea. The Weddell Sea is bounded on all sides by volcanoes that are currently showing anomalous activity. And the Bransfield Strait area is currently the most seismically active in the world. Look, it is marked on the map with a red arrow. Further in the report, you will hear more about the 85,000 earthquakes that occurred here within only 6 months in 2020. For comparison, before 1995, there were no more than 15,000 earthquakes per year around the entire Earth. This indicates that magma is reactively rising in the Bransfield Strait area, thus triggering earthquakes. It is only 5 kilometers away from breaking through. You see that the Weddell Sea, just like the entire West Antarctica, has also been heating up since 1995. And this is also due to the magma ascent, which is accompanied by an extreme increase in the number of earthquakes. Any sane person would understand that humans cannot influence seismic activity at the bottom of the ocean in any way, all the more so in Antarctica. You will be surprised, but similar processes are taking place now in the central part of Greenland. So where does the increase in heat flow under Greenland come from? Let's take a look at the video.
Shkrirja po aq intensive e akullit po ndodh edhe në një pjesë tjetër të planetit, në Grenland. Hulumtimet në tetor 2020 treguan se akulli në Grenland tani po shkrihet më shpejt se më parë në 12.000 vitet e fundit. Vetëm në vitin 2019, shtresa e akullit të Grenlandës humbi sasinë më të madhe të akullit në gjithë historinë e matjeve, 600 miliard tonë. Është gjithashtu e habitshme që liqene të mëdha janë formuar nën sipërfaqen e akullnajes, e cila është një 5 kilometra e trash. Deri më sot, kemi njohuri për rreth 6 liqene nën akullnajore në Grenland. Temperatura e akullit rreth tyre është 28 gradë Celsius, por këto liqene nuk po ngrihen. Pse? Disa grupe kërkimore shkencëtarësh u bashkuan në kërkimin e një përgjigjeje për këtë pyetje. Ata zbuluan faktin se nën Grenland, si dhe nën Antarktidë, ekziston një shtullum, masë e nxehtë. Rrjedhjet gjeotermale që vijnë nga thellësitë e saj janë arsyeja e shfaqjes së liqeneve nën akullnajore dhe shkrirjes së akullnajave. Duke u bazuar në studimet e gravitetit, një grup shkencëtarësh amerikan të udhëhequr nga profesori Ralph von Frese e vlerësuan trashësinë e korës së Grenlandës. Shkrirja aktive e akullnajave është vërejtur në pjesën veriore të ishullit, ku korja e tokës është më e hollë dhe është zbuluar një rritje e rrjedhës gjeotermale për shkak të rritjes së shtullungës, masës së nxehtë. Me ndihmën e të dhënave të tomografisë sismike, shkencëtarë nga ekipi interdisiplinor në Institutin Schmidt të Fizikës së Tokës panë se rrjedhja e magmës ngritet nga qendra e bërthamës deri te sipërfaqja e tokës, pikërisht në pjesën qendrore të Grenlandës. Pikërisht në këtë zonë ndodhet numri më i madh i liqeneve nën akullnajore. Shkencëtarët morën parasysh fluksin teorik të nxehtësisë që korrespondon me zonën e magmës dhe zbuluan se kjo nxehtësi është e mjaftueshme ta ngrohë bazën e akullnajës deri në pikën e shkrirjes së akullit. Të njëjtat rezultate u konfirmuan nga studimet të ngjashme duke përdorur teknologjinë e mësimit të makinerive. Studimet të ngjashme duke përdorur teknologjinë e mësimit të makinerive.
Now, you know that the increased melting of Greenland is also due to the rise of magma in the magma chamber. The glaciers of Antarctica and Greenland have begun to melt from below since 1995. And this is happening faster than any time in the past 12,000 years. This suggests that there hasn't been such an intense rise in magma over a period of 12,000 years. But as it turns out, exactly this period of 12,000 years is of enormous importance. Next, you will learn why magma in magma chambers has begun to behave so strangely, how this threatens humankind, and when this will happen.
Кроме таяния ледников, также и существенные тепловые аномалии наблюдаются в океане, где океан нагревается сильнее всего. Как вы можете видеть на карте, усредненной модели нагрева вод океана, больше всего океаническая вода нагревается именно в районе тектонической зоны Гренландии, то есть в области подъема магматического очага. Но какой еще ключевой процесс происходит в этой части океана? Именно в этой части последние десятилетия началось крайне аномальный процесс – остановка течения Гольфстрим. Некомпетентные журналисты пишут, что остановка Гольфстрима происходит из-за талой воды Гренландии. Однако по расчетам океанографов Гольфстрим в 20 раз сильнее, чем встречный ему холодный поток талой воды. Этот поток холодной воды можно сравнить с плевком навстречу водопаду. О каком влиянии мы можем говорить? Но в мае 2010 года произошла критическая остановка Гольфстрима, кратковременная. Почему? Геолог Джеймс Камес вывел цепочку взаимосвязей, как остановка Гольфстрима связана с изменениями в недрах планеты. В 2009 году подъем магмы вызвал в районе Исландии серию землетрясений и последующее известное извержение вулкана Eyjafjallajökull в марте 2010 года. И уже в мае 2010 года огромная масса горячей воды над тектонической зоной по разломам всплыла и остановила движение Гольфстрим. Вы видите сейчас этот процесс на экране. Остановка Гольфстрима сейчас пульсирующими этапами из-за выброса огромного тепла в результате подъема магматических очагов под Гренландией. С учетом того, что магматический очаг под Гренландией становится активней, мы все ближе к моменту полной остановки Гольфстрима. И, что важно, последний раз остановка Гольфстрима происходила 12 тысяч лет назад. Вы уже слышали эту цифру сегодня. Запомните, 12 тысяч лет назад. И, что важно, океанологи отмечают, что подобные явления нагрева вод происходят не только в районе Гренландии, но и во всем Мировом океане. Давайте посмотрим, что происходит.
Oqeani është burimi I jetës për gjithë planetin, si dhe për ne, njerëzit. Por ai pushon së qeni burimi I jetës. Ai gati ka filluar të bëhet burimi I vdekjes sonë. Vetëm keni këtë parasysh, në vetëm 30 vjet, ngroja e oqeanit është rritur me 450. Sipas vlerësimeve të shkencëtarëve, në mënyrë që oqeani të nxehet me një ritëm të tillë siç është tani, nevojitet aq energji sikur 7 bomba atomike do të hedheshin në Hiroshima dhe të shpërthehen çdo sekond gjatë vitit. Fakti më i tmerrshëm është se oqeani po ngrohet jo vetëm në sipërfaqe, por edhe në thellësi. Një grup studiuesish nga Shtetet e Bashkuara zbuluan se thellësitë mesatare të oqeanit gjatë 60 viteve të fundit janë ngrohur 15 herë më shpejt se në 10.000 vitet e mëparshme. Dhe kjo rritje po shpejtohet çdo vit. Për momentin, shkenca nuk ka asnjë shpjegim nga po vjen një sasi e tillë nxehtësie. Teoritë e vetme që po merren parasysh janë teoria e ngrohjes së oqeanit nga dielli dhe nga emetimet njerëzore të gazeve serë CO2. Por këto arsye vetëm shpjegojnë ngrohjen e shtresave të sipërme të oqeanit në një thellësi prej 200 metrash, sepse rrezet e diellit nuk depërtojnë më thellë. Uji mund të nxehet nga dielli në maksimum deri në 700 metra si rezultat i agjitacionit. Si t'i shpjegojmë faktet e shumta të ngrohjes së shtresave të thella të oqeanit? Mendoni për këtë. Sa energji duhet për ngrohjen e një vëllimi të tillë uji sa ai oqeanit botëror? Ne tashmë shohim shembuj të një ngrohje të tillë anormale kudo, jo vetëm në pjesën e poshtme, por edhe në sipërfaqe. Në fund të vitit 2013, një zonë e madhe me ujë jashtëzakonisht të ngrohtë të oqeanit, rreth 1/3 e madhësisë së territorit të Shteteve të Bashkuara, u formua në gjirin e Alaskës dhe filloi të përhapet. Temperatura e ujit në shumë vende i kalonte normën me 5 deri 6 sa. National Geographic e quajti atë masa që e gatoi oqeanin paqësor. Nick Bond, klimatolog shtetëror i Washingtonit, e quajti këtë fenomen masa blob. Paraqitja e anomalive të tilla papritmas u bë më e shpesh. Vendet ku u formuan të gjitha këto masa, blobs, kanë diçka të përbashkët. Këto janë rajone gjeologjikisht aktive me kore të re të hollë, me vulkanizëm aktiv në New York, çarje dhe fraktura të thella të korës së tokës. Këto janë vendet e daljes të magmës së nxehtë shumë aktive dhe të lëvizshme. Oqeani po quhet kuzhina e motit. Ngrohja e ujrave të tij po shkakton tajfune katastrofike dhe uragane, të cilat çdo vit po marrin me mijëra jetë njerëzore. Shkalla e papare e ngrohjes së oqeanit na tregon që oqeani është duke i përdorur të gjitha mundësitë që ta përmbajë energjinë duke u përpjekur të shpëtojë nga brendësia e tokës. Momentin kur magma arrin të shkëmbijë më të dendur dhe më të trashë të korës kontinentale, e cila është mesatarisht 2-3 herë më e trashë se korja oqeanike, atëherë do të fillojnë proceset e valëve të shpërthimeve të vulkaneve toksore dhe ndalimi i këtij procesi ose kërkimi për shpëtim do jetë tepër i vonë. Dhe ndalimi i këtij procesi ose kërkimi për shpëtim do jetë tepër i vonë.
As we can see, the ocean is warming at the seafloor, not only in the Weddell Sea, but also all over the world. Even the mid-depth are warming, while huge volumes of heated water, the so-called blobs, are rising to the surface. Note that such huge blobs of hot water have been appearing more and more frequently since 1995. Look at the bottom right graph. Obviously, no human emissions are capable of heating up the ocean as much as 5 to 7 degrees Celsius over such a short period of time, all the more so only in local areas. In light of this, the theory that anthropogenic emissions warm the oceans sounds ridiculous.
Как мы уже поняли, океан нагревается снизу, поднимающейся магмой. Как это происходит? Сейчас вы услышите уникальную информацию об одном из механизмов нагрева. Внимание на экран.
Think about energy does it to much of the world's oceans. That would require a colossal heat source. The energy required to heat it equals the energy of all the nuclear reserves on Earth multiplied by 3. What could heat the ocean from below, like a pot on a burner, so significantly
Let's dive to the ocean floor and see what sources of powerful heat are out there. As we plunge, we discover giant mountains at the bottom, volcanoes. 75% of all Earth eruptions occur from underwater volcanoes. Previously, it was considered that underwater occur with a gradual outpouring of lava, while explosive eruptions are impossible pressure of the water column, and thus it was assumed that underwater volcanoes could not heat the water column. The outflowing lava would freeze almost immediately. However, recent research is changing our understanding of the mechanism of underwater eruptions. What is the mechanism of such an eruption? The pressure of the magma ranges from 10 to 30,000 bars, but the pressure of the water column in the deepest parts of the ocean is only 1,000 bars. And as soon as there is an abrupt burst of magma, the water boils up and the H2O molecules decompose into hydrogen and oxygen. This creates a gas-water cavity like a bubble with an internal pressure of hundreds or thousands of bars. And this bubble neutralizes the pressure of the water column. This is a complex physical and chemical process that can be compared to the flight of a hypersonic airplane at maximum speeds. The plasma ejected in front of its prow neutralizes the molecular resistance of the air, making the plane fly almost as if it were weightless. The combustion of oxygen and hydrogen creates the same effect in the path of the magma, resulting in explosive eruptions. The existence of such explosive eruptions is confirmed by the discovery of researchers from Leeds. They studied kilometers of fields of tephra, meaning settled volcanic ash, at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean near the Juan de Fuca Plate. A mathematical model showed that such plumes could only be formed by a massive explosive eruption. In addition to the spread of heat, volcanoes during explosions burst out of hydrotherms, hot jets of water. Studies have shown that the volumes of ejected boiling water can be tremendous, about 40 million Olympic swimming pools, and they are quickly formed during eruptions. The contribution of explosive eruptions to ocean heating is confirmed by Bernd Zemanowski from Julius Maximilian University in Bavaria. With submarine lava eruptions, the thermal equilibrium currents in the oceans are disrupted locally or even globally. However, given the size of the ocean, the energy of even such strong underwater eruptions is not enough to heat it up. Since active volcanoes are not located everywhere, and their eruptions are occasional. Why, then, has the ocean heated up so much over the past 30 years?
По-настоящему страшно то, что вулканы не расположены по всему морскому дну, но нагрев идет уже во всем океане. Это говорит о том, что греют не только подводные вулканы, но и сама магма начинает повсеместно внедряться в морское дно и нагревать океан. И я прошу вас обратить особое внимание на еще одно из этого видео. На дне океана, вопреки расхожему мнению, происходят мощные взрывные извержения. Запомните то, что магма может резко внедряться в морское дно и образовывать пузырь, который нейтрализует давление столба воды. И тем самым возникают условия для мощного взрыва на дне океана. Это очень важный момент, и поймете, почему.
The heating of the ocean has been going since Arthur Ritter, who is a professor at Maryland Institute, also pointed out that as of this year, various ocean and atmospheric parameters have begun changing. He pointed out that as the atmospheric humidity begins to increase, which is due to the heating of the ocean from beneath. Take a look at the changes in 1995, marked on a graph as a red arrow. Professor Arthur Vittorito discovered that in 1995, seismic activity began to increase at an unprecedented rate along the boundaries of thin oceanic plate in the mid-ocean. Look at the map at the right, showing the increase in activity, and the red arrow on the graph indicates the spike in earthquakes in 1995. So far, we have seen a part of the climate change research, not just from the perspective of climatology, but also from the standpoint of various scientific fields: oceanology, glaciology, geology, volcanology, and tectonics. The integrated approach enables us to see the more comprehensive picture. So, let us make some intermediate conclusions. Since 1995, there has been intense ascent of magma. This results in, first, increased melting of the glaciers of West Antarctica and Greenland from the bottom up. Second, warming of the Weddell Sea. Third, an increase in a number of thermal anomalies and ocean heating. Fourth, in seismic activity along plate boundaries at the ocean floor. Let us once again note that all facts voiced here were obtained from public sources, and you can easily verify them on your own and arrive at the same conclusions. Next, you will hear about even more anomalous processes in the interior of our planet, which started in 1995. The ascent of magma has resulted in unprecedented increase in a number of earthquakes. Earthquakes usually occur at the depths of 5 to 80 kilometers, where the crust is more brittle and has crack. But the last decade have seen an increase in the number of earthquakes at the depth where the earthquakes had been not happening previously and considered impossible. These are the depths of more than 700 kilometers, where the earthquakes are not supposed to occur because the rocks in the inner mantle are plastic, like a molding clay, and they are unable to crack. Over recent 7 years, the number of deep focus earthquake has increased by a factor of 10. Remember this. So why do earthquakes occur at such depth where they have never been occurred before? You will learn about this from the report later today. The highest number of the deep focus earthquakes is observed in the area where Honga Tonga Honga Ha'apai volcano erupted in January 22. Look, it is marked with a red arrow on the map, and the worst part it is that it's just outside the Mariana Trench, which has the thinnest oceanic crust, a mere 5 kilometers. This is an important fact. Please take a note of that as well. Seismic activity is increasing both on the ocean floor and on the land. Earthquakes are emerging even in the regions where they have never seen before. The number of earthquakes, their magnitude, and energy are increasing. Note that in 1990, the first distinct rise of the earthquakes took place. Look at the map in front of you. It depicts the earthquakes before and after 1995. You can see the fact that earthquakes began to expand away from the edges of plate and occur in a new territory. It is important to emphasize that the recorded growth of the seismic activity over past 30 years has nothing to do with a number of seismic sensors on the planet. Look at the graph. The black dots continuously show the events started to be registered around the planet, which indicates that the observation network is very. By 1973, the number of installed seismic stations around the world had already been sufficient to record all earthquakes of magnitude 4 or greater, regardless where they occurred. Let's see what it means for us, people.
Tërmetet dhe vulkanet. Fuqia e brendësisë së tokës po manifestohet në mënyrë të paparashikueshme në sipërfaqe, duke shkaktuar shkatërime kolosale dhe duke shkatëruar të gjitha gjallësat përreth. Në vitet e fundit, emetimet e energjisë së planetit janë rritur me shpejtësi në hapa gjigante. Diçka e pashpjegueshme ka filluar të ndodhë në vitin 2015, u regjistrua një tërmet rekord pranë Japonisë me thellësi prej 751 km. Kjo nuk është vërejtur më parë dhe, për më tepër, u konsiderua e pamundur nga shkencëtarët. Supozohej se tërmetet ndodhin vetëm në korën e tokës dhe pjesën e sipërme kur bloqet e pllakave litosferike thyen dhe zhvendosen. Në thellësi të mëdha, substanca është më plastike dhe nuk sillet si qelçi i brisht, por më tepër si plastelin. Aty nuk ka asgjë për t'u thyer, por tërmetet po ndodhin, dhe ky është një fakt. Pjesa më e tmerrshme është se numri dhe madhësia e tyre po rritet. Tërmetet jo vetëm po bëhen të thella, por edhe po afrohen gjithnjë e më shumë me sipërfaqen, që do të thotë se ato po bëhen më shkatëruese. Sot, një numër i shumtë i tyre janë përqendruar në një thellësi prej rreth 10 km. Për shembull, një seri e tërë prej 36 lëkundjeve sismike me madhësi të konsiderueshme nga 4,5 në 7,0 ndodhen afër Kaledonisë së Re në fillim të prillit 2022. Një tërmet i të njëjtës forcë dhe thellësi në gusht 2021 në Haiti shkaktoi shkatërim fatal dhe mori jetën e më shumë se 2.200 njerëzve. Kërcënimi vdekjeprurës po rritet më shpejtësi në sipërfaqen e tokës. Çarjet po shfaqen para syve tanë dhe frakturat po aktivizohen. Toka me fjalë tjera po ndryshon nën këmbët tona, duke gëlltitur shtëpi të tëra. Frakturat toksore janë bërë më aktive në SHRB, Kenia, Island, Turqi, Kinë, në liçenin Baikal dhe në rajone tjera. Secila prej tyre mund të shkaktoj dëme të mëdha, kjo është një humner që po hapet nën këmbët tuaja. Numri i grupeve të regjistruara të tërmeteve, pra, i grupeve të dridhjeve ritmike, po rritet në planet. Ky grup karakterizohet me magnitudë gati të ngjashme të dridhjeve sismike që ndodhin në intervale të shkurtëra në një vend. Numri i dridhjeve sismike në grupet individuale të tërmeteve është rritur nga disa apo disa dhjetëra në qindra, dhe nganjëherë në mijëra, magnituda dhe kohëzgjatja e tyre janë rritur. Kjo ndodh për shkak të depërtimit të magmës dhe gazrave të nxehta në mikroçarjet e shkëmbimeve. Grupe dridhjesh sismike tani po regjistrohen jo vetëm në zonat me çarje dhe pranë vulkaneve, por edhe në rajone më të qeta. Në rajonin Palgar të Indis, i cili gjendet në një rajon të qetë kontinental, aty një grup tërmetesh filloi në shtator 2018 dhe vazhdon edhe sot e kësaj dite. Në vetëm 2 vjet, rreth 5.000 tërmete me magnitudë deri në 3,8 ndodhen brenda një zone të vogël. Dhe ajo që po ndodh që nga gushti 2020 në ngushticën Bransfield në Antarktida, shkencëtarët e kanë përshkruar si pushtim i madh magmatik. Gjatë 6 muajve të parë, u regjistruan rreth 85.000 tërmete, magnituda maksimale e të cilave arriti në 6. Zakonisht këto procese ndodhin nëpër një shkallë kohore gjeologjike dhe jo gjatë një jete njerëzore, tha bashkautorja e studimit Simone Cesta, sismologe në qendrën kërkimore në Potsdam. Magma po glabëron pllakën litosferike nga brenda, në 6 muaj ajo ka depërtuar deri në sipërfaqe. Vetëm 5 km si shkëmbi kanë mbetur para se të ndodhë ndonjë çarje katastrofike dhe ky është vetëm një shembull. Gjëra të ngjashme po ndodhin kudo. Gjëra të ngjashme po ndodhin kudo.
The way the seismic activity is rapidly increasing these days is a catastrophe. But the most absurd thing is that seismic agencies, international seismic databases, are now trying to conceal the fact that the number and magnitude of earthquakes is increasing. Until 2014, earthquake trends for major international databases were the same. And now, watch closely. Look at the graph. How did the curves start to behave after 2014? We see a complete discrepancy in the data from different seismic databases. What happened? This graph of all unique earthquakes from different databases. You can see from different color bars that until 2014, the databases registered the same set of earthquakes. But since 2015, they have started to register different sets of earthquakes, chaotically, regardless of the region. Simply put, they began to put all events into different baskets. Scientists use a particular database, relying on its validity, and as a result, they see no real increase in seismic activity and rely on incomplete data in their studies. The largest correction was made to the records of seismic events with the magnitudes from 3 to 4. You can see that a chunk of data for small magnitudes is missing. Can you believe that Indonesia, one of the most seismically active regions, has stopped having small magnitude earthquakes? Their number has dropped from 3,500 to 8. And there are many more such examples of data distortion and underreporting of magnitudes. In reality, there are much stronger earthquakes taking place now than we're told. The absurdity is that if you ask those databases why they're deleting earthquakes of magnitude 4 and smaller, and why the increase in magnitude is not shown, they'll find excuses saying that it is difficult to deal with these data, that there are too many events, and that they have changed the criteria of including low magnitude earthquakes in their catalog. In other words, as soon as the number of earthquakes of magnitude 4 started growing, they started deleting them and explaining this by technical difficulties. It is ridiculous to justify the data forgery in this way, taking into account the modern development of database storage technologies, as well as the data processing by neural networks and artificial intelligence. Why are magnitude less than 4 being deleted? Because they reflect the process of magma ascent most clearly. Prior to eruption, seismic activity often starts increasing. And all facts indicate, however, that in the near future, we should expect a significant increase in seismic events of higher magnitude. The real increase in seismic activity on the planet looks like this. To our deep regret, we are obliged to state that this is what the progression of seismic activity on the Earth looks like. And yes, it is growing exponentially. Look closely. This is just the beginning. Further in the report, we will show you how events will unfold according to the mathematical model. It is important to note that if you just search for the first seismic trend on the graph on the internet, it will vary from only one database, so it will not show you the actual dynamics. But the most shocking thing is that nobody even compares the earthquake database from different databases. Nobody conducts a truly global study and monitoring of the actual seismicity on the planet. Isn't that absurd? That's why we started analyzing the data ourselves. You can download the seismic databases yourselves and verify the information, and you too will see the scam taking place. We don't judge them. We understand they resort to such methods because they see no way out and don't want to sow panic among people. But how can we call those who do this true scientists? And now, let's examine one clear metaphor to help us understand what's going on in the world today.
Thank you so much, John. Yes, indeed, manipulation of information occurs not only with scientific data, but also in the media. Two opposing theories of climate change can be found today. The first one is that the climate change is the result of anthropogenic CO2 emissions. And the second is that the climate is not changing at all. There are mass media outlets that support one theory or another by promoting it. But the truth is that both theories are sponsored by the same sources, whether the media in both cases are owned by the same masters of manipulation. We are supposedly given a choice, given two hypotheses, but they are equally irrelevant to reality. There is a mass mind manipulation going on at a time where we should have been ringing the alarm bell a long time ago. This can associatively be compared to a burning. Imagine you and I are living in the city where a fire has started. The homes on the outskirts are already catching fire. We worry and ask a question, what is going on? And we are immediately offered different answers to choose from. Some say, it's not a fire at all. It's some kind of hallucination. It's your fantasy. Nothing is coming at you at all. It's just a glam, you know, a sunset, don't worry. Others will say, some kids running around with flashlights, you know, nothing to worry about. And then other ones going to tell you it's a herd of cows and their reflections are coloring the sky. So there are no fires. Just stay peacefully, keep on sleeping, and just have a good rest. Meanwhile, some others gonna actively try to invite you to do some other activities. Look, there are some kind of men fighting for the money. Go check it out. Or take a look what kind of speech was delivered by our governor just yesterday. Hurry up, go listen. Of the city, see and hear this. And what are we supposed to do? We see that our neighbors' homes already caught fire. And by all laws and simple logic, we're gonna be next. So what should we do? Should we then go tell them, yeah, sleep well, your house is gonna burn tomorrow, not today. So there is nothing to panic about until tomorrow. You shouldn't be nervous. Or should we wake up and wake our neighbors as soon as possible? And yes, when they wake up, they're gonna be terrified. But these emotions and hormones will activate their muscles and the strength and will help them to get the buckets and quickly put out the fire in the neighborhood homes before they get to burn your homes down. Isn't that what we're supposed to be doing to save our homes right now before they burn down? Are we going to just quietly wait until our house is gonna catch fire? I think it's enough of these lies for all of us. It's time for us to put the fire out. And of course, we're gonna go get buckets and run to put the fire out as soon as possible. Otherwise, if we're not gonna do it today, all of the homes gonna burn down tomorrow along with ourselves. So we must take action. Whereas there's only one thing that we can do. We can unite and put the fire out together. And there's going to be no one but us to do this. This is a simple example. Putting out the fire is all about informing about the reality of climate situation on the planet. The media and those who own them are not doing this because they simply have no solution to this situation. In order to maintain calmness, peace, and stability in the masses and prevent panic, they're forced to lie to us. In actual fact, there is a way out of the climate collapse. But in order to do so, everyone must wake up, learn about the ongoing and upcoming events, and start taking action. People need to know the truth. Also, in today's report, you will learn how the attention gets diverted from the main topic by fighting CO2, making money of all of us, and simulating the fight against climate.
Vielen Dank, Dali, für dieses sehr anschauliche Beispiel. Unsere Häuser stehen tatsächlich in Flammen und der Klimacerberus läuft auf dem Planeten frei herum und beginnt, ihn in Stücke zu reißen. Im weiteren Verlauf des Berichts werden wir Schritt für Schritt aufzeigen, was mit dem Klima geschehen wird, wann es geschehen wird, wozu es führen wird und vor allem, was der Ausweg aus dieser Situation für die gesamte Menschheit ist. Kehren wir zu den Vorgängen zurück, die im Inneren des Planeten passieren. Was geschieht auf dem Planeten seit 1995? Es beginnt eine abrupte Verschiebung des magnetischen Nordpols, und zwar mit einer Geschwindigkeit, die um das Vierfache höher als die gewöhnliche ist. Gleichzeitig kommt es zu einer Abschwächung des Magnetfeldes, 10-fach schneller als zuvor. Warum geschieht dies? Die Verschiebung des magnetischen Nordpols ist auf die Beschleunigung des Stroms von Flüssigeisen im äußeren Erdkern zurückzuführen. Das bewirkt die Zunahme der südatlantischen Anomalie. Das ist ein Gebiet, in dem das Magnetfeld sehr schwach ist, das wie ein Magnetfeld der Erde ist. Die Größe dieser Anomalie hat sich in den letzten Jahrzehnten verdoppelt. Das geschieht auch wegen der anomalen Bewegung der Ströme im flüssigen Kern des Planeten. Als Folge der Abschwächung des Magnetfeldes dringen die Nordlichter nun in südliche Breiten vor, wo sie bisher nicht zu sehen waren. Und das ist ein alarmierendes Zeichen, denn es bedeutet, dass die Schutzwirkung des Magnetfeldes vor kosmischer Strahlung abnimmt. Die Anzahl der Blitze nimmt zu. Das elektromagnetische Feld gerät ins Ungleichgewicht. Die Abschwächung des Magnetfeldes wirkt sich bereits auf die oberen Schichten der Atmosphäre aus, sodass diese weniger dicht und kühler werden. Aber das ist noch nicht alles. Was man dann über die Veränderung auf dem Planeten hört, ist schockierend. Im Jahr 1995, gleichzeitig mit der Verschiebung des Magnetpols, änderte die Rotationsachse des Planeten ihre Richtung und der Planet begann sich 17 Mal schneller als zuvor zu bewegen. Die Verschiebung der Rotationsachse des Planeten begann, ihre Trajektorie zu ändern. Schauen Sie auf die Grafik rechts. Die blauen Kreise stellen hier die Rotationsachse dar, wie sie vor 1995 war. Die orangefarbenen Kreise zeigen die neue Trajektorie. Die zeigt, dass sich die Drehung der Erdachse zur Seite verschiebt. Was bedeutet die Verschiebung der Rotationsachse des Planeten? Stellen Sie sich vor, es ist, als ob eine Nadel, der Globus dreht, plötzlich an einen anderen Ort versetzt wird. Dies deutet auf ein völliges Ungleichgewicht im gesamten System hin.
В это же время, с 1995 года, наблюдается еще один из этапов беспрецедентного ускорения вращения планеты. Ускорение происходит скачкообразно. Планета резко ускоряется, затем немного замедляется, и затем снова ускоряется еще сильней. Посмотрите на графике. Желтые линии — это линии трендов, которые показывают, с какой скоростью сокращаются сутки. Например, левая линия более пологая, в то время как правая линия ускорения с 2016 года практически уже вертикальная, то есть сутки сокращаются в разы быстрее. Что это означает? Что наша планета резко раскручивается, как волчок, и с каждым разом все сильнее. Из-за чего же в 1905 году начинают происходить изменения в магнитном поле, траектории оси вращения планеты и скорости вращения? Мало кто знает о настоящей ядерной угрозе. Настоящая ядерная угроза — это ядро, ядро нашей планеты. Ядро нашей планеты — это целая система, которая синхронизирует и стабилизирует все процессы в Земле. Оно играет главенствующую роль в климатических изменениях, происходящих прямо сейчас на нашей планете. Ядро нашей планеты состоит из двух частей. Внутреннее ядро — огромная твердая масса. Вокруг него внешнее жидкое ядро из расплавленного железа, которое постоянно вращается. Течение расплавленного железа во внешнем ядре генерирует электромагнитное поле Земли, которое, в свою очередь, создает гравитационное поле планеты. Да, вы не ослышались. Магнитное поле, которое создается ядром, в свою очередь создает гравитационное поле планеты. И прогрессивные физики гравитация есть проявление энергии мировой среды электромагнитного поля. Градиент давления этой среды создает силу тяготения. Вы легко можете найти эту информацию при желании. Вернемся к ядру планеты. Долгое время вращение ядра оставалось неизменным, однако несколько десятилетий назад ситуация радикально изменилась. Все, что мы с вами уже знаем об аномалиях в магнитном поле и движении ядра, говорит о том, что произошел сбой в работе самого ядра. И это катастрофа. Что же происходит с ядром нашей планеты? Давайте посмотрим видео.
Another important evidence, confirming that abnormal processes are taking place in the core, is the drastic acceleration of the North magnetic poles drift by 3.5 times over the past 20 years. Together with the extreme acceleration of the North magnetic pole movement, a mysterious anomaly weakens the planetary magnetic field, which protects us from dangerous galactic and solar radiation. Scientists have been able to calculate that the Earth's magnetic field has weakened by 9% over the past 200 years. As a result, an area of weak magnetic field known as the South Atlantic Anomaly has been formed between Africa and South America. Moreover, in the last 5 years, another such area has developed southwest of Africa, and it is actively growing. The electromagnetic field is generated by the dynamo mechanism in the Earth's core, and therefore it is evident that changes in the magnetic field indicate changes in the core. Another proof of the anomalous behavior of the Earth's core is the appearance of a powerful neutrino emission from the bowels of the Earth, which was also registered in the year 2015. An even more anomalous event occurred in the year 1990. Scientists detected a sharp bouncing displacement of the core by observing the Earth's center of mass using satellites. As a result of the bounce, the core shifted sharply northward toward the peninsula. At this time, scientists at the Medicina station in Italy detected a gravity burst. The velocity of the planet also increased, as well as the centrifugal force. Concurrently, there was a dramatic change in the shape of the Earth. As measured by a laser rangefinder system from the US satellites, the planet began to expand abnormally along the equator, whereas before that, the trend had been the opposite. Because of the increased centrifugal force, magma plumes began to rise closer to the surface, which increased the geothermal heat flow and the number of earthquakes. As a result, new faults and cracks began to form, through which water from the surface began to escape deep into the Earth. Same year, there was a sharp increase in the speed of the North magnetic pole's drift. The bounce of the Earth's center of mass became the key factor of the system's imbalance. This event led to a dissonance among all the Earth's shelves, which caused a dramatic increase in many natural disasters: earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, tsunamis, hurricanes, tornadoes. Worth noting that during the same period, there was also synchronous bouncing changes in natural processes on the Sun, Moon, Mars, and other celestial bodies of the solar system. And this also occurred because of the displacement of their cores. This has led scientists to believe that such synchronous bounces may be caused by the influence of external factors on the solar system. But over the past 50 years, our planet has continued to accelerate. Since the year 2016, this trend has intensified even more.
June 29th, 2022 was recorded as the shortest day of the history of observations. The previous record was just 2 years ago.
Even seemingly insignificant acceleration of the huge mass of the Earth will cause catastrophic consequences in the near future.
Let's make brief conclusions from the video. As you understand, in 1995, irreversible destructive processes began to occur in the core of our planet. This can be seen from the change in the magnetic field. And in 1998, there was a leap which exacerbated all processes many times over. As a result, the core of the Earth shifted abruptly northwards towards Siberia. And now we are observing complete destabilization of the core. To better understand what is going on, you can compare the rotation of the planet to the wheel balancing process. Balancing is very important for the wheel so that undercarriage does not get damaged. When a system like our planet goes into destabilization mode, the functioning of all spheres is compromised. As a result of bouncing core, serious gravitational changes began, and there appeared irregularities in inertia processes of the Earth. The change in the Earth's center of mass also affected Earth-Moon system. The orbit of the Moon has already begun to change. In other words, destabilization of the system has already led to a change in the Moon's orbit. In the coming years, as the processes continue to escalate, we will see the Moon change its orbit around the Earth more significantly.
И важно понимать, что сдвиг ядра сказывается на движении магмы в недрах планеты. Посмотрите на траекторию направления сдвига ядра в 1998 году. Скачок ядра вызвал 2 волны подъема магмы из недр в противоположных направлениях. Один поток магмы направился в сторону Западной Антарктиды, а второй — в Сибирь. Что происходит сейчас в Сибири? То, чего раньше там никогда не происходило. А именно, в Сибири на северных широтах в последние несколько десятилетий фиксируется ряд крайне аномальных явлений. Нагрев недр приводит к аномальному таянию вечной мерзлоты снизу и взрывам газа подо льдами, увеличению грязевого вулканизма. В Арктике появились зимние пожары под снегом. В зонах над разломами ледяная вода в колодцах у людей становится горячей. Растут количество и сила землетрясений. Более того, вот уже 20 лет ученые наблюдают, что Сибирь нагревается в 3-4 раза быстрее всего остального мира. Я подчеркну, в 3-4 раза быстрее остального мира. Посмотрите на карту. Огромное красное пятно демонстрирует то, как средняя температура в Сибири быстрее меняется, чем во всем остальном последние десятилетия. Магма, поднимаясь, начинает нагревать плиту снизу и кипятить грунтовые воды. Однако подъем магмы происходит не только в Сибири и Западной Антарктиде. Где еще происходит подъем магмы и к чему это приводит? Давайте посмотрим видео.
Në dekadat e fundit, toka ka përshpejtuar rrotullimin e saj me hapa të mëdhenj. Kjo do të thotë se forca centrifugale po rritet. Si rezultat, në ekuator, planeti po zgjerohet dhe rritet në mas. Kjo shkakton plasarritjen e kores së tokës dhe aktivizimin e frakturave gjeologjike. Tani, procese të ngjashme si kavitacioni i gjakut po ndodhin në brendësinë e tokës me magmën. Kavitacioni I gjakut gjatë sëmundjes kajson është një fenomen kërcënues për jetën e zhytësve gjatë ngjitjes në sipërfaqe. Për shkak të rënjes së shpejtë të presionit, gazrat e tretura në gjak lëshohen shpejt duke shkaktuar vlimin e gjakut. Fluskat e gazit që rezultojnë I shkatërrojnë muret e enëve të gjakut. Në brendësinë e tokës, rënjet e papritura të presionit shoqërohen me rritjen e menjëhershme të forcave centrifugale gjatë përshpejtimit të papritur të rrotullimit të planetit. Kjo e shtyn magmën të lëvizë shpejt drejt sipërfaqes së tokës. Pllakat litosferike shkatërrohen nga shpërthimet e kavitacionit të magmës aktive të ngopur me gaz në të njëjtën mënyrë si muret e enëve të gjakut të shkumzuara të një qytësi. Ky proces përshpejtohet vetë, duke ndikuar në shtresa gjithnjë e më të thella të mbuleses. Për këtë arsye, po ndodhin gjithnjë e më shumë tërmete dhe dridhje sismike të fuqishme dhe të thella. Konfirmimi se ky proces po rritet dhe përshpejtohet mund të shihet te tërmeti I fuqishëm I 2 fisht në thellësi I cili ndodhi në Peru. Në ndërkohë, shpërthimi dhe rritja e presionit në korën e tokës për shkak të kavitacionit të magmës po shkakton intensifikim e erozionit. Çfarë do të thotë kjo për ne? Se së shpejti do të shohim një forcë shpërthimesh dhe tërmetesh të tilla, të cilat civilizimi ynë nuk I ka hasur ende deri tani. Numërimi I sekondave të shpërthimit të magmes brenda planetit ton tashmë ka filluar. Në nkërcënimin e një sulmi masiv nga brendësia e tokës, korja më e hollë oqeanike tashmë po e humb pozicionin e saj. Oqeani deri më tani e ka mbajtur këtë fuqi, por shpërthimet po lëvizin në fazën toksore. Tonga është dëshmi e gjallë e kësaj. Ka numrin më të madh të tërmeteve me fokus të thellë. Dhe 80% e popullsisë së rajonit të afërt vuajti nga shpërthimi I vulkanit Hunga Tonga Hunga hapaj më 15 janar 2022. Nëse një vulkan mund ta bëjë një gjë të tillë, atëherë çfarë mund të presim nga shpërthimi masiv I vulkaneve toksore? Mbi të gjitha, sinkronizimi I tyre tashmë po vërehet. Korja më e trashë kontinentale është ende duke e mbajtur vijën për tani, por nuk do të jetë për shumë kohë. Kjo kërcënon fillimin e një dimri vulkanik dhe një epoke të re akullajnore. Magma me fuqinë e saj të dhunshme, tashmë ka zgjuar vulkane që kanë qenë në gjumë për qindra e mijëra vjet. Planeti ynë po bëhet gjithnjë e më shumë si një fushë e minuar, ku bredhat fillojnë të shpërthejnë si një reakcion zinxhiror. Por edhe më kërcënuese janë ato vulkane që ende nuk janë zgjuar. Gjigant të tillë si Yellowstone, Campi Flegrei, Elbrus, Laç, Kikai quhen vulkanet e fundit të botës, sepse shpërthimi I secilit prej tyre mund të çojë në zhdukjen e të gjithë jetës në tokë. Ato e kanë mbajtur fuqinë e brendësisë së tokës për mijëra vjet tani, por kanë filluar të tregojnë shenja të aktivizimit të tyre. Kur magma nën këto vulkane kalon në shenjë kritike, shkalla e katastrofës është e vështirë të imagjinohet. Planeti jon është duke u coptuar dhe ne jemi duke u marrur me gjëra tjera. Problemet e pafundme të natyrës konsumeriste janë duke na mbyllur syt, duke mos na lënë të shohim gjën kryesore. Ne po mashtrohemi nga të dhënat e manipuluara. Statistikat e tërmeteve po manipulohen në të njëjtën mënyrë siç po ndodh me të dhënat e temperaturave. Ata që po e heshtin këtë, disa po e bëjnë përpara dhe disa, ndoshta, për të mos I trembur njerëzit dhe që të mos përhapin panik. Në mënyrë që njerëzit të mund të jetojnë ditët e tyre të fundit në paqe.
Because it was so suffocating inside, I couldn't breathe.
People die inside the dead body inside the house.
It's a nightmare. Well, I'm pretty well fucked. I fell through that hole.
Kështu që ne po ecim drejt një humnere me sy të mbyllur sepse edhe pse dikush e di të vërtetën, atë qëllimisht janë duke e fshehur. Edhe pse dikush e di të vërtetën, atë qëllimisht janë duke e fshehur.
Теперь мы видим, что подъем магмы происходит по всему миру. Из-за смещения ядра происходит ускорение центробежных сил, и скачки ядра начинают резко выталкивать магму. Чем быстрее вращается планета, тем сильнее она выталкивает жидкую магму от ядра к поверхности. Это происходит по принципу центрифуги. И это происходит не на протяжении миллионов лет. Это происходит прямо сейчас. Вспомните, как быстро всплыла магма у берегов Антарктиды.
And there's another alarming indicator which volcanologists have recently registered. A different composition of magma has begun to emerge to the surface from the Earth's interior. For example, a recent study of Fagradalsfjall volcano in Iceland, which erupted in March 2021, showed that during its eruption, magma from deep areas of the mantle plume entered the volcano chamber. As you remember, this is that very plume that heats Greenland's glaciers from below. The deep magma of this plume begins to rise very quickly, and this is evidenced by the chemical analysis of the composition of the magma released during the eruption. According to the study, the rates of change for the key chemical indicators of magma erupted by the Fagradalsfjall volcano in 2021 was over 1,000 times higher than in other eruptions. Think about it. The subsurface layers of magma have one composition, whereas the deep layers have a complete different composition. Usually, they don't mix. Deep layers of magma cannot just go ahead and rise to the surface. The fact that they rise suggests mixing of magma in the depth, which should not happen. But unfortunately, we do observe that. We hope that this wouldn't happen, but it's already happening. And this process is only intensifying. Magma of different chemical composition corrodes across crust much faster. It just melts away the mantle. These are indisputable facts. This is another evidenced by seriousness of the process going on under our feet. The magma ascent is already causing swarms of earthquakes of 1,000 events a day in Iceland and triggered volcanic eruption that had not been active for thousands of years. Another example of abnormal magma rise was the eruption of La Palma volcano in September 2021. Volcanologists estimated that the outpouring magma had an unusually low viscosity, the most fluid magma of any historical basalt eruptions. A similar altered composition of the fresh magma was recorded in the eruption of the Tonga volcano.
Давайте посмотрим, почему магма начала перемешиваться в недрах. При подъеме давление в магме спадает, и она вскипает, как кровь при кавитации. Из-за этого магма расширяется в объеме и начинает давить, подмывать и нагревать земную кору сильнее. Помните, мы уже говорили о том, как беспрецедентно росли трясения на глубине свыше 700 километров. И вот ответ на то, что такое глубокофокусное землетрясение в жидкой магме. Это и есть вскипание магмы, кавитационные взрывы. Вдумайтесь, в недрах нашей планеты начали происходить взрывы по своей мощности, эквивалентные взрывам тысячам ядерных бомб. Именно это и перемешивает порции магматических расплавов, как будто кто-то большой ложкой мешает магму в недрах. Этот процесс разгоняет сам себя. Магма начинает сильнее давить на тонкую корочку поверхности Земли, земную кору. Это приводит к расширению планеты и растрескиванию в самых тонких участках земной коры, посредино-океаническим хребтам и разломам.
Die Erhöhung des Magmadrucks bringt die Erdkruste zum Schmelzen und verformt diese. Das führt zur Entstehung neuer Risse in der Erdkruste, durch die das Wasser von der Erdoberfläche in das Innere entweicht. Infolgedessen trocknen Flüsse und Seen überall auf der Erde aus, obwohl Niederschläge und Überschwemmungen zunehmen. Gleichzeitig steigen Gase wie Methan und Wasserstoff durch Risse und Verwerfungen an die Oberfläche auf. Diese Gase können sich leicht entzünden, sodass entlang der Verwerfungen immer mehr Brände entstehen. Die Entgasung des Erdinneren zeigt auf die durch die Instabilität des Erdkerns ausgelösten Kavitationsprozesse. Und das Magma steigt überall auf und dort, wo die Erdkruste dünn ist das am stärksten zu spüren. Wie wir wissen, haben sowohl Westsibirien als auch die Westantarktis eine sehr dünne Erdkruste. Aber sehen Sie sich die Karte an. Die gelben und roten Farben zeigen Regionen, in denen die Erdkruste ebenfalls dünn ist. Dazu gehören Europa, die Westküste der USA, Afrika, Australien, China und viele andere Regionen.
The ascent of magma triggers volcanic eruption. One of the most famous supervolcanoes, Yellowstone, is showing alarming signs of seismic activity. The number of earthquake swarms is increasing there. The ground rises and sinks near the caldera. The magma there is critically close to the crust, and any slightest destabilization in a planet's interior will cause an eruption of Yellowstone. And this means a catastrophe, not safe, but for all humankind. Supervolcanoes will undoubtedly react when the magma gets closer. The motion of the planet core increases the pressure of magma, and then the pressure reaches a critical point, the magma, and form exploding volcanoes. But there is even more horrifying fact. Do you remember we have mentioned the Mariana Trench? There, the oceanic crust is the thinnest, only 5 kilometers, and where the most of deep focus earthquakes take place. In other words, the largest amount of cavitation blasts of magma occurs. And more terrifying than Yellowstone explosion is the focus of magnitude 10 earthquakes near the Mariana Trench. Such a powerful earthquake never happened within the memory of our civilization. This power means that magma will easily tear through the 5-kilometer crust. Later in the report, you will learn about the consequences of the magma breakout in Mariana Trench. What are the reasons for this instability in the Earth core and acceleration of our planet? What is pushing magma to the outside?
Для того, чтобы подойти к пониманию этого вопроса, важно учитывать и информацию от астрономов и планетологов, так как подобные изменения в недрах планеты, так же, как и на Земле, происходят сейчас на всех планетах Солнечной системы. Например, так же, как и на Земле, на Уране, Юпитере, Венере растут скорости ветров и размеры ураганов, на Марсе тают ледяные шапки. Давайте посмотрим более подробно видео об этом.
Për 2 dekada, shkëlqimi I Neptunit po ndryshonte sipas një cikli diellor 11 vjeçar, por pas vitit 1996 ky proces u ndërpre. Ndryshime globale ndodhen në atmosferën e Neptunit. Kjo ndodhi për shkak të depërtimit të rrezeve kozmike galaktike në pjesën e poshtme të atmosferës, të cilat ndikojnë në formimin e stuhive dhe uraganeve. Gjithashtu, stuhit të pazakonta ndodhen në Neptun. Stuhia gjigante e zbuluar në 2018 ishte më e forta, më e ndritshmja dhe ishte më e gjerë se Oqeani Atlantik. Duke lëvizur në ekuator, do duhej të ishte shpërbër, por kjo nuk ndodhi. Në vend të kësaj, u kthye dhe filloi të largohej nga ekuatori. Kjo sjellje e paparashikueshme e atmosferës është diçka e re që duhet vëzhguar, thot NASA. Në planetin ton, rrezet kozmike galaktike depërtojnë gjithashtu në shtresat e mesme të atmosferës dhe kjo tani po çon në një ristrukturim global të atmosferës. Urani konsiderohej se është planet I qetë dhe deri në vitin 2007, motin aktiv në Uran shkencëtarët I atribuan ndikimit të nxehtësisë diellore në ekuator. Mire po asnjëri nuk mund ta kuptojë pse stuj të fuqishme kanë shpërthyer në planet që nga viti 2014. Më parë, temperatura në Uran po binte, por që nga viti 2014, shkencëtarët kanë vërejtur ngrohjen e shpejtë të planetit. Astrofizikanti Henrik Melin vë në dukje për uranin si në vijim. Urani është unik sepse ka qëndruar kaq shumë i qetë, pas stuhi, për kaq shumë kohë dhe se paraqitja e këtyre stuhive në vitin 2014 lidhet mirë me ngrohjen e papritur të atmosferës së sipërme. Ndryshimet e vogla në temperaturën atmosferike të uranit duhet të ndodhin gradualisht. Fakti që e kundërta ndodhi relativisht shpejt do të thotë se diçka dramatike ka ndryshuar. Në tokë është vërejtur gjithashtu një rritje e temperaturave globale atmosferike gjatë 50 viteve të fundit. Fuqia e stuhive shkatëruese, uraganëve dhe një numri rekord tornadosh është rritur në planetin tonë. Në Saturn çdo 30 vjet ndodh një stuhi e madhe, por në vitin 2010 ajo e goditi 10 vjet më herët se çpritej dhe është më e madhja deri tani. Anija kozmike Cassini regjistroi rrufe të ndryshme. Një rrufe e tillë nëse do kishte ndodhur në tokë do të ishte më e fuqishmja në të gjithë historinë e vëzhgimeve. Stuhia shkaktoi anomali termike që ndryshuan qarkullimin, strukturën dhe përbërjen e atmosferës së Saturnit nga thellësia deri në pjesën e sipërme. Efektet e kësaj stuhie mund të ndikojnë në hemisferën veriore të Saturnit për vitet në vijim. Gjithashtu, Cassini për herë të parë gjatë gjithë periudhës së vëzhgimit regjistroi stuhi të mëdha pluhuri në hënën e Saturnit, Titanin. Por shpejtësitë e erës në tokë janë rritur gjithashtu, stuhitë e rërës dhe pluhurit janë bërë më të shpeshta. Gjithnjë e më shumë shtullunga masive të rërës erësojnë qiellin dhe sjellin ajër mbytës në shumë pjesë të Afrikës, Azisë, Amerikës dhe Evropës. Sipas profesorit të astronomisë Imke de Pater, Jupiteri është tani në mesin e ndryshimeve globale gjithashtu. Tani njollat e kuqe të Jupiterit dalin mbi re. Sipas studiuesve, kjo rritje tregon ngritjen e temperaturës në këtë zonë. Shkencëtari planetar Michael Ong ka thënë se këtë nuk e ka parë asnjë njeri më parë. Dhe në të njohurën njolla e madhe e kuqe, stuhia më e madhe në sistemin diellor nga viti 2009 deri në vitin 2020, shpejtësitë e erës gjithashtu janë rritur deri në 10 dhe vazhdojnë të rriten, gjë që askush nuk e ka parë më parë. Gjithashtu, vetëtimat e rrufeve anormalisht të forta janë bërë më të shpeshta. Për më tepër, numri i shpërthimeve vulkanike në hënën e Jupiterit janë rritur. Marsi është analogu më i afërt i Tokës, dhe të gjitha proceset që janë vëzhguar në Mars kohët e fundit, stuhit gjigante të pluhurit, rrëshitjet e dheut, anomalitë magnetike, rritja e aktivitetit sismik, shkrirja e akullit, tani po ndodhin edhe në Tokë. Marsi po ngrohet dhe shkencëtarët janë të habitur se përse po ndodh kjo. Por arsyeja e ngrohjes si e Tokës ashtu edhe e Marsit është e njëjtë dhe kjo nuk ka të bëjë fare me aktivitetin njerëzor. Ndryshime po ndodhin edhe në Vener. Në bazë të dhënave nga orbiteri Venus et Press, shpejtësitë e erës në Vener u rritën nga 300 km/h në 400 km/h në periudhën nga viti 2006 deri 2012. Tani kohëve të fundit, shkencëtarët planetar debatuan për aktivitetin gjeologjik të Venerës. Një studim i ri ka zbuluar 37 struktura të freskëta vulkanike në sipërfaqen e Venerës. Profesori i gjeologjisë Laurent Montesi thotë, kjo është hera e parë që mund të themi shiko, ky nuk është vulkan i lash, por është një vulkan që është aktiv sot. Ashtu si në Vener, shumë e më shumë vulkane po zgjohen tani në tokë dhe aktiviteti magmatik në të brendshmet e planetit po rritet. Në vitin 1998, sistemi Doris regjistroi një kërcim të mbret në bërthamat e planetëve të sistemit diellor dhe në bërthamat e satelitëve të tyre. Në punimet shkencore të Yuri Barkin, thuhet se ndikimi në sistemin diellor vjen nga jashtë dhe ndryshimet klimatike globale në planete po ndodhin njëkohësisht. Dhe ndryshimet klimatike globale në planete po ndodhin njëkohësisht.
Таким образом, мы видим, что все планеты, имеющие ядро, сейчас испытывают изменение климата и активизацию землетрясений и вулканов. Ядра планет приходят в дисбаланс, что приводит в движение расплавленных компонент внутри планет. Как следствие этих процессов, в атмосферах планет начинаются аномальные явления, а в недрах нарастают разрушения. Причем это происходит даже на газовых гигантах, несмотря на то, что у них нет плотных ядер. Посмотрите на Марс, ближайшую к нам планету. Мы хотим обратить ваше внимание на несколько удивительных фактов, которые появились в этом году. 4 мая 2022 года на Марсе было зафиксировано самое сильное землетрясение, когда-либо наблюдавшееся на другой планете, с магнитудой 5. Посмотрите на модель этого землетрясения на экране. Сейсмологи, изучающие землетрясения на Марсе, считают, что сейсмическая активность обусловлена активизацией магмы в марсианской мантии, точно так же, как это происходит и на Земле сейчас. Более того, исследования 2022 года показали на Марсе признаки областей жидкой воды под ледниковыми шапками, формирующиеся из-за повышения теплового потока в морях. Точно так же, как это происходит и под ледниками Гренландии и Антарктиды на Земле. Мы начали наблюдать изменения климата на планетах Солнечной системы еще в начале наших исследований. После 1996 года начали появляться статьи, которые фиксировали изменения на других планетах. Мы заметили, что процессы на разных планетах происходят синхронно. Некоторые ученые считают, что это связано с влиянием Солнца на климат. Однако, как мы видим сейчас, изменения на других планетах нарастают из недр. Это натолкнуло нас на мысль, что причина более глобальная, чем проблема одной планеты. Поэтому мы и стали проводить междисциплинарные исследования изменений климата и геодинамики и увидели, что причина изменений лежит за пределами нашей планеты. И для того, чтобы понять полную картину нарастающей катастрофы, необходимо раскрыть еще один ключевой аспект, а именно то, что катаклизмы на нашей Земле, так же как и на других планетах Солнечной системы, происходят циклично. Детальный анализ геологической информации показал, что 12 тысяч лет назад на нашей планете уже происходили катастрофические изменения, подобные тем, что нарастают сейчас. Давайте посмотрим видео об этом.
Ndryshimet të ngjashme që po shohim tani kanë ndodhur para kulmit të katastrofes shkatëruese rreth 12.000 vjet më parë. Këto ngjarje quhen luhatjet alert dhe akullnajat e reja dryas që pasuan më vonë. 12.800 vjet më parë, temperaturat globale u rritën deri më 15 gradë Celsius në vetëm disa vjet. Pa pritmas, shumica e fletëve të akullit u shkrin dhe toka doli nga epoka e plotë e akullit. Në atë kohë, ndodhen përmbytje ekstreme dhe fatkeqësi tjera natyrore së bashku me një rritje intensive të nivelit të detit. Në këtë kohë, rrjedha e gjirit u ndal, ashtu siç po ndodh tani. Shkencëtarët nga Universiteti i Kansasit kanë vërtetuar se rreth 12.800 vjet më parë një zjarr gjigant kishte ndodhur në tokë, i cili përfshiu 1/10 e sipërfaqes së të gjithë planetit. Studiues të tjerë kanë zbuluar gjithashtu se zjarre të mëdha kishin shpërthyer në Siberi 12.000 vjet më parë. Dhe tani, gjithashtu po ndodhin shumë e më shumë zjarre në shkallë të gjerë që nuk mund të shuhen. Bazuar në analizën e imazheve satelitore, shkencëtarët kanë zbuluar se 10-13.000 vjet më parë, kodra zalli të mëdha të njohura u formuan në shkretëtirën e Saharas dhe rajone të tjera, gjë që tregon forcën e madhe të erërave gjatë dryave të reja. Intensifikimi afatshkurtër i erërave gjatë kësaj periudhe u dokumentua gjithashtu sipas të dhënave nga copa të akullit nga Grenlanda dhe studimeve në Alaskë. Ani e njëjta gjë po ndodh në tokë si në kohën e dryave të reja. Ne shohim se si ererat, uraganet, tajfunët, tornadot po intensifikohen, si po shkatërrojnë qytete të tëra duke i rrafshuar me tokë. Gjatë ndryshimit të ciklit 12.000 vjet më parë, ndodhi një aktivitet i fortë sismik. Kjo dëshmohet nga të dhënat e analizës së radiokarbonit si dhe rindërtimeve paleogjeografike të dryave të reja. Në të njëjtën periudhë kohore, më shumë se 12.000 vjet më parë, si dhe tani, ndodhi një dobësim i madh i fushës magnetike dhe një zhvendosje e poleve e cila u quajt ekskursioni Gothenburg. Arsyeja e të gjitha këtyre ndryshimeve të papritura ishte aktiviteti jo normal magmatik i shkaktuar nga ndryshimet në bërtham. Kjo u shpreh në shpërthime vulkanike në shkallë të gjerë të cilat shkencëtarët i regjistruan në dryat e reja nga pluhuri dhe gjurmë të shiut acidik në bërthamat akullnajore. Analiza e sedimenteve të gjetura në shpellën Hall na drejton të shpërthimet vulkanike të cilat shkaktuan një dimër vulkanik rreth 13.000 vjet më parë dhe akullnaja në të gjithë botën. Pas ngrohjes të papritur në dryat e reja, ndodhi një ftoje e papritur. Kjo ngjarje çoi në zhdukjen masive të megafaunës. Mijëra mamuth të ngrirë dhe gjitar të tjerë janë gjetur në akull në shpatet veriore të Siberisë. Ndodhi një rënje e madhe e popullsisë njerëzore duke përfshirë edhe zhdukjen e kromanjonëve. Të gjitha këto ngjarje katastrofike ndodhen brenda vetëm disa dekadave. Të gjitha këto ngjarje katastrofike ndodhen brenda vetëm disa dekadave.
Как вы видите, в позднем Дриасе началось смещение магнитного поля, прямо как это происходит и сейчас. А на планете в результате подъема магмы были катастрофические извержения. В это время вымерло 90% мегафауны, а также произошла демографическая катастрофа, и человечество сократилось до 140 тысяч человек. Однако в этот раз все будет намного хуже, и скоро вы узнаете почему. Проанализировав геологические данные за последние 100 тысяч лет, мы заметили, что резкие дрейфы магнитных полюсов происходили с определенной периодичностью. Посмотрите на график. Вы видите временные промежутки, когда происходили такие сильные смещения полюсов. Это приблизительно каждые 12-13 лет. Согласно геологическим свидетельствам, в эти периоды происходило ослабление магнитного поля в 8-10 раз. Вспомним, что это же происходит и сегодня. Наше магнитное поле слабеет в 10 раз быстрее, чем в прошлом веке. Мы с вами уже знаем, что изменения в магнитном поле происходят не сами по себе, а вследствие изменений в работе ядра планеты. Таким образом, мы видим, что каждые 12 тысяч лет движение ядра Земли по неким причинам резко изменяется. И все это происходит вследствие того, что нечто циклично вызывает резкие нарушения в работе ядра. Также, согласно исследованиям кернов льда, каждые 12 тысяч лет происходил аномальный рост вулканической активности. Мы уже знаем, что причиной этого является подъем магмы к земной коре. А на графике вы можете видеть, когда происходили такие извержения. Размер кругов отражает размер извержения. Обратите внимание на большие красные круги. Они указывают на то, что каждые 24 тысячи лет извержения вулканов более катастрофические. Такие извержения супервулканов уничтожали практически все живое на планете. Археологические свидетельства говорят о том, что каждый раз во время этих катастрофических извержений вымирали практически целые виды Homo sapiens. 24 тысячи лет назад извергался вулкан Таупа в Новой Зеландии, а 48 тысяч лет назад — Эльбрус. Оба этих вулкана уже по аномальной активности в наши дни. Только за прошлый месяц в районе Таупа произошло 700 землетрясений. А 72-74 тысячи лет назад было извержение вулкана Тоба. Это было одно из самых сильных извержений на Земле за последние 25 миллионов лет. Археологи считают, что в этой катастрофе на всей планете выжило всего от 2 до 10 тысяч человек. То есть человечество было в шаге от вымирания.
It is important to note that every 12,000 years, the climate changes dramatically and average temperatures on the planet spike by 10 to 15 degrees Celsius. This is followed by floods and natural disasters. Look at the graph. It shows that every 12,000 years, there is a sharp temperature spike. It is important to note that according to the ice core data, each time during the cycle, the CO2 concentration increases due to ocean heating. The same thing is happening now. CO2 is rising indeed, but it has nothing to do with human activity nowadays, just as it had nothing to do with it in previous times. We're now seeing a critical increase in climate disasters on Earth. That said, we know that the last time such changes in the core occurred was 12,000 years ago. The red arrow marks our time. As you can see, we are 12,000 years ahead from the previous peak. The traces of the cycle of catastrophes in the geological past of the planet have blurred the boundaries in time due to inaccuracy of the method of dating. And the further back in time the greater this error becomes, and it can be thousands of years. However, cyclic cataclysms occur exactly every 12,000 years. Facts and dates are very stubborn things. So unfortunately, we are forced to state that we are just in for the next such cycle. A 12,000-year cycle of climatic catastrophes, which is overlapped by a more catastrophic 24,000-year cycle. So unfortunately, the worst-case scenario awaits us. We can see that magma pressure is already building up. What does that tell you? You are smart people, and you're great at making predictions based on the facts. This is that the climate changes and natural disasters that we are seeing on Earth today are only the beginning, not yet the disaster. In fact, the real disaster is ahead. And according to our mathematical model, it is very, very close. Taking the progression into account, we have calculated how the 24,000-year cycles unfolded. And by analyzing the way things are developing now, we have calculated the phases when it's going to peak and how it's going to end. You will hear about that next. But what causes the cycle of cataclysms and affects the core of our planet every 12,000 years? Let's watch a video.
Studiuesit besojnë se ky ciklikitet ka një natyrë galaktike, do me thënë ka lidhje me ciklin e rrotullimit të galaktikës. Në sistemin diellor çdo 12.000 vjet, rrezatimi nga qendra e universit ndikon në sistemin diellor dhe ka ndikim edhe në diell. Në vitin 1998 u regjistrua jo vetëm kërcimi i bërthamës së tokës, por edhe i hënës, i diellit dhe i planetëve tjera. Në dekadat e fundit, shkencëtarët filluan të regjistrojnë ndryshime dramatike klimatike në të gjitha planetët dhe satelitët e sistemit diellor, një rritje në numrin e stuhive gjigante dhe uraganeve, temperaturave anormale, dhe rritje të aktivitetit vulkanik dhe sismik. Tani një rrjedhë e shtuar e rrezatimit kozmik është vërejtur në tokë për shkak të aktivitetit të ulët të diellit. Shkencëtarët kanë gjetur prova se një bombardim i njëjtë nga rrezet kozmike ka ndodhur 12.500 vjet më parë. Përveç kësaj, çdo 12.000 vjet një rrjedhë e panjohur e dhunshme e energjisë kozmike vjen nga qendra e universit në planetin tonë. Ky ndikim me energji të lartë ndodh në nivelin mikro dhe ka potencial të madh që mund ta provokojë zhvendosjen e bërthamës së planetit. Rrezatimi galaktik i prish ciklet e jetës së biosferës. Pemët masivisht fillojnë të lëshojnë më shumë dioksid karboni, ndërsa kënetat lëshojnë përbërje të gazrave vdekjepruese. Këtë herë, toka mund të bëhet një planet tjetër i vdekur ashtu si Marsi. Imuniteti i planetit tani është shkatëruar nga toksinat që civilizimi ynë teknogjenik ka liruar. Organizmi i sëmur i planetit mund të mos i mbjetojë ngarkesave të mëdha që krijon cikli çdo 12.000 vjet. Çdo 24.000 vjet, katastrofat janë edhe më shkatëruese pasi që sistemi diellor i afrohet më shumë rrezatimit nga qendra e universit. Tani ne jemi duke arritur në pikën e ndërveprimit të ngushtë. Planeti po jeton vitet e tij të fundit dhe ne me të, nëse nuk bëjmë asgjë. Planeti po jeton vitet e tij të fundit dhe ne me të, nëse nuk bëjmë asgjë.
Wie Sie eben im Video gehört haben, ist die Ursache für Veränderungen im Kern der kosmische Einfluss, der aus dem Zentrum des Universums kommt. Unser Planet gerät alle 12.000 und 24.000 Jahre unter diesen kosmischen Einfluss. Warum hat der Zyklus eine solche Periodizität? Die Galaxie macht in 220 Millionen Jahren eine vollständige Umdrehung um ihre Achse. Das bedeutet, dass der 12.000 Jahreszyklus kein galaktischer Rotationszyklus ist. Vielleicht werden wir einmal alle 12.000 Jahre von einer Art Pulsar getroffen. Aber es gibt keine derartigen Strahlungsquellen in der Bahn unseres Sonnensystems, die alle 12.000 und 24.000 Jahre solche hochenergetischen Ausbrüche erzeugen würden, die die Erdkerne der Planeten beeinflussen könnten. Dies deutet darauf hin, dass wir noch gar nicht genau wissen, was eine Galaxie ist. Die Frage, was die Einwirkung auslöst, ist nur unzureichend erforscht. Dennoch gibt es alle 12.000 Jahre eine massive Einwirkung auf das gesamte Sonnensystem. Und alle 24.000 Jahre ist diese um eine Größenordnung stärker. Das gesamte Sonnensystem wird einer Art hochenergetischer Einwirkung aus den Tiefen des Weltraums ausgesetzt. Nennen wir es einen äußeren kosmischen Einfluss. Es handelt sich um eine Art von Energie, die von der heutigen Wissenschaft praktisch noch nicht untersucht worden ist. Wir können nur die Folgen der Auswirkung dieser Energie sehen, die zu Veränderungen im Erdkern und zu Katastrophen des planetarischen Ausmaßes führen. Dieser Aufprall hat eine durch die starke Veränderung im Mikrokosmos entstehen. So hat sich beispielsweise der Ladungsradius des Protons im Wasserstoffatom zwischen 2003 und 2013 um 4% verringert. Die Konstante wurde bisher als stabil angesehen. Für manche ist diese Information bedeutungslos, aber für viele, die wissen, was sie bedeutet, ist sie eine erschreckende Nachricht und ein ernsthafter Vorbote. Das heißt, diese Strahlung ist in der Lage, nicht nur die Kerne der Planeten, sondern auch den Mikrokosmos zu beeinflussen. Wie sich das auswirkt, werden wir später noch besprechen.
There is one more very important thing that we need to understand now. If the planet has made it through the previous cycle, albeit with great losses, yet it made it through. These times, the thing will be much worse. Having summed up all signs of the climatic changes on Earth, we have found events are progressing much more rapidly than in the previous cycle. What is happening in our planet now, in previous cycle, it was at the second stage, while we are experiencing it at the first stage. And these indicate that subsequent climatic disaster will be many times more severe and devastating, and that the planet will not survive them. Why? Because we have destroyed the ecology of our planet, in fact, killed its immunity. This is the anthropogenic factor that we will not be able to change in such a short period of time. All dates indicate that destructive processes are only getting worse and accelerating. We have been told that such a change would take thousands of years, but it's nonsense. Everything is happening much faster, and you can already find statement by the scientists that climatic changes predicted to take place in 100 years are happening now. Thanks to God that there are scientists who say that they have miscalculated, that they were wrong, that everything is happening faster in an avalanche-like manner, and it is more serious than it seems. But we have been talking about this for a long time already.
Давайте сделаем промежуточные выводы. Мы входим в более опасный цикл катаклизмов 24 тысячи лет. При этом экология планеты убита, и иммунитет планеты ослаблен. И это при том, что мы еще даже не вошли в пиковый момент цикла. Катастрофы и катаклизмы нарастают уже с ужасающей скоростью. В данном случае подземные бункеры не помогут. Они просто расплавятся, потому что магма поднимается снизу. И теперь ключевой вопрос нашего доклада. Сколько осталось времени до того, как случится катастрофа нашего цикла? Посмотрите снова на график сейсмической активности, пожалуйста. Вы наглядно видите экспоненциальный рост, неконтролируемое возрастание количества землетрясений в геометрической прогрессии. Данная прогрессия имеет математическую закономерность, и просчитав ее совместно с лучшими учеными, геологами, аналитиками, мы смоделировали, в какой прогрессии рост землетрясений будет ускоряться в будущем. И то, что мы обнаружили, повергло нас в крайний ужас. Почему? Посмотрите сами. Как вы видите, темпы роста сейсмической активности просто шокируют. На каждом следующем этапе количество землетрясений увеличивается в 3 раза. Чем больше будет происходить землетрясений, тем больше будет повышаться их магнитуда. И уже к 2028 году на Земле будет происходить 1000 разрушительных землетрясений в день. А в 2036 году больше миллиона землетрясений в год. Вдумайтесь, больше миллиона землетрясений в год. Что это, если не наш конец? Уже в 2028 жизнь будет практически невыносимой. Это буквально через 6 лет. Только вдумайтесь вашей комфортной семейной жизни, вашему бизнесу, вашим планам. Через 6 лет конец. А в 2036 году конец всему человечеству.
Why do we use an exponential growth model in our calculations rather than a linear growth model as proponents of anthropogenic global warming theory do? Because we take into account a variety of factors occurring in the Earth's interior. And today, together with us, you have discovered how rapidly climate disasters are progressing. To understand how fast it can be, you can compare it associatively to boiling milk in a saucepan. It heats up gradually at first, but then in an instant, the milk boils and escapes from the saucepan. We can also take into account the inertia of the process. Suppose you're driving a passenger car at a speed of 20 kilometers per hour. The braking distance will be 2 meters. But if you're driving at 80 kilometers per hour, the braking distance is more than 30 meters. The same is true for the progression of cataclysms. The longer we wait, the greater will be the inertia as well as the braking distance. All of us in the world are in one huge bus, which is speeding up. And ahead of us, is an abyss. It seems to everyone that we will break at the end, but we forget about the inertia. If we activate the mechanism of counteraction to the cosmic impact now, and all the effects on us stop so that the planet begins to recover, we'll have to endure many more years of cataclysms, and a lot of people will die. If we drag it out for another 5 years, the velocity and progression of climatic events will increase greatly. It will no longer be 2 meters or 2 years of braking, but much more. We still have time, but that time will be paid for with.
Unsere Ökonomen aus verschiedenen Ländern haben berechnet, wie sich diese Progression der Kataklysmen auf die Weltwirtschaft auswirken wird. Hier sehen Sie ein Diagramm dieser Entwicklung. Die Dynamik ist offensichtlich. Dies deutet darauf hin, dass der Zusammenbruch des globalen Wirtschaftssystems bereits im Jahr 2030 erfolgen wird. Bereits im Jahr 2030 wird das globale Bruttoinlandsprodukt nicht alle klimabedingten Verluste decken können. Im Grunde hat die gesamte Weltwirtschaft nicht mehr als 6 bis 7 Jahre vor sich. Und im weiteren Verlauf werden sich die Prozesse sogar noch kritischer verschärfen. Warum? Wir kommen zu einem sehr traurigen Schluss. Wenn wir in einem 12.000 Jahreszyklus leben würden, hätten wir ihn, wenn auch mit großen Verlusten, als Zivilisation durchlaufen und unsere Existenz fortgesetzt. Wir befinden uns jedoch in einem 24.000-jährigen Zyklus. Wie es unser Planet zuvor erlebt hat, waren es totale Zerstörung. Supervulkane explodierten. Nahezu alles Leben wurde einfach weggefegt. Und unser mathematisches Modell, das umfassende Daten darüber enthält, wie sich der Klimawandel in der Vergangenheit vollzogen hat und wie er sich jetzt vollzieht, lässt erkennen, dass die Erde in die Fußstapfen des Mars tritt. Wir berechneten verschiedene Varianten der Ereignisse und kommen zu dem Schluss, dass in jeder, sogar der mildesten Variante des aktuellen Zyklus, die gesamte Menschheit sterben wird. Und nach unserem mathematischen Modell wird dies spätestens 2036 geschehen.
Да, уже сейчас мы переживаем не лучшие времена. Экономический кризис, геополитический кризис. Многие регионы планеты реально на грани голода. Происходят масштабные катаклизмы. Где-то палящая засуха, где-то жуткие наводнения, ураганы, цунами, землетрясения. А представьте, что будет, когда на планете от землетрясений почти живого места не останется, когда уже большая часть бюджета всех стран будет уходить на покрытие убытков от катаклизмов. Конечно, будут критически ухудшаться условия жизни, расти цены на все, на воду, бензин. Но уже через 14 лет никому не будут нужны ни еда, ни газ, ни бензин, ничего. Потому что после того, что произойдет не позже 2036 года, это уже никому не понадобится. Мы подготовили подробную модель тех событий, которые будут происходить в дальнейшем, и сейчас представим ее вам. Мы считаем своим долгом детально доложить вам всю серьезность ситуации. Масштаб событий мы вывели, исходя из той прогрессии, которую удалось оценить по росту числа и силы землетрясений. Дальнейшее развитие данных событий приводит к внутреннему растрескиванию коры нашей планеты. Магма через эти трещины начнет подниматься в той геометрической прогрессии, которую вы видели на графике. Далее это приведет к тому, что местами будут происходить микроразрывы и в коре, что увеличит магматическую активность, и она будет нарастать еще больше, пока не спровоцирует то, что в самой тонкой части коры, в океане, произойдет масштабный разрыв. Это неизбежно. Этот разрыв произойдет с вероятностью 99,9% в районе Марианской впадины. Именно там фиксируют глубокофокусные землетрясения, и именно там самая тонкая кора на планете, всего 5 километров. В начале, когда небольшое количество воды встретится с магмой, произойдет первый взрыв. Мы говорим микровзрыв, хотя по факту каждый из этих взрывов эквивалентен взрыву десятков ядерных бомб. Это разрушит тонкий слой коры под Марианской впадиной. Но дальше произойдет самое ужасное. И чтобы понять, что будет происходить дальше, покажем вам эксперимент. Что произошло при встрече воды с раскаленным металлом. А теперь умножьте это в сотни миллиардов раз. Гигантский объем магмы из магматического плюма в одно мгновение разорвет Марианский желоб. И миллиарды кубометров воды встретятся с миллиардами кубометров магмы. За счет резкого распада океанической воды произойдет выброс кислорода и водорода под огромным давлением на дне Марианской впадины. Произойдет огромный взрыв. Этот взрыв будет в эквиваленте в 1000 раз превышать весь запас ядерного оружия, находящегося на Земле. Давлением океан не просто закипит, он взорвется. Это поднимет огромный столб пара, смешанного с пылью. Этот гигантский столб пара под огромным давлением устремится настолько высоко вверх, что прорвет нашу атмосферу. Атмосфера свернется подобно одеялу, ее просто сдует солнечным ветром. То есть нашу атмосферу сметет в буквальном смысле слова вместе со всей водной оболочкой. Также одновременно этот гигантский взрыв вызовет мощнейший гидроудар, направленный вглубь нашей планеты. Потому что 11 километров толщи воды в Марианской впадине – это огромнейшее давление в точке, где произойдет взрыв. И это давление, в свою очередь, отразится на гидроударе. Произойдет мощнейшая взрывная волна, направленная в центр планеты, в магму, которая будет тангенциально расходиться. И это спровоцирует дополнительные гравитационные процессы. Это приведет к резкому расширению магмы во все стороны в 10 раз. То есть магмы станет в 10 раз больше. Это буквально изнутри. Магма от такого удара будет вести себя как газообразное вещество. Все вулканы, трещины, разломы, все границы литосферных плит разорвутся и извергнутся одновременно. Землю зальет лава так же, как это произошло на Марсе. Естественно, вследствие удара внутреннее ядро отскочит, и движение внешнего ядра остановится. Наша планета умрет. Этот процесс займет всего несколько минут. Вследствие остановки ядра исчезнет электромагнитное поле нашей планеты и практически полностью гравитационное. А значит, все спутники упадут с околоземной орбиты. В том числе и Луна. Если Луна будет находиться над восточным полушарием, то она будет отброшена взрывом и притянется Солнцем. А если Луна будет находиться над западным полушарием, то в момент, когда гравитационное поле пропадет, она упадет на Землю. Но нам, людям, это уже ничем не будет угрожать, так как вследствие этих событий мы, как человечество, уже полностью перестанем существовать. Данная математическая модель говорит о том, что если процесс разрушения будет протекать достаточно медленно и не будет никаких провоцирующих факторов на ускорение, то все, о чем мы говорим, произойдет в октябре 2036 года. Вы видите перед глазами таймер, который отсчитывает время до того времени, когда планета, как живая, населенная жизнью планета, не сможет более существовать. И это при условии, что ранее не произойдет никаких провоцирующих факторов. А это может быть падение метеорита, взрыв ядерной бомбы, усиление колебаний того же ядра, взрыв супервулкана. И нагнетается угроза ядерной войны. Со всей ответственностью можем сказать, что ядерная война в настоящее время ускорит апокалипсис. Это нанесет непоправимый урон, вообще добьет экономику и будет дестабилизацией процессов внутри ядра, их ускорению. Мы ускорим свой судный час. Это не решение вопроса. Это огромная глупость. Мы лишаем себя последнего времени, когда можем что-то сделать. Сейчас не время разъединяться и воевать. Сейчас время объединяться и решать более глобальные вопросы, чем геополитические разногласия. Мы живем во времена, когда выживание всего человечества должно стать гораздо выше частных интересов определенных стран.
Why did we publish these figures and forecasts before? Wasn't this included in our report, which was published 8 years ago? Because we had to verify and recalculate everything. And to our great regret, all the events that took place during this time confirmed our model, turning it into an axiom. The most disturbing indicator which prompted us to talk about the dates now is the growth of defocused earthquakes. We've seen that the processes are moving to the finish line, and that is scary. The process is accelerating. We know very well that the area of the Mariana Trench is a subduction zone, meaning the area where the plate is crawling under another plate. But the reason we have depicted the 3D model of the Mariana Trench in this way is because the lower plate is already being dissolved by magma right now. Many plates are now being eroded from the bottom. They're being dissolved by magma, which is rising from the core mantle boundary. Why do we say that the plate is being dissolved so quickly? Look how quickly the red-hot deep magma has been making its way up over the past few years. Recall the intrusion of magma in the Bransfield Strait off the coast of the Antarctica. It is also shocking to learn how quickly a new volcano appeared near the island of Mayotte off the coast of Africa in May 2019. This means that processes inside the Earth that used to take millions of years now occur in a matter of months. Why do we say there will be an explosion of magma at the bottom of the Mariana Trench, despite the fact that there is such a huge pressure of the water column? Because the magma that ascends from the depth is much hotter and has different chemical composition than the magma that normally comes out in the underwater eruptions. What is more, the explosion will occur exactly because it will be squeezed in the depth of both by the pressure of the magma and the water column. Water is seeping through the cracks and meet the magma. Therefore, an explosion in the enclosed system will be many times more powerful than those explosions that occur in the open spaces. In this case, comparing these explosions to an underwater volcanic eruptions is like comparing 1 billion cubic meters of magma to a teaspoon of lava. The difference is substantial, and the conditions are different. But actually, we as humanity do not need to concentrate on the moment of the hydraulic impact of 2036. It does not matter whether there will be an explosion or not. None of us will live to see it. We as humanity will die much earlier because of our foolishness and inhumanity. We do have 14 years, but 2036 is the end, the last point at which the Earth will turn to the state of Mars. Until the day of hydraulic impact, ahead of us are stratovolcanic eruptions, as well as super typhoons that will sweep away not just cities, but entire continents. Right now, this seems like a fantasy. We have been saying for a long time that typhoons will make a landfall and pick up speed, although it is impossible. It contradicts physics. 10 years ago, they did not believe us. But now, we are already seeing it. Today, a typhoon, as it comes to the land, gains momentum. According to our calculations, there is another area where a magma outburst could occur. It's the area of extremely low geoid anomaly in the Indian Ocean. In this area, volumes of red-hot magma are rising from the core mantle boundary, and they too can break through. We will raise this topic at one of the international discussions to be held immediately after the forum on the Creative Society channel. Also, at the international discussions, you will learn why Mars, once living planet with an atmosphere, oceans, and vegetation died because of hydraulic impact during a 12,000-year cycle of cataclysms. We have more information, but we haven't presented it today. Why not? We can talk about all the facts for days. We did not use our own measurement in this report because this data has not been published anywhere, and we do not want anyone to get the false impression that we're trying to manipulate anyone's opinion. For these reasons, we are currently focusing only on the information that is available in public sources. You can study these materials yourself. Even a person without higher education, not a genius, will be able to do their calculation and come to that we came to. There is no other research groups in the world that has looked at the climate problems so comprehensively from all angles, and we have been doing this for a long time now, thanks to thousands of volunteers, experts, and kind-hearted people. Why have other scientists failed to find what we have found? Everyone is looking from one side. If you ask a volcanologist whether he knows anything about the magnetic field, he will answer that he does not. Seismologists choose only one database as a source of information and completely ignore all of the databases. It is not even their task to see what the overall picture looks like. They're searching only within their own country. In our research, we apply an international and interdisciplinary approach. Thanks to this, we can see the whole picture. And now, you can see it too.
Мы первые были бы рады, если бы мы ошиблись в нашей модели. Но, к сожалению, чем дальше мы изучали этот вопрос, тем больше убеждались в неизбежности катастрофы. И тем больше над тем, как это остановить. Мы искали решение и нашли его. На сегодняшний день нам известно, что энергия, которая оказывает воздействие на нашу планету и приводит к дестабилизации ее ядра, аналогична тому виду энергии, благодаря которому запутанные частички связываются между собой, находясь на разных концах галактики. Мы точно знаем, что это не нейтрино и не электромагнитное воздействие, но мы точно понимаем, что энергия этого космического излучения имеет физическую природу, а значит, на нее можно воздействовать в физической плоскости, например, ослабить, остановить, перенаправить и так далее. Но чтобы проводить с ней любые манипуляции, необходимо решить две ключевые задачи. Первое — изучить природу этого космического излучения, которое лежит за пределами известной нам физики. Второе — найти источник такой энергии, которая по силе была бы эквивалентна и превосходила это идущее из космоса энергетическое воздействие. И научиться пользоваться этой энергией так же, как мы пользуемся электричеством. Если мы решим эти две задачи, только в таком случае мы будем в состоянии что-то противопоставить циклическому космическому излучению и остановить его катастрофическое влияние на нашу планету. Да, на протяжении десятков лет мы уже ведем работу в исследованиях этого нового источника энергии и достаточно успешно. Но как бы мы ни хотели, наших возможностей недостаточно для того, чтобы прийти к необходимому результату. В такие сжатые сроки это можно сделать только сообща со всем научным сообществом мира.
Some people ask how science can find a new energy source in such short period of 5 to 6 years and learn how to use it if it took us 6,000 years to discover electricity. As for this new kind of energy, according to our information, many closed laboratories are already conducting research in this direction. But I hasten to disappoint you that, as of today, they're not looking for this energy to stabilize the core of our planet. All of the classified developments in this field are being done solely for the purpose of achieving world domination by one state or another through the development of new sources of energy. Scientists who work in such closed engineering design bureaus are not known to anyone. The states deliberately conceal them because it is not profitable for them to publicize their geniuses on which they rely on their for their strategic purposes. But these scientists are the ones who have the real potential to save us because they already have the necessary skills, experience, and understanding of the processes that the world-famous Nobel laureates, grant eaters, and careerists have never even heard of. If we now propose to the states to unite the scientific potential to find a way out, they will give us these grant eaters and opportunities who are totally clueless in this issue, which must be solved. Accordingly, they would not be able in any way to ensure the survival of humankind. As for those true scientists who will be able to do that, no one will give them. They're locked up like prisoners, and they will be there as long as our world society continues to live in a consumerist format, the format of the eternal race for domination, influence, resources, and most importantly, for power. Because every state in the race for domination will hide its real best minds to the very last. So the real essence of the problem today is that scientists cannot be united in existing format of society. So if we really want to survive, we should change the very format of the society, the very model of our social organization. We need such a format of society which would provide no conditions for wars to break out, and where it will be impossible for any one person to rule over billions. And what this format will be called. What is important is the conditions it will create in society. Through many years of work and extensive research, we have come up with a model which puts human life first. This model is called the creative society. The model of the creative society forms such conditions in the world in which we, as humankind, will finally be able to stop the competition for profit and power, and most importantly, will be able to put real genius scientists at one table. Only this will give humankind a chance to find, as soon as possible, how to counteract this cosmic radiation, to stop the destabilization of the core, and to stop the growth of climate catastrophes. In the creative society, humanity gets a chance to survive. And what's more, we get a chance to build a unified civilization, as we should be, so that never again will humanity face such threats. The creative society is our real chance for life.
В представленном сегодня докладе вы услышали результаты многолетних исследований, которые проводились большим междисциплинарным коллективом ученых из разных стран мира. Более 10 лет мы вместе с огромным количеством ведущих специалистов, волонтеров и заинтересованных экспертов собирали аналитические данные, перепроверяли информацию, цифры и факты, приводили практические эксперименты и теоретические расчеты, на которых в дальнейшем сформулировали математические модели и прогнозы. Для нас сегодня большая честь говорить правду от имени такого огромного международного сообщества, которое состоит из лучших представителей своих дисциплин. Как бы нам сейчас хотелось каждому из них лично и публично выразить свою благодарность и просто сказать спасибо за их гигантский самоотверженный труд на благо всего человечества. Но, к сожалению, сегодня мы не сможем публично поблагодарить большинство из них. И на то есть несколько причин. К сожалению, части из этих прекрасных людей, достойнейших ученых, сегодня с нами уже нет. Среди них есть и те, кто были убиты в обстоятельствах, потому что пытались во всеуслышание говорить правду о климате, говорить против многомиллиардной мафии. И именно из-за таких вопиющих прецедентов большая часть нашего научного сообщества по понятным вынуждена на протяжении многих своих лет оставаться инкогнито для того, чтобы сохранить свои жизни, и не только. Ведь многие из них работают на официальную науку в лабораториях и исследовательских центрах по всему миру. Это позволяет им иметь возможность изучения необходимых материалов, иметь доступ к оборудованию, проводить соответствующие разработки, опыты и исследования, которые сегодня очень нужны для спасения человечества. Поэтому, чтобы не потерять доступ к необходимым возможностям, датчикам, лабораториям, они вынуждены в силу потребительского формата не афишировать свои реальные взгляды на происходящие климатические изменения и придерживаться генеральной линии. А иногда они вынуждены даже публично поддерживать гипотезу СО2 и антропогенного изменения климата, или даже подписывать протоколы о том, что климат якобы не меняется. Но всех этих людей не держат звания и заработные платы. Они не гонятся за титулами и признанием, потому что они прекрасно знают, что еще чуть-чуть и всему человечеству уже будет далеко не до этого, если сегодня ничего не будет сделано. Будучи порядочными, честными людьми, несмотря на то, что они могут потерять работу и доход, они все свободное время посвящают проверке и разработке изложенной в докладе гипотезы. Да, большая часть нашего международного научного сообщества, работавшего над докладом, не может присутствовать сегодня на форуме. Но сегодня нам выпала честь озвучивать правду от имени этих настоящих героев. Эту правду мы сегодня знаем именно благодаря им. Благодаря им она сегодня звучит. Мы преклоняемся перед этими настоящими учеными, чей труд для всех нас и по факту для всего человечества является настоящим спасением. Да, сегодня мы не имеем права озвучивать их имена и фамилии. Только в созидательстве мир сможет узнать настоящих героев, кто стоял за всеми этими исследованиями на протяжении всех этих лет. Имена настоящих авторов гипотезы изложенный в сегодняшнем докладе, мы сможем узнать лишь в созидательном обществе. И мы будем действительно удивлены тому, насколько великие имена и фамилии вы среди них услышите. А сейчас мы хотим представить вашему вниманию фрагмент из передачи «Пробуждение» с участием Игоря Михайловича Данилова.
Жить, как жили, мы уже не будем. Мы не вернемся в тот спокойный мир, который был еще год назад, в буквальном смысле слова. Да, год назад еще было терпимо, год назад еще было хорошо. Но этот 2022 год от Рождества Христова изменил много. Мы 10 лет назад об этом говорили, что придет 2022 год, и вы все увидите. Он пришел, зрение. Да, согласен. Люди стали понимать, что с миром не то, что их на протяжении десятков лет обманывали. Им навязывали теорию антропогенного фактора, что сейчас мы немножко консолидируемся, прикроем пару заводов, прекратим пользоваться, скажем, машинами, которые много выбрасывают углекислоты, еще что-то, и все наладится. Оно не наладилось. И вот теперь для многих приходит осознание, что и зеленая энергетика, экология навредила гораздо больше, чем обычно на углеводородах. И это так. И что надеяться не самое страшное, что не на кого. Ведь давай копнем. С 96-го года все больше и больше людей подключалось к изучению. Сколько ученых было подключено к этому, да и сейчас подключено. А сколько тех, кто хотел сказать правду, выходили, начинали говорить, наши друзья, те ученые, которые работали с нами. Скольких? А кто убил? Простой вопрос. Да тех, кто лгал нам и кодировал, чтобы другим было неповадно рот открывать, пока они воруют наши деньги, прикрываясь какими-то мифическими изменениями климата вследствие антропогенного фактора, что якобы СО2 вот здесь все уничтожил. Мы, Бог знает когда, предупредили людей. Да, мы не все раскрыли. Был краткий доклад, но мы говорили: люди, обратите внимание, ведь нейтрино, исходящее из Земли, возросло, очень сильно возросло. А это говорит о том, что там, внутри нашей планеты, произошли глобальнейшие изменения, которые приводят к дисфункции ядра. И начинается то, к чему мы уже пришли сейчас. Тогда еще мы говорили об этом, с нас смеялись. Нам, знаете, умные диванные критики и абсолютно на них похожие, неадекватные ученые с большими именами говорили: а вы покажите, как вы измерили нейтрино. На чем? Ведь для того, чтобы поймать это нейтрино, сейчас мощные установки стоят, огромные, не так все просто. Для них, но не для нас. Те люди, которые с нами работали на протяжении многих лет, они гораздо умнее этих диванных критиков и лжеученых, которые очень популярны в мире. И у нас была такая возможность. У нас, скажем так, были компактные детекторы, позволяющие обнаружить количественно и качественно те же нейтрино. За то, что это была правда, заговорил один из наших хороших друзей. И его уже нет с нами, потому что он открыл рот и хотел рассказать, научно обосновать, опровергнуть эту критику вот этих приспособленцев, грантоедов, лжецов от науки. И он заплатил за это жизнью. А он был один из изобретателей как раз этого нейтринового детектора, портативного. И он был один из тех, кто много километров прошагал, неся на себе его. И установили тот факт, научный факт, что нейтрино в огромном количестве начало излучаться с нашей планеты. Ведь это же факт. А сейчас это подтвердили уже, и другие ученые. Это открытая информация последние годы.
Has the world scientific community been doing all these years? It has been diverting people's attention from the real causes of climate change by offering them false theories. One group of scientists was on the side of the theory of anthropogenic CO2. In contrast, another group claimed that the climate was not changing at all. Nevertheless, today, it is already evident to everyone that the climate is changing more and more. Therefore, many people trying to comfort themselves are deluded by false theories. But this year has shown itself in full force, and everyone is already worried. What populist scientists have predicted to happen 100 years from now is happening today. The world we are used to no longer exists, and now we must make a mature decision about how to protect ourselves from the climate Cerberus. Let's walk through this in order. We have only 5 to 6 relatively stable years. During this time, we must find a way to counteract the radiation that is now destabilizing our planet's core and causing climate disasters. Scientists do not know the nature of this radiation, which means we are still defenseless against this terrible threat. As humanity, we now have 2 essential tasks. First is to study the nature of cosmic radiation. The second is to find an energy source or superior to the radiation coming from space to counteract it. To solve these problems, we need competent scientists who are kept in closed laboratories around the world. These scientists study the energy we need, but they do it only to develop new kinds of weapons. No government will give them up because these scientists ensure the state's military powers. Since the time to solve the problems we face is catastrophically short, only 5 to 6 years, it is possible to cope with them only by combining the intellectual potential of competent scientists of the whole world. The scientists we all often hear about in the media, those for whom grants and titles are important, will not help us solve this problem. Even if countries agreed on any scientific corporation in this area today, we would end up with grant eaters, plagiarists, and opportunists sitting at this table. That is because no state in modern society will give up its best scientists. Right now, the power of a few over the billions is in charge, and they will fight for it to the end. It is impossible to bring together specialists from competing laboratories. Such are the rules of our consumerist format. What is the solution? We need to ensure that these scientists don't need to develop weapons and that countries don't need to defend themselves. That sounds impossible in our consumerist format. So the only way to free real scientists is to change the format of society to one where wars will be impossible and forever eliminated. In this way, real scientists around the world will have the opportunity to devote their full attention to solving the global climate threat. And this must be realized as soon as possible because time is running out. 10 years ago, when the situation with the climate and its progression became apparent to us, we realized that a new format of society was required. And because that would bring about a global change, it is necessary to consider all the factors that ensure the safety of society in an integrated way. We studied the world's historical experience to account for all of humanity's mistakes. The main thing we understood is that the new model of society must meet the needs of all people. After all, we as humankind have already fought enough and gone through economic crisis, famine, and wars. And all this has been repeated in a vicious circle for thousands of years. Therefore, if we change the format of society, it must be a radical change and one that will provide the best living conditions for all people.
Throughout the past 10 years, we, together with volunteers and experts from all over the world, have conducted extensive analytical work and numerous social surveys worldwide. We surveyed millions of people in over 180 countries, conducted interviews and consultation, and held international roundtables and conferences with experts in various fields. By studying and analyzing the needs of people around the world, we have been able to create a working model that transforms every aspect of society. And most importantly, it ensures that scientists can come together to solve the climate problem as quickly as possible. Based on a comprehensive analysis of the will of people, the 8 pillars that make this model work were formed. They embody what all people want. We have called this model the creative society. Further on, we will be using this term, but it can be called differently. It is not the name, but the essence of this model, which will help us to cope with the global climate disasters. In today's forum, we will look more closely at what this model is. For now, let's look at its fundamental differences from the current format of society. First, in the creative society, the priority of everything is life, but not profit, as we have it right now. Second, power will belong to the people and will not be concentrated in one hands of a single person or a particular group of people. It is as we see it today. These fundamental principles forever preclude the possibilities of war. Indeed, today we are talking about the question of everyone's survival. It is no longer a question of conflicts or the threat is over everyone, over everybody. Any war can be stopped, given the will to do so. But what is happening now with the climate, we can only stop if we build the creative society. Whether we like it or not, a forced measure, because it is the only model of society that forever eliminates wars, freeing scientists from closed laboratories and allowing them to gather together at the same table. As a result, we will find a way out of the climate collapse as in a short as possible time. We now see that only the model of the creative society gives the humanity a real chance to survive.
Dr. Seema Manral Nagy, Director, Principal, Sanjeevani World School, Mumbai, Life and Happiness Coach. She is the Vice President of Rotary Club of Mumbai, West Coast, and Social Ambassador of Indian Development Foundation, as well as an awardee of the Nation Builder Award from Rotary. Dr. Nagy is associated with many educational and social organizations and contributes her time and efforts for the betterment of the educational system and society. She's an international speaker and is highly regarded in 7 countries. Dr. Nagy has been bestowed with many prestigious national and international awards. Her work has been recognized in the World Book of Records, UK, Asian World Records, and the Great Indian Book of Records in personal and professional categories. Welcome, Dr. Nagy. The floor is yours.
Is increasing day by day. Millions of people across the globe have already experienced the terror, being left on their own with the raging natural disaster, and millions have become climate refugees. The progression is gaining momentum. While we continue to argue about the causes, ignore the facts, or simply ignore everything that is happening. Friends, this is suicide. Yes, I understand that the flow of information bombarding each one of us today, it's very difficult to discern the grain of truth, but it is there. Today, we have all heard about the true causes of climate change. We have all heard about how many years we have left to unite all of our scientific potential. It is impossible to overstate how important this information is today. If you have any doubt, take it and calculate it yourself. Compare all the data and all the numbers that have been presented today. This is actually already happening. See for yourself that this is fact. We should have started to act long time ago. We Rotarians got acquainted with the report earlier. And thank you for giving it to us. We have had time to reconsider a lot of things. And now it is important action so that we have time to save all of us, all of humanity. If everyone else has any doubt, check it for yourself. I do understand that it's scary, but we at Rotary have faced challenges more than once, and this experience will help us now as well. Right now, we need unity and courage of all Rotarians more than ever. And then we will succeed because our strength and survival is only in unity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nagy. And we the next distinguished speaker, Mr. Marco Antonio Hernandez, President of the Rotary Club of Cordillera de Peñalolén from Chile.
Gracias por la oportunidad. Mi nombre es Marco Antonio Hernández Fuentes. Tengo el privilegio de ser presidente del periodo 2023 de Rotary Club Cordillera de Peñalolén en Santiago, en Chile. Y hoy día estamos afanados, enfocados, ¿cierto?, en tener éxito con la sociedad, ser partícipe, y me gustaría mucho poder agregar y compartir con nuestro club y todas las personas, ¿cierto?, este hermoso privilegio que hoy día tenemos la oportunidad de conocer, que se llama sociedad creativa, a través de que la unión hace la fuerza. Y eso es fundamental. Gracias por esta hermosa oportunidad única que tengo de poder compartir con ustedes mis experiencias después de ver, escuchar y disfrutar el foro anterior, el mensaje del y poder expresar mis sentimientos de esa ocasión y compartir con ustedes este momento. Siempre en mi vida he tratado de ayudar, de participar, de involucrarme con la sociedad y hasta me he sentido bien con eso. Siempre he estado preocupado de ayudar, de sostener a quienes lo necesitan. Pero después de haber visto esta experiencia de este foro y las charlas recibidas, cambió todo. Me sentí necesitado, me sentí una persona que tenía que dar más, que tenía que salir de una comodidad que consideraba que era parte de mi vida nomás. Sentí salir de esta zona de confort y deseoso de poder compartir y expresar estas vivencias nuevas, ¿no? Y aprender y entender que nos queda poco tiempo en este mundo si no actuamos, si no reaccionamos. Y decidí reaccionar, decidí expresar este sentimiento a mis más cercanos amigos. Y compartí con ellos la información, lo que afectaría ¿cierto?, al mundo en los próximos años. Pero ahí fue mi primer knockout, por decirlo. La indiferencia, la duda, el individualismo, y muy pocas personas tuvieron una aceptación a lo que compartía, me hizo reflexionar, me hizo pensar que quizás no están todos preparados como uno piensa de llevar un mensaje, de compartir algo. Creo que hay que hacer cosas antes. El mensaje es muy claro y muy específico, pero hay que preparar. Siento que con esta experiencia personal hay que preparar a las personas. No hay mejor efecto en las personas que el respeto y la confianza. Y eso es fundamental. El mensaje de la sociedad creativa pueda entrar sin temor, sin duda, y pueda hacer su trabajo. Esta sociedad necesita esos valores. Necesita nuestra confianza. Necesita nuestro respeto. Y eso lo vamos a lograr. Por eso que este lema del foro, ¿cierto?, la crisis global, nuestra salvación es la unión, esa es la forma. Dar confianza, disipar el temor y salir del estado de confort que tenemos. Creo que esos tres elementos son fundamentales. Yo hago un llamado a todos los que escuchan y pueden vernos. No hay más gozo que uno pueda sentir cuando aquel que tú invitas te dice sí, voy. Gracias por este momento, por la oportunidad de poder dar mi grano de arena a este tremendo trabajo, este tremendo proyecto y objetivo que ustedes realizan en bien de un mundo mejor, de tener las posibilidades de alcanzar no solamente nosotros, sino nuestras generaciones también, los privilegios que hoy día nosotros vivimos y que tenemos que transmitir a ellos. Yo creo que somos un eslabón más, ¿cierto?, en esta gran cadena, y nuestra única misión es unirnos y trabajar en beneficio. Y yo sostengo, no podemos enfrentar un monstruo como el consumismo, pero sí podemos encontrar aquellos que lo necesitan. Y siempre está, siempre va. Gracias.
Thank you very much, Marco Antonio, for your words of support to the Creative Society and for bringing people together, and for your profound understanding of the danger in which we as humanity now find ourselves. In fact, in the near future, we will all move out of our comfort zone. The only question is now, will the climate destroy the comfort zone, or we will step out of it ourselves in order to act? No one doubts anymore that we are not in control of the climate. The year 2022 has been a year of a tragedy for many people. But people are not seeing the holistic picture of what is happening. The media takes out attention away from a vital topic. Case point, when millions of people suffered in Pakistan, the world's media gave only a few words about this terrible tragedy. Let us hear the truth of what is happening from eyewitnesses of climate events around the globe. Notice how many tragic events you didn't know about. Why would you want to know that? Watch, and you will understand everything.
But right away, there comes a thought that it happens somewhere far away, and it won't happen to me. But it seems like that only until it happens to you, Lee.
I don't know, I got really scared.
Мы начали задыхаться.
Lost my friend in it.
I looked at him on fire.
We only had minutes to get out.
Anyone can become a victim of the ruthless climate Cerberus at the most unexpected moment. Why? We are going to show you the stories of people affected by climate disasters. There are millions like them around the world. As you listen to them, try to answer yourself a simple question. Will you be ready when the climate Cerberus comes to your home?
My name is Douglas Franklin Ryan, and I survived the McKinney Creek fire. We could see smoke over on the other side of the ridge, and at one point it looked like the smoke had stopped and nothing but white clouds and steam were coming up, and then it just came over the mountain, was coming right down the hill toward us. I wasn't concerned about it. It was on the other side of the river, and it wasn't very aggressive coming down the hill. Then we noticed the hot spot at the very tail of it, and it jumped the river and then jumped the road. And so we had fire coming up on both sides of us. And so we thought we had half hour, 45 minutes to get out of there. We only had about 7 or 8 minutes in reality. And I ran in the house. There's a man named John Cogan in there. He was the uncle of one of my roommates, and I think he's 74. And I went in there, I said, John, we gotta go. He goes, I'm not going anywhere. I said, yeah. He goes, I've seen this a dozen times. I've lived here 30 years. I'm not going anywhere. He goes, if I leave here and I lose everything, it'll kill me. If I stay here and die, I'll have to take that chance. But he passed away in the fire. That and 5 dogs on the property.
Why have the fires in California been getting worse in recent years, burning more forests and towns and making it harder to put them out? In '95, there was a malfunction in our planet's core. Because of it, magma rises from the Earth's interior, boils, and extends in volume. Its pressure upon the Earth's crust grows. Along the faults in the crust, there occurs degassing, release of gases from the planet's interior, and this causes fires. California is located precisely. The increase in fires there is an alarming sign. It means that magma is rising in that area.
El huracán inclusive tomó una trayectoria diferente a todos los huracanes, pero tomó un desvío, un desvío de nuevo hacia el sur, que normalmente no lo hacen los huracanes, y es Lina en 1997. Paulina fue huracán categoría 5. De hecho, Ágata fue, aquí en esta zona fue más devastador que Paulina.
I live about 100 meters from the ocean. The water level had reached like 4 or 5 feet.
I don't know, I got really scared. I thought maybe like the water would start coming into that little window, and that like we would have like, I don't know where, I didn't know where we were gonna go after that. It was like, there was water.
And when I went outside, yeah, I still can't believe, like,
the destruction that happened in such a short amount of time, and just like how we all want to believe that we're always going to be safe, not the reality. Climate change is going to affect it is affecting every single person now.
Произошел пожар 3 сентября. Еще днем началось, дым было видно очень далеко. А потом, ближе к вечеру, все молниеносно просто сгорело.
Заскакивали дома, органы милиции, кричали: убегайте, кто как может, спасайтесь.
Вывозили, были автобусы, вахтовки были, кто на своих машинах, кто как мог быстро эвакуировался, кто что с собой в машину смог закинуть, то и увез.
Дочь моя захватила меня с 4 своими детьми, посадила в машину, и мы уехали, шло очень большое пламя, дым, мы начали задыхаться. Когда я подъехала к своему дому, я была не в шоке, а в истерике, там стенки стояли, все сгорело, дом, машины, документы, ничего не осталось. Это было невозможно, я никому не желаю это видеть, это было страшно. За мои 60 лет я такого еще не видела, не встречала, даже в фильме ужасов, если честно.
Мы собирались здесь жить в дальнейшем, тем более вокруг лес, природа, свежий воздух. Вроде вот все вчера стояло, все было хорошо. И сейчас вот стоишь, смотришь, и ничего этого нету. Как во сне.
It was something that we were not even expecting. Like, it just came within the blink of an eye. Like 24 hours ago, everything was perfect. We came to know that the flood is almost here.
People were crying, people were going out of their homes, they were struggling to save their homes. The most shocking, we saw 4 to 5 children and one mother plowing in water.
This devastating flood in Pakistan, it's a wake-up call not only to the Pakistan but to the world as well on the threats of climate change. And this record-breaking rain would devastate any country.
Why have the monsoon rains in Pakistan become abnormally heavily? In recent years, there has been a sharp acceleration in the rotation of our planet. This is causing magma to rise actively from the bowels of the earth towards the surface. The red-hot magma is getting closer to the crust and is causing groundwater to evaporate in large quantities, causing catastrophic floods in different parts of the world.
We didn't expect it. The weather was just clean. I've been here in the Netherlands for almost 36 years, and I've never seen a tornado like that before. This is insane. It can damage a lot. And what is next? Maybe it's going to be in F2 or F3. What's going to do then?
I've never seen in my life like this earthquake. It was really long. We were really scared.
В моей семье погибли 4. Сегодня я их похоронила. Еще 12 родственников пострадали. Я чувствую себя беспомощной. У меня не осталось никаких денег.
Many people were wounded. Many people were
died, and many homes were also destroyed. Until the end of the day, it were more than 1,000 people who lost their lives, and more than 1,500 people were injured.
ون دارو مالات کې چې شور شو چې ماشومان د خلکو جړل د کوټي راولي دي چې ماشومان مړ شو څوک ښځې مړې شوللې.
Why are there more and more destructive earthquakes in Afghanistan? The increase in the number of earthquakes in Afghanistan is a result of a rise of magma. Because of the increase in pressure, magma rushes upwards towards the crust and increases the number of earthquakes around the world.
There was no prevention because it was not expected. Within 1 hour, we were flooded. Usually that flooding might be caused by 2 days of rain.
It is for the first time that I saw people desperately leaving their own homes to other places. That was the most shocking part for me. Imagine forcefully being asked to leave your own homes because of a natural phenomenon that you don't have any other thing to do, and becoming a refugee in your own city or displaced in your own city.
So basically, the situation was really bad. Young kids got stripped, we recovered many bodies.
It just came with nobody aware. The area that they are working sank, houses sank, cars were taken off by water. I lost my friend in it, watched the car sink when I can't help. And then I come back here into Jera, the same thing happened. And I think this is continuing. It's gonna go from country to country.
Whoa, man, oh man. Goodness gracious.
You guys aren't gonna believe this. This is insane. I'm okay so far, but this is no fucking joke. This is no joke. I called John. He knows I'm out here. He knows. So far so good as long as the house holds. So just say don't worry. Everything's gonna be okay. Everything's gonna be okay over here, right? Everything's okay.
It continues to ramp up.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Holy crap.
Oh my gosh. I can tell you that I've been here 29 years. I've never experienced or seen anything like this. Our families have lost everything.
It was intense fear, watching the water come up our street and knowing we only had minutes to get out.
I was horrified. My trailer was shaking back and forth. I thought Andrew was terrible. This beats Andrew big time.
Oh my God, look at this gust of wind!
There are many people who do not have the resources to leave.
I told my brother we have no choice but to survive or die. You know, like if we don't get up and get our family to safety, you know, the worst could happen. So we did it.
Outside. Poor grandma, Beanie baby.
You left her that on a message. Yeah, I just said, I love you. I don't know if we're going to make it or not.
It's all underwater. It's very sad. I know that there was people screaming for help and people still on roofs. We don't have a place to go.
Today, it was us who suffered. We were attacked by the climate Cerberus. It destroyed our homes, took our lives. But now, it's coming for you. Are you ready for its arrival?
Řekněte mi, jak je to možné. Jak je možné klimatem. Tito lidé se teď podělili o své příběhy. Museli čelit klimatu a přežít veškerou jeho zuřivost. Miliony lidí zůstali bez domova. A dokonce i nyní, kdy po celém světě 100 miliony lidí umírají a trpí klimatickými, je nám tato pravda zatajována. A kvůli čemu? Proč nám neříkají celou pravdu? Pravdu o tom, co se děje s planetou. Jak dlouho budeme hrát bobříka mlčení? Vždyť i zprávu o budoucnosti lidstva začali mazat pouhý týden po jejím zveřejnění. Komu se vyplatí, abychom my, lidé, nic nevěděli? Odpověď je jasná. Těm u moci a jejich mnohsledým vědcům. Vždyť to oni nás nažhavili na biliony dolarů a dál nás okrádají až do morku kostí. Nevěříte? Tak se podívejte na své účty za energie. Proč sakra musím platit přemrštěné ceny za stejné světlo a teplo? Ať mi na to odpoví ten génius, který vymyslel téma se zelenou energií. Kde jsou výhody této zelené energie? Kde je zlepšení životního prostředí? Kde je snižování CO2? Kde je moje levná elektřina a pohodlný život? Samotní ekologové nám nedávají více než 10 let. A v matematickém modelu, který jsme dnes viděli, bylo ozvučeno 14 let. Tak tady máte tu budoucnost. A opravdu by mě zajímalo, zda se alespoň v jedné zemi dali úřady do pohybu. Alespoň něco udělali, aby se za tu dobu podařilo zachránit lidi. Nemyslím. Teď místo konsolidace všech a všeho se všechno rozpadá a rozděluje. Vy Jidáši jste nás zaprodali. Kašlete na lidské životy. Kašlete na pravdu. Právě proto ignorujete realitu a štěkáte na ty, kteří jednají v zájmu záchrany lidstva. No nic, uvidíme, jak zaspíváte, až klimat promluví. Potom se vaše lži stanou pro všechny natolik zřejmé, že vás prostě roztrhají na kusy vaši vlastní zadavatelé. A jestli ne oni, tak to udělají lidé pomatení žalem. Naše planeta je jeden velký vícepodlažní dům. Rozpadá se, hoří a praská ve švech. A vy, kteří šplháte nahoru, nás ujišťujete, že je všechno v pořádku. Ale to je lež. A ačkoliv dnes nehoří vaše patro ani byt, ostatní jsou už v plamenech a kouřem. Prostě se zamyslete. Co řeknete lidem, kteří v jediném okamžiku přijdou o všechno? Jak jim vysvětlíte, že všechny vaše činy jsou fikce a podvod? Že jste nás jen kasírovali, nacpávali si své kapsy a hubu, ospravedlňovali své bláboly vědeckými postuláty. Takže vy darmojedí, kde jsou moje peníze? Tam se znovu, vy parchanti, kde jsou moje peníze? Ukažte mi, za co jste je utratili. Bude alespoň jeden z vás schopen odpovědět na otázku, kde a za co jste je ve skutečnosti utratili a jak to zlepšilo můj život. A to ještě musím platit účty za energie. A místo toho, abyste pozvedli lidi a vysvětlili jim příčinné souvislosti a to, co nás čeká, děláte nepochopitelné věci, idioti. Existuje mnoho seriózních lidí, kteří chápou, co se s klimatem děje. A vy neustále tvrdíte, že za to mohou zvířata. Žijeme snad v blázinci, kde první, kdo si oblekne plášť, je lékař a ostatní jsou pacienti? Lidé, pojďme zmoudřet a dospět, jinak prostě přestaneme existovat. Je jasné, že mi nikdo z vás na mé otázky neodpoví. Vždyť vy se bojíte. Ve skutečnosti se uprostřed noci budíte studeným potem a třesete se strachy, že jste byli odhaleni. A místo toho, abyste se zabývali řešením situace, vymýšlíte, jak odvést naši pozornost od hrozby a jak nám zavřít ústa. Nejprve byla pandemie, teď děsíte jadernou válkou. To si vy géniové vůbec neuvědomujete, že jaderný úder vše jen urychlí. Je jasné, že by vám to hrálo do karet. Nebylo by třeba vymýšlet nic nového, co by nás berany utvrdilo v tom, abychom dál bečeli a vy nás stříhali. Potíž jen v tom, že všichni bez výjimky zdechneme. Takže se nespolehejte ani na své bunkry. Klimat se totiž nad nikým neslituje.
As you can see, we all live relatively comfortable lives on the edge of survival and an unknown future. The so-called rulers of this world tell us exactly how they will fix the climate problem and why we are the enemy of carbon-neutral mission. However, some details of the fictitious CO2 fight just don't end up. The solution that we are talking about today is outside the brainwashed CO2 solution that we hear from every hole these days. CO2 scammers want to make a lot of money from the scheme, but ignored the very important 24,000 years climate cycle and the changes that are taking place inside the planet. These changes are now evident. According to their calculations, the climate crisis should have settled down to help them support their CO2 theory. But catastrophic events are only growing. So who is stupid now? How did CO2 turn into a profitable business model, you ask? Once upon a time, they thought that this was a normal cycle. After all, every 1,000 to 3,000 years, there are small changes, warming and cooling. Even in the 18th century, it got colder. Then they noticed that the temperature on Earth began to rise. Scientists simply decided to make a profit, hoping for a cool-off. Since they're so smart, they increased their funding for research, explaining that this is an anthropogenic humor. This also allows politicians to make money and control the masses. Politicians can dictate green energy propaganda, enslaving non-competitive countries with fines, carbon tax, and CO2 quota sales. As a result of our wonderful media being owned by a few big businesses, I believe this idea has spread through the masses and into our brains. In fact, we do not even question their so-called research and solutions. While billions of us are silent and dumb, they collect our money to build their mansions, buy yachts, fly private jets, and party on their private islands, all sponsored by us, the people. Yes, they are very smart business people to sell us a lie, to profit, and to offer no promises to their sheep. Trillions of dollars have been spent on fighting a molecule in the air, while the real dangers of climate change are nowhere to be found. Scientists who care are speaking up about true causes. As a result, they're shut down, made fun of, and lose the ability to be published in scientific or any other public-facing publications. They experience all the dirt and games of the consumerist format, the premium package deal. It's simply, as always, the world has been deliberately misled into thinking that we can defeat climate change only by reducing our cow farts and paying more in CO2 taxes. But there is a problem. We are currently going through a 2-year climate cycle, and it won't disappear just because we are solving a problem we invented. So what do we do? You and many of the people live forum with us right now understand that we got served with empty solutions to a climate crisis, that our lives, the lives of our children and loved ones, are not protected by business models that governments sucked us into. How do we grow our brain cells back? We start today. We forget and forgive. We start spreading this information about the true causes of climate change to everyone we know. Yes, your neighbor might think you're crazy, but if he or she hears the same information from different people, sources, and platforms, then he or she is most likely to look into it further and maybe even do their own research.
Yeah, that's actually a very good advice. Thank you so much, Olga. Amazing speech. And yeah, if they follow your advice, then not only the neighbors, but even some scientists could really use this advice and make their research outside of their very narrow field that they usually concentrate on. And here's what they might discover for themselves. Since 1996, there was a very first prediction model made, and it was noticed that synchronous changes were happening not only on Earth, but on other planets as well. And it means that the problem is global. It's more than a problem of one single planet. On the scale of galaxies in space, our planet is not bigger than a grain of sand on the beach. And there is very little that we know about the space in general. So we have to unite to observe and study everything. If we unite the best scientists to work on this problem, we have a chance. We have 5-6 relatively calm years ahead of us. After that, it will be obvious to everyone, but there will be no time left to do anything about it. If we keep wasting time on fighting climate change by raising carbon taxes on CO2 and money-making schemes around it, we are done. So let's hear what scientists have to say about CO2 and its place in the ecosphere of our planet.
Anthropogenic global warming is a grandiose scientific scam of the 20th century.
The hockey stick graph, I took one look at this graph and smelled a rat.
literally the greatest imaginable fraud one could find in modern science.
This really is the most destructive conspiracy theory that has been invented along with climate change.
It's like I woke up in the insane asylum and the patients have taken over. And taken over academia too.
Today, from every direction, we are being told all the time that man-made CO2 emissions are to blame for climate change.
When you repeat the same thing day after day, it's normal, accepted, as if taken for granted. In reality, it's not, but since someone is doing it, then someone benefits from it.
So this model of the anthropogenic origin of the current global warming and its threat to humanity is a myth. A separate question is, who needs this myth and for what purpose?
To fight CO2, they tell us to shut down plants and factories, stop heating our homes and filling our cars with gasoline. Stop eating meat and stop showering. We are also told that we should breathe less, stop having children, and generally reduce the human population on the planet. And of course, we should pay more taxes, as much as possible.
Isn't that lovely? Don't you like to be taxed?
It's hard to imagine a better control lever than carbon dioxide to essentially control society.
This unequal battle with CO2 has been going on for over 40 years already, but what are the results of this battle? But so far, no measures have been successful. On the contrary, from one climate conference to another, the level of CO2 in the atmosphere only continues to grow, completely ignoring all international rights and norms, as if we are paying for it to grow.
If you believe the story, the narrative, the fakery that CO2 is going to kill the earth or kill us or whatever it's going to do, if you believe that story, then you will be afraid and you will be guilty. And so that makes you open your wallet and send a big check to Greenpeace.
These measures will not save the climate. They are not effective and have no effect on actually reducing CO2 emissions into the atmosphere. It has an impact on people and on your wallets. It will affect some of the freedoms that you'll be deprived of, but it won't budge the climate or the weather by even an inch.
Let's do some investigation. On what grounds are we being restricted and taxed? Do you know how much CO2 is actually contained in the atmosphere?
Carbon dioxide is a trace element. There's very, very little of it. There's only 41,000% in the atmosphere. Very little of it.
According to the official data, the level of CO2 is 400 ppm. What does this mean? ppm means parts per million. In other words, there are 4 molecules of CO2 for every 10,000 molecules of air in the atmosphere. But we are told that these molecules trap heat coming from the Earth and warm the atmosphere. But how can 4 molecules trap heat for 10,000 other molecules in the atmosphere? How can such tiny concentrations have any effect on the climate at all? Even a school student would understand that they can't.
That small a rise could not possibly cause any kind of climate change. It's close to nothing. You double nothing, you still have nothing.
Hold on a second, though. It's not just humans that add CO2 to the atmosphere. There are also natural sources such as oceans, volcanoes, trees, and marshes. How much CO2 does humanity produce then? The established human contribution to the overall increase in CO2 concentrations since 1750 over the entire industrial era has been estimated by various researchers to be between 1% and 12%.
All of humanity is responsible for only 5% of annual CO2 emissions. The other 95% is what is emitted from the oceans and land. This is a natural cycle.
If we consider that 0.03% of the natural CO2 was already in the atmosphere before the human contribution, then the anthropogenic CO2 will be between 1 to 12 ten-thousandths of a percent of the total atmosphere.
That means that a human has added between 1 and 12 molecules per million of other molecules in the atmosphere. In the meantime, we are being robbed by carbon taxes and forced to reduce our already negligible concentrations of CO2. Even if we stopped all the factories and plants in the world, and even if we stopped breathing, it would result in a CO2 reduction of less than 1 ppm out of 400 ppm by 2050. Meanwhile, disasters are already destroying lives and entire countries for completely different reasons. CO2, let alone humans, has no effect on warming whatsoever.
There is no correlation at all between carbon dioxide and global warming. And we had a period of global cooling from about 1945 to 1980, during a time when CO2 was rising rapidly. And so there's no correlation here at all.
If you look at the data over the past 160 years, you will see that despite all the efforts of humankind to emit more CO2, this gas could not decide whether to heat the atmosphere or cool it. Similarly, before the industrial age, the planet heated and cooled on its own without any help from humankind. What effect is CO2 having on global temperatures right now? During the pandemic, humankind significantly reduced its CO2 emissions. The entire world was under quarantine. Plants and factories were shut down, and the air in cities was cleared of exhaust fumes. However, the concentration of CO2 in the atmosphere continued to grow regardless of the quarantine.
If there was a human effect, if the humans were causing this rise in the rate of rise, then when humans stop using hydrocarbon fuels for some significant period, as we have two examples now, 2010 and now recently, then you should see likewise a change in that curve. But this is not observed whatsoever.
The main orchestrator of atmospheric CO2 is the ocean.
How dare you!
Since about 95% of the Earth's carbon dioxide is dissolved in its waters. When the ocean heats up, it releases CO2 into the atmosphere.
First comes the change in the sea temperature. A little bit later, the land temperature red. And then about 1 year, 11 months, or 10, 11 months, the carbon dioxide changes. And when the temperature at the sea goes down, the carbon dioxide goes down 10, 11 months later.
In other words, the increase in carbon dioxide is a consequence of the heating, not its cause. And humanity has nothing to do with this process, nor does it have anything to do with climate change. But if CO2 increases naturally, it must intensify the greenhouse effect anyway, right? That is absolutely not the case. The most important greenhouse gas is water vapor, whose content in the atmosphere is 50 to 100 times more than all the CO2. And it is water vapor that creates up to 95% of the greenhouse effect. In other words, the content of water vapor in the atmosphere on average is 5,000 times higher than the content of anthropogenic carbon dioxide. So the greenhouse effect of CO2 is extremely low. Is there one at all? According to theoretical calculations, the increase of CO2 in the atmosphere has a cooling effect.
Everybody says, well, greenhouse gases are warming the atmosphere. But no, they're not. It's quite clear that greenhouse gases.
70% of Earth's cooling is caused by infrared active gases. And now we can ask a million-dollar question. What is another name for infrared active gases? It's the greenhouse gases.
Some colleagues, I have done experiments to see if CO2 can heat or carry heat. So we have built small greenhouses and tried to heat it by the sun outside or inside with artificial heating. We were able to show that carbon dioxide stops radiation, but we were not able to show any heating.
This experiment showed that increasing the concentration of CO2 only slows down the heating of the atmosphere. And another question remains. Why are natural sources emitting more and more CO2 today? Ice cores from the last pre-industrial 100,000 years, when there were no cars or factories, contain CO2 concentrations that are well over today's 400 ppm. For example, between 700 and 2,500 ppm.
In the ice cores, they say, well, there's a higher concentration of CO2.
For some unknown reason, however, these data began to disappear from the articles in 1985, strangely coincided with the establishment of the advisory group that later became the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. Our planet is currently going through a period of global climatic catastrophes occurring cyclically every 12,000 years. During this period, due to the changes within the planet, volcanoes and earthquakes become more active, causing magma to ascend and the ocean to heat up enormously. Heating of the deep ocean and awakening volcanoes are causing the concentration of CO2 in the atmosphere to increase rapidly, and this happens every 12,000 years.
This is an IQ test. If you're too stupid to understand this, instead you're thoroughly brainwashed by governments that think global warming is caused by your car, your hibachi, you breathing too much, and cow farts. You're too stupid for this discussion at all. You're going to become the dinosaurs extinct, and you should be. You're too stupid to survive.
It's time to ask every lying scientist, where to and why was our money unreasonably spent? Why was our money wasted to the wind? If this was a false theory, then why did they shut the mouths of honest scientists? While they are creating an illusion of fighting with a negligible amount of CO2, millions of people are dying, cities are being destroyed, and the number of climate refugees is growing. And we are fast approaching the collapse of the planet because of the 12,000-year cycle. And due to our carelessness, the only way to escape the escalating disasters for us is to unite in order to build the creative society. Only together can we create a better world for our children and save billions of human lives. Our future depends on each and every one of us.
What an amazing video. As you have just seen, the theory of human-made climate change is a proven fake. Just like the weapon of mass destruction in Iraq, brainwashed with the image of the enemy, and we must sacrifice our well-being and trillions of dollars to fight that enemy. The Paris Accords and the Kyoto Protocol require that, and those two documents were signed based on one single piece of supposedly scientific evidence, which turned out to be just as fake as Colin Powell's tube in the United Nations building. The hockey stick graph has given an unemployed, mediocre scientist a warm place under the sun, a job at the United Nations, a professorship at the University of Pennsylvania, and millions of dollars on researches, the main result of which is to completely discredit climate science, as the Wall Street Journal wrote about him. The graph is a proven fake. It is the result of deliberate manipulation and the usage of unsuitable data, which is deliberately wrong for such reconstructions. The IPCC leadership at the United Nations was well aware that this graph contradicts not only the entire history of climate research, but also the graphs from other scientists. The published correspondence made it known that they manipulated the data in the IPCC and WMO reports to mislead everyone, including policymakers. These leaked emails from 2009, known as ClimateGate, caused mass discontent among the people who realized that they have been deceived. A series of bogus investigations were conducted to appease the public. The only result of this was just a mild slip on the wrist for the fraudsters. The authors of the fake graph were merely admonished and advised to improve their behavior in the future. And not one single investigation was pointed at how IPCC leadership actually pressured the scientists to exclude the data from the reports which contradicted the theory of anthropogenic CO2 climate change. Literally, it was made not to dilute the message. Instead, the massive smear campaign was launched by a group of corrupt scientists to discredit anyone whose opinion was at odds with the theory of the hockey stick. Everything was used, from blocking publications, journal editors, to slander and firing. And because of such imposters only care about their titles, enormous amounts of money have been wasted for decades. And most of the scientific community knew about it. Mark Stein's book, A Disgrace to the Profession, contains hundreds of quotes from PhDs, professors, and Nobel laureates who openly ridicule the hockey stick-shaped graphs as a cheap fake. Canadian climatologist Tim Ball stated bluntly that such frauds should be given a place not at the University of Pennsylvania, but at the state jail. Both he and the author of the book won every single lawsuit filed against him by the author of the hockey stick graph, proving that the graph was fake. However, even though all the scientists discuss it openly among themselves, only a few state it from the high podiums. Who wants to really expose themselves to a wave of bullying and the stigma of climate denial when you can just quietly continue to receive your grants and wear a title of a respected scientist? But respected by whom? Those same grant eaters? Those who praise themselves, write each other positive reviews, and pin awards on each other? And what is in it for us, the people? What do we get from such science? What have we gained from it? Those who call themselves scientists of the world turned out to be just a well-paid, corrupt, hired servants and just talking heads. And in those heads, there is nothing about the science. It's only the personal gain that they have in there. And there was never anything scientific in it. They laughed at our hypothesis of external causes of the climate change. But they're not laughing now, because even they were smart enough to realize that this is something that humanity is facing right now, and we don't have even that much time left. And that is scary. The scary that this truth reached even those fools. And it is scary because not only the truth reached the worst representatives of the science, but because we have nothing to contradict this with. The number of cataclysms increases each year. The real problem, cyclical climate change, is studied only by a few who are telling the truth. And most of the money spent on this mythical fight against CO2, those money would be enough to actually solve a lot of real problems. These are the facts that many have now begun to voice openly. But the problem is that we must find a way to counteract the climate and survive as a humanity. Our knowledge today is not enough to stop this climate Cerberus. And we need to get it on a tight leash. Otherwise, it will destroy the whole world, our whole world. And now, more than ever, we need to stop this bickering and stop fighting for the interest of individuals and corporations. We need to unite. Everyone understands that the consumerist format has outlived itself and that the current system is unsustainable. There is no format that corresponds with what is needed right now, except for the creative society format. Everyone wants to live in the creative society. Evidence is showing it. Years of in-depth research conducted by volunteers, participants from all over the world, millions of surveys around the globe. And it shows everyone wants to live in the creative society. We don't have time for the political games. Everyone has to face the truth. Look around us. We have 14 years left at most. And it is uncertain that we will even have those 14 years. The mathematical model is not flawless either. It is based on current progressions. But accelerating factors can add up, and the time can be significantly reduced. It is only a few nuclear explosions that would be enough to accelerate it dramatically. But there is a chance for humanity to survive, and we must take advantage of it. If we want to be saved and save our world and save it for ourselves and our children, we must change the entire format. You might ask why. Because this is the only option that will free up most brilliant people in this world. We will be able to gather them, all the scientific potential at one table and provide them with everything necessary to do their job, to do a really good work. And this is the only format in which we can create the best conditions for their comfortable work in the creative society. The consumerist format will end anyway, but the question is, will we end with it, or will we become a civilization, evolve, step over this enslavement system of the mind, and remember it only as a terrible past? The choice is up to us, each one of us. And now, it is my pleasure to pass the floor to Dr. Arthur Vittorito, who has been actively involved in research and climate change his entire academic career. And he came up with a hypothesis that geothermal heat is a significant driver of climate change.
A retired professor of physical geography. The anthropogenic origins of this, of course, have been seriously questioned by a number of folks who are actively researching in this area. But in many respects, we have been closed out of the discussion. And the way that they've closed us out is we've been silenced, we have been discredited, our work has been ignored, or we have been denied access to publication. I can start with my own experience with this. The first paper I did on this, which was 8 years ago, was rejected by 9 journals. I sent my research to 9 quote-unquote top-tier journals. 5 of the 9 journals wouldn't even review it. The editor-in-chief dismissed them right out of hand and said, this doesn't fall within the scope of our journal. One of them actually said, I don't know if you know this, but what's really driving global warming now has nothing to do with volcanic activity or anything that you said in your paper. It's all caused by carbon dioxide. You need to read the literature. That was rather unfortunate. That is one way that they try to silence the opposition. Of course, they also get involved in ad hominem attacks, and we have been somewhat, castigated and cut out of the discussion. This is how things work. There have been professional and personal attacks on a number of high-profile professionals on this. One researcher had his office shot up. I was at a conference and he brought photographs of gunshot marks on the side of his building. Another one that I know of, another prominent climatologist, was pretty much forced to leave as the chair of a major department because she said that she had had enough with the harassment and the abuse that she was getting from colleagues and from the administration. There's been other climate people have been sued to question this, regardless of whether or not you got involved in ad hominem attacks or if you attacked their research. They in turn would be sued. So there has been active suppression of this information, and it's really kind of sad. So yeah, careers can be made or broken on the strength of these things. If you're not playing the right game, you can be asked to leave. The subject of climate change is a highly complex, multidisciplinary pursuit. It involves elements and dynamics of geophysics. It looks at plate tectonics. Oceanography is involved in this. Volcanologists should be involved in this. Climate scientists should be involved in this. And these multidisciplinary approaches are, in many respects, not welcomed, and they are poorly regarded. The research teams that are necessary to do this kind of research need to be large and bring in many different areas of expertise. And people aren't interested in funding this kind of research. So it's sort of interesting how the glaciologists, for example, don't talk to the volcanologists, and and the volcanologists don't talk to the atmospheric scientists. And what you have here is this large array of specialists who really don't talk to each other. In some instances, they can't because they don't understand what's going on in the other fields. But at the same time, they don't want to. I think it's critically important to set up these what I would call multidisciplinary teams. In addition to that, I think it's important that if somebody wants to study climate science, they have to gather expertise in a lot of different geophysical disciplines.
Thank you, Professor Vitorino. Blaming CO2 for climate change is a scam of the century. As you have heard, if anyone speaks against this narrative, the individual faces consequences in today's present society if the truth is suppressed. Here's an experience that I have gone through after presenting the report for Rotary last month. Rotary is a great organization. They have real heroes whose deeds are exemplary. You have heard from some of them, but among them are also those hiding in the shadows and exploiting Rotary's name in their own interest. And today, I want to talk about the dark, in fact, truly disgraceful individuals in their organization. About a week after the Rotary report was published, an individual, let's call this person Karen, from the Environmental Sustainability Rotary Action Group, sent an email to my employer's leadership titled, "Damage Control After Rotary Caught by Climate Disinformation Scam. Your staff involved." In short, she disagreed with the views in the report and wrote this unethical, disturbing message behind my back, hoping that my employer would take a punitive action. To make her case, Karen from Rotary accused a creative society, use Rotary's name, tricked the past president to boost attendance and credibility of the event where climate change disinformation was presented, and that creative society tends to trick people, referencing a BBC smear article. In addition, Karen asked whether my employer is aware of my participation in this event and asked how they will address this disinformation campaign because she stated that it would reflect not well on my organization. After reading this email with such twisted lies, I even questioned myself if I did something wrong. I didn't even know what the consequences would be. What should I expect from my employer? Will I lose my job? Will I be able to feed my family? A couple hours later, I had a call with the vice president of my employer. I confirmed that I presented the report about the recent progressions of natural disasters and the true causes of climate change, not the anthropogenic CO2 theory. I stated that these are my views, back my words. But what was really disturbing was that Karen's insinuations, that my voice appeared to be dubbed as my mouth movements or body were not aligned with the sound, and that my image could have been hijacked. She questioned whether I was a willing participant. In fact, in addition, offered a plan to back out. I just had to say my image was hijacked or it wasn't me. The ugly side of the story. To offer him a way out. It reminds me of the story with the 30 pieces of silver. And we all know how that ended. I think Karen very likely used this type of dirty tricks in the past, offering a back out option to individuals who spoke against her interest. By doing so, she attempted to discredit the whole report. And this scheme was probably effective. If you say something against her opinion, even if the truth is spoken, so that the next time you will not open your mouth and others would stay silent. To be clear, I am a participant of the Creative Society. I myself, on behalf of the Creative Society, invited by Rotary Atlanta, presented the report. Now, the main purpose of her attack. Karen disagreed with the report on the true causes of climate change. Therefore, she called us climate deniers and wrote the creative society is spreading discernment and confusion by denying contribution of fossil fuels to anthropogenic climate change. They insist that volcanic activity, not anthropogenic release of CO2, is responsible for climate change, so any money spent to reduce CO2 emissions is wasted. In fact, after the report, Rotary members also started to question why they're not involved in studying the true causes of the climate change and if the existing climate programs should be re-evaluated. Clearly, her interest and programs of her sustainability group in Rotary were hurt, since the report did not support blaming CO2 for climate change. And because her agenda was threatened, Karen threw a fuss in Rotary, then wrote lies in nasty emails to pull strings in secret, just to push through her own interests. Sadly, many people probably look up to her as she has served as a public speaker, a Rotary's ambassador. Yet what kind of character did she display? It isn't ethical to quietly pull strings through my employer, is it? Should an individual's freedom of speech be threatened just because the other side disagrees? And there's another question. Were Karen's actions coordinated with the Rotary's club? There are undoubtedly Rotary members, such as the one who spoke today, who would make the name Rotary sound proud. But Karen has shown that in Rotary, there are also self-serving, low characters, those who drown others on their way for the benefit of few, regardless of anything about facts or even about the future of humanity. The actions of Karen from Rotary have shown the ugly face of the famous club, and millions of people are hearing about this in 150 languages now. But thank God, my employer has good people and provided an opportunity to respond to these shameful lies. I stood firm, explained my position, and they respected my views. I'm proud to work for my organization and appreciate the wonderful leadership who treats employees as humans and do not follow the lead of such bullies. It is worth noting the broader implication of this incident. Who spoke in public? Someone didn't like the message, it hurt someone's personal interest, and look what has happened to me. Intimidation and threats to my rights. And this has happened in a country where freedom of speech is supposed to be guaranteed. Note that I presented not an opinion, but finding from research, facts, and data analysis from top scientists on a very serious topic. In this environment, with so much meanness and such violent characters as Karen, why would any true scientist speak the truth in public? Many have indeed been threatened, ostracized, and forced to be silent for a very long time on the disinformation of blaming CO2 for climate change. With us, our scientists, thousands of the smartest people on the planet, enduring, faithful to all humankind, defending the future of every person to the last. But because of people like Karen, they are unfortunately forced to hide, and we speak on their behalf. Otherwise, as it was to me, dirt and threats will be thrown, and they will not be able to conduct the research. You will be surprised how big they are. And people like Karen did ask for their names. Why? To deal with science or climate? No, so that they would deal with true scientists in the same way as they did with me. As a result, lies are tolerated and presented as truth, and the truth cannot be heard. It's painful to see what is happening, but sadly, this is a pattern that we commonly see in the current format of society. We have urgent tasks ahead. We don't have much time left. The report highlighted the impending cataclysms which are caused changes in the Earth's core. Unfortunately, Scientists are not working to explore climate change and truly solve the problem. Is it worth putting dirt on people or voicing the truth for the sake of personal interest or money? Is money, which will be worthless in a few years, more important than our survival as humanity? Scientists should not be spending efforts on adapting, earning, deceiving, and manipulating the facts. They should be free to discover and develop. And right now, the efficiency of scientists is extremely important to survive the next decade. We need a society that is united by a common goal, that is to survive, to value human life, so that the truth can be voiced and where appropriate technologies can be developed. In the creative society, the truth will sound openly as it sounds at this forum in front of millions of people. When there is a deliberate lie, as it was in Karen's email to push her self-interest, we will tell the truth and everyone will hear. The private interests of individuals will not prevail over those of all humankind. This is how it should be, so that such meanness and dirt will not be thrown at truth. And this is how science will thrive and how humanity will survive and advance.
Thank you so much, John. This is the reason why very few people know what we are talking about. Everyone knows about the anthropogenic factor, but doesn't know what is happening to our planet. Throughout this forum, we receive messages like this information everywhere. Friends, we're all volunteers. Unfortunately, we have no access to the world's media, through which vital information can be disseminated quickly as possible. We can only count on each other. And if you understand the seriousness of this situation, please share this forum with everyone. If you can get the forum on television, radio, or even podcast, do it. We know that climate change is a cyclical process. It does not depend on anthropogenic factors, but our activities have devastated the planet's ecology so much that it is left without immunity. Therefore, this time, it will not be able to endure this cycle. Only an interdisciplinary approach can make sense of this issue. Let's figure out what the real anthropogenic factor is. Why exactly now will our planet not survive the cycle of cataclysms? I'm pleased to introduce you to our next speakers, Alexander Masny, a biochemist and bioinformatician from Germany, and Anna Cutler, an ecologist from Israel, who will present a report prepared by an international team of scientists and independent researchers of the Creative Society Project.
Здравствуйте, дорогие друзья! Для меня большая честь сегодня присутствовать на таком масштабном международном форуме.
Hello, friends. Yes, the crucial information for the whole of humanity is being revealed.
То, что мы услышали сегодня на форуме, повергает в шок. Представленная математическая модель нарастания климатических катастроф не оставляет сомнений в том, что необходимо предпринять срочные меры. И в прошлые циклы планета также переживала серьезные климатические потрясения, вследствие которых выживало не более 10 тысяч человек. Но человечество продолжало существовать. Почему тогда сейчас мы говорим о том, что этот цикл планеты не пройдет? И не только человечество исчезнет, но и вся планета погибнет и станет подобно Марсу. Что изменилось? Что именно помогало нашей планете пережить предыдущий цикл? Суть в том, что иммунитет нашей планеты — это ее экосистема, которая формировалась на протяжении всей истории Земли. И именно в ней заложены компенсаторные механизмы, способные демпфировать, то есть смягчать последствия космического воздействия. И одним из таких смягчающих механизмов является экосистема океана. Например, Большой барьерный риф, который формировался 25 миллионов лет. Сколько циклов катаклизмов он пережил. Но именно сейчас ученые говорят о том, что он на грани гибели, и спасти его уже не удастся. А ведь Большой барьерный риф защищает восточное побережье Австралии от штормов и тайфунов, смягчает силу цунами. Он также является домом для животных-фильтраторов, которые в течение 5 лет способны профильтровать весь объем Тихого океана. Исчезновение рифов нарушает целостность экосистемы всего океана, потому что все на нашей планете взаимосвязано, и разрушение даже одной части приводит к дисбалансу всей системы. И это лишь один пример компенсаторного механизма, а их множество. Но мы сами своими руками разрушили защитные функции планеты и лишили ее возможности противостоять климатической угрозе. Это и есть реальный антропофактор. Я предлагаю посмотреть видео, которое подготовила международная команда волонтеров проекта «Созидательное общество». В нем собраны факты, ярко иллюстрирующие, насколько быстро мы способны своей безответственной деятельностью нарушить баланс планеты.
Our planet is approaching the peak of the cycle of cataclysms, which happens every 12,000 years. Every 24,000 years, the cycle is more destructive, and the Earth had already passed through it more than once thanks to the compensatory mechanisms laid down by nature. But now we are threatened with total annihilation. What has changed? Why are these mechanisms no longer working? Ocean. The ocean covers 70% of the Earth's surface and is the regulator of the Earth's weather processes. But why is it unable to cope with its functions today? Cosmic radiation affecting the Earth at the peak of the cycle causes changes in the planet's core and results in the ascent of magma. This, in turn, rapidly heats the ocean from the bottom up, leading to catastrophic consequences. Even today, the frequency and severity of typhoons, tornadoes, and floods have increased. The heating of the ocean kills both phytoplankton, which produces up to 80% of the planet's oxygen, and coral reefs, which protect coastal areas from severe storms. The death of corals contributes to the mass extinction of ocean flora and fauna. It's the result of global climate change. And humans are further accelerating the death of the ocean by polluting it with oil and petroleum products, sewage, chemicals, mercury and other heavy metals, radioactive waste and plastics. Every year, as a result of spills from tank vessels alone, over 10,000 tons of oil get into the world oceans. That's besides 730 million tons of wastewater and about 14 million tons of plastic waste. Today, as much as 88% of the surface of the world oceans is already polluted, and this process keeps escalating steadily, turning the oceans into a toxic solution. In order to neutralize chemical pollution, oxygen is needed. As a result, in areas with high concentrations of pollutants, the oceans not only stop releasing oxygen into the atmosphere, but they also start absorbing it. Forests. Because of climate change, abnormally high temperatures, Prolonged dry periods, increased number of lightning strikes, and degassing from the Earth's interior, the number of devastating wildfires is increasing, causing massive forest loss. Meanwhile, we ourselves are cutting down forests at a catastrophic rate. According to UN estimates, 10 million hectares of forests are lost annually as a result of human activity. This further exacerbates the climate crisis. After all, forests have unique properties that can normalize the ecosystem. Forests are a natural barrier to storm winds and hurricanes, reducing their destructive power. Mangrove forests protect coastlines from tsunamis. But more than 30% of this type of forest has already been lost due to human activities. The root system of trees also absorbs moisture and keeps it inside the soil. This is especially important for the planet during the deformation of the Earth's crust, when water escapes deep into the Earth through small cracks and fractures. At the same time, there is an increase in the number of heavy rainfalls. If there is no forest, the arid areas become even drier, and where it rains, the moisture is not absorbed into the ground. Water flows erode the soil and overflow riverbeds, exacerbating landslides and floods. We see examples of this in areas of the Amazon. By our actions, we are exacerbating the destructiveness of natural disasters. Lithosphere. Every second, 128,000 cubic meters of natural gas are pumped out of the Earth's interior. 240 tons of hard coal are mined, and 141,000 liters of oil are extracted. Extraction of minerals, construction of large water reservoirs, technological explosions, and explosions during the testing of new types of weapons create cavities and disrupt the integrity of rock, making it more fragile and prone to cracking, fracturing, and land collapses. These impacts can cause crustal shells to fracture, according to Griffith's model, which states that even microcracks in a material can cause its complete failure under certain stresses. And all this is at a time when, due to cyclic changes, magma pressure on the Earth's crust is increasing. The frequency and strength of earthquakes are increasing, while earth faults and land collapses are growing. Atmosphere. The atmosphere protects all life on the planet from cosmic radiation, saturates the air with vital oxygen, maintains the global water cycle, and keeps the Earth's surface temperatures at a comfortable level. Its ozone layer serves as a filter against ultraviolet radiation from the sun. But due to a cataclysmic cycle of 12,000 years, atmospheric functions are disrupted. The increase in planetary degassing is destroying the ozone layer, and chemical contamination further exacerbates the ongoing processes. According to a study published in the PNAS journal, iodine, which is present in anthropogenic emissions, has a destructive effect on the Earth's ozone layer and slows its regeneration. Short-lived compounds such as dichloromethane also deplete ozone. Fuel in space missions and space debris reduce the protective functions of the atmosphere. Ecology is the immunity of the planet, and defense mechanisms only work when immunity is strong. But we humans have violated the integrity, and therefore compensatory mechanisms no longer work. In this state, our planet is unable to survive the peak of cataclysms. We need time to restore the ecology, and that's something we don't have. We no longer have time for disagreement, for enmity with each other, or for the consumerist format of society. Because climatic cataclysms are escalating, and we are only a few years away from their peak. If we want to survive, humanity must unite in one common goal: to preserve life. This is only possible in the creative society where all of our scientific, resource-related, and human potential will be focused on solving the main task. You care about your destiny and the destiny of our planet. Share the information about the creative society. Save the planet. Support the creative society.
Мы своими действиями так измучили планету, что ее защитные функции не включаются. Именно поэтому мы входим в цикл климатических катастроф так интенсивно и жестко. Планета превратилась в помойку. Каждый год мы сбрасываем более 2 миллиардов тонн отходов. При этом масса только пластикового мусора, выброшенного за 1 год, превышает массу всех людей Земли и составляет около 300 миллионов тонн. А 90% пластиковых отходов не утилизируются, а накапливаются и отравляют планету. Сегодня на планете существует 36 мегаполисов, и количество их постоянно растет. Только представьте, на 1% поверхности планеты живет почти половина населения Земли. И все это создает огромную точечную нагрузку на литосферные плиты и повышает риски разломов в земной коре. Задумайтесь, что будет, если очень долго давить на одну точку на теле? Это приведет к нарушению циркуляции крови и, как следствие, к появлению повреждений и отмиранию тканей, то есть к некрозу. То же происходит и с нашей планетой. И одновременно с этим мы потеряли треть лесного покрова. И это только по официальным данным. Мы вырубаем леса со скоростью футбольное поле в секунду. А сокращение лесного покрова, оно запускает процесс разрушения во всех экосистемах. Леса влияют на распределение влаги, выработку кислорода. Они смягчают последствия климатических изменений. Они являются домом для животных. Но каждый день 137 различных видов растений, животных, птиц исчезают из-за глобальной утраты лесов.
Yes, and the extinction of only one species caused the so-called domino effect, when the chains of interconnections are destroyed. We have no idea how everything is interconnected in the nature. I will give you a simple example: ordinary worms in the ground. Do you know that if these worms disappear, we will live for 2 years at the most? Another example, mosquitoes. Many of us thought that it would be great if all of them disappeared. But if it happens, 4 years maximum, and then we disappear after them. Every species contributes to the ecosystem throughout its life. Look like everything depends on each other in this world. If something is disrupted on one part on the planet, this is surely reflected to the whole world. The world is one. We are in one boat.
И еще 50 лет назад экологи на конференции ООН в Стокгольме говорили: если сегодня мы ничего не предпримем, будет экологическая катастрофа. И что мы видим? Ситуация с экологией только ухудшилась. Мы входим в цикл 24-летний климатических разрушений, абсолютно разрушенной экосистемой. Численность диких животных в мире за эти 50 лет сократилась почти на 70%. А за последние 100 лет мы потеряли больше видов, чем за предыдущие 10 тысяч лет. И ученые заявляют, что мы уже вошли в период 6-го массового вымирания видов. А ведь от состояния экологии зависит то, как планета противостоит внешним угрозам. Потому что Земля — это саморегулирующийся организм, и в ней все процессы взаимосвязаны.
One of the most obvious facts that the planet is undergoing inevitable changes is that animals are beginning to behave abnormally. They lose their ability in space. Birds are suddenly falling onto the ground, and marine inhabitants throw themselves on the shore, taking their own lives. Could animals really go against their strongest instinct, the instinct of self-preservation? They're not suicidal. It can be real. It happens because of the North magnetic pole drift, magnetic anomalies, degassing of the subsoil, and increased seismic activity. You may be wondering, why aren't other environmentalists talking about this? Because in all of our science, just like in ecology, there is no comprehensive study of the problem. We have been able to study everything thanks to an interdisciplinary approach. The cause of all climatic cataclysms and natural anomalies is linked to the instability of the core and the magnetic field it produces. Another vivid example that abnormal changes occur at the ocean depths is the numerous cases of deep-sea fish strandings. Giant oarfish, usually living at a depth up to 1,000 meters, comes to the surface and is a predator of earthquakes and tsunamis. For instance, they surfaced shortly before the tsunami and earthquake near Fukushima, Japan. The frequency of their stranding since 1995 has increased dramatically. Because of changes in the core, the geophysical parameters of the planet change as well. Magma comes up to the subsoil and the Earth's crust, and ocean warms up. So does the atmosphere. And where our planet responses is triggered. As a result of warming, methane and CO2 are emitted. So as temperature rise, the ocean starts emitting CO2. Swamps also start emitting CO2 and other dangerous combination of gases instead of working as natural filter. And the most interesting thing is that even this small amount of forests that we still haven't been able to cut down are now also functioning in a different way. They have started to emit more CO2 than they absorb. Scientists have found and recorded this everywhere, which means it is a natural mechanism in plants as a reaction to changes occurring on Earth. Thus, CO2 increases regardless of human activity. It's our planet impacts. Contrary to popular beliefs, CO2 does not heat the atmosphere, it cools it. It's just physics. And there is another important point. Where does the CO2 flow to? Into the atmosphere. Layers of the atmosphere heat up, the upper layers cool down. As a result of the temperature difference, the atmosphere condenses. In other words, kind of a barrier, a bumper is formed. This is one of the planet's protective functions. All these are separate parts of cyclical climate change. I would like to emphasize that it's very important to view the processes on Earth in an interdisciplinary way, meaning holistically. It's necessary for scientists to hear each other, to work together with their knowledge and experience to solve the current challenge. And now we don't have science as unified as it used to be. Everyone researches their own specific field, and they don't notice anything outside of it. So there is no comprehensive view. The problem is that science now does not work for the benefit of society. Modern science is 90% of grant seekers and plagiarists. They report only what is beneficial to certain individuals. And the best minds, unknown to the general public, work for the military industry. In order for science to serve society, we need to give scientists back their freedom of action and let them out of secret design bureaus. This is only possible in a creative society.
Экосистема — это иммунитет планеты, а климатические циклы — это та же эпидемия. И чем крепче иммунитет, тем легче и быстрее происходит процесс выздоровления. Это как вирус, убивает не он, а осложнения, которые образуются. Экология не является причиной климатических изменений. Она является причиной смертельных осложнений. И в прошлые циклы ситуация с экологией была намного лучше, чем сейчас. И геологические исследования это подтверждают. Да, планету трясло, да, было нечем дышать, но люди выжили. А сейчас у нас наихудшая ситуация. И вызывают уважение люди, которые искренне стремятся спасти планету. Они выходят на митинги, они проводят различные акции, сортируют мусор, ограничивают свой комфорт ради общего блага. И мне до слез обидно, что все эти действия ни к чему не приведут. В потребительском обществе корпорации умело манипулируют искренним стремлением людей их в своих целях, превращая экоактивистов в экотеррористов. Они подстрекают людей к террористическим актам и вандализму, чтобы привлечь внимание общественности и собрать побольше средств. Подстрекают людей совершать преступления во имя активизма, будь то приклеивание рук к произведениям искусства, задержка движения транспорта или вмешательство в жизнь простых людей. К сожалению, нередко целью активистов является не защита окружающей среды, а конкретные материальные выгоды. Не зафиксированы случаи, когда компании в борьбе за рынки спонсируют действия активистов против своих конкурентов. Фактически экоактивизм превратился из реального движения по спасению планеты в банальную экстремистскую организацию. Внимание людей уводят от истинной причины происходящих изменений и лишают нас возможности противостоять истинной угрозе. Но мы не говорим о том, что проблемы экологии не нужно решать. Но важно правильно расставить приоритет. Но поможет ли смертельно больному человеку выздороветь, если ему накрасить губы, приклеить ресницы или сделать косметические процедуры? Наша планета и есть этот тяжело больной человек. Постепенная задача справиться с основной угрозой — климатом, оказать противодействие всем внешним процессам, разрушающим нашу планету, а уже после этого восстанавливать первозданную красоту природы. Если мы останемся в потребительском формате общества и будем каждый в отдельности спасать свой кусок земли, то все, что нам останется, это в ближайшие 5-6 лет просто наблюдать за тем, как гибнет наша планета, и мы вместе с ней. Действовать нужно вместе, и уже сейчас. Я повторюсь, из-за климатического воздействия у нас нет и 10 лет. По математическим расчетам, представленным сегодня на форуме, планета погибнет вследствие гидроудара в 2036 году. Но нам не стоит рассчитывать на эти сроки, потому что тенденция нарастания, она очень стремительная, а защитные механизмы планеты настолько разрушены, что мы погибнем намного раньше, чем случится гидроудар. И у нас нет времени и технологий, позволяющих решить все проблемы экологии в кратчайшие сроки. И у нас нет времени, чтобы распыляться. Сейчас множество организаций, занятых спасением отдельных видов экосистем или животных. Одни спасают панд, другие леса Амазонки, третьи дельфинов и китов, а другие никого не спасают, а только борются с техническим прогрессом. Если мы будем тянуть повозку в разные стороны, то она не сдвинется с места. Небезразличным людям необходимо объединиться и начать действовать в одной общей цели — спасение человечества. И мы можем это сделать на платформе «Созидательное общество». И это не наша идея, это общечеловеческий проект. Потому что только вместе мы сможем решить климатические проблемы и сохранить жизнь каждого человека. Когда мы решим проблемы с климатом, самым почетным занятием станет спасение экологии планеты. В созидательном формате общества наши действия принесут реальный результат. И сейчас я рада представить Елену Севрякову, доктора технических наук, профессора Института перспективных материалов и технологий Национального исследовательского университета Московского института электронной техники. Елена, вам слово.
Спасибо за предоставленную возможность быть сегодня с вами. Я занимаюсь вопросами техногенной безопасности, экологических рисков, в том числе климатологии Земли более 15 лет в России. Подтверждением тому служат мои многочисленные опубликованные труды, основанные на данных наблюдения наземного и спутникового мониторинга. В своей сфере я вижу, что новые геологические условия на планете требуют новых технических подходов, технологий, стандартов безопасности, без которых техногенные аварии неизбежны. Растет число природных и техногенных катастроф. Изменения происходят вокруг нас в среде, в которой мы живем, а следовательно касаются каждого непосредственно, лишая нас возможности занимать позицию стороннего наблюдателя. Официальные лица и новостные каналы разных стран пытаются замолчать по-настоящему страшные новости, которые традиционными катастрофами назвать уже нельзя, выдавая за временные аномалии то, что уже по факту стало нормой. Люди не владеют правдивой информацией. В их голове нет картины глобального масштаба. Со временем они воспринимают очередную катастрофу как рядовую ситуацию. Многие ученые признают, что материалы перед публикацией с использованием терминов «изменение климата», «глобальное потепление» редактируются сотрудниками печатных изданий в нужном ключе. Если провести наблюдения по изменению погодных условий за последние 8 лет, то можно заметить, что каждый год по всей планете происходят различные климатические аномалии, которых мы не наблюдали десятки, а то и сотни лет. Ярчайшим примером в России служат обильные снегопады. В мае в Санкт-Петербурге, сильнейшие снегопады в конце апреля в Центральной России. В Европе ежегодные сильнейшие наводнения не раз в 15-20 лет, как это было ранее. Снегопады в США стали значительно более суровыми, долгими, мощные ураганы стали более частыми. Однако, кроме климатических катастроф, сам человек значительно навредил экосистемам планеты, что критически ослабляет иммунитет Земли, особенно в период глобальных циклических катаклизмов. Вспомним экологическую катастрофу замедленного действия, произошедшую в Мексиканском заливе в 2010 году на нефтяной платформе Deepwater Horizon на месторождении Макондо, когда техногенная катастрофа убила кардиостимулятор мирового климата на планете. В результате взрыва на нефтяной платформе через повреждение труб скважины на глубине 1500 метров в Мексиканский залив за 152 дня вылилось около 5 миллионов баррелей нефти. Нефтяное пятно достигло площади 75 тысяч квадратных километров, что составляет около 5% площади Мексиканского залива. И несмотря на оперативные действия служб спасения США, около 40% нефти осталось в морской экосистеме и на прибрежной полосе. Проблем, с которыми столкнулся наш мир, довольно много. Разрушение озонового слоя, глобальное потепление, загрязнение мирового океана, загрязнение воздуха, недостаток питьевой воды, уничтожение тропических лесов, опустынивание территорий, уменьшение биоразнообразия, истощение природных ресурсов, Однако причина у этих техногенных катастроф одна. Это потребительское отношение человека к планете, ее ресурсам, другим живым существам и, более того, уже друг к другу. Ни одна из вышеперечисленных проблем не решается изолированно. Их можно решать только комплексно при условии изменения вектора нашего общества в сторону созидательного формата и восприятия Земли как нашего общего дома, как единого живого организма, клетками которого мы являемся. Сегодня проект «Созидательное общество» объединяет весь потенциал ученых Земли, чтобы найти пути решения для противостояния усиливающимся катаклизмам на планете. Я была поражена достоверностью фактов, указанных в докладах, сделанных для Rotary International о будущем человечества. Они все опираются только на научные гипотезы, подкреплены фактами и расчетами ведущих ученых в разных областях и странах. Это легко отследить по приведенным ссылкам на источники в открытом доступе сети интернет. Сегодня все проблемы управления глобальной экологической системой связаны в один глобальный клубок, и ответ на них должен быть глобальным. Даже крупные державы не справятся с ними в одиночку. Причем времени на изменение ситуации у человечества осталось мало. По оптимистичным сценариям это одно поколение, по пессимистичным сценариям мы уже прошли точку невозврата.
Thank you very much to all the experts who worked on this report. No one has ever looked at the problem of ecology in such a multifaceted approach. This is an excellent example of bringing together experts from different fields of sight, thanks to which we could see the picture holistically. Dear friends, record your feedback, video feedback about what you heard in the forum and post it on your social media networks, or send it to info@creativesociety.com. Now, we bring to your attention a unique new format of timeless spoken word from a popular musician and songwriter and performer from California, Roy Starr Soundseek. For centuries, our humanity has been dealing with the same problems that consumer format has created for us. And to break this spiral of silence, we need someone to start speaking the truth about what's really going on and the output we have. Timeless spoken word is a message and a call to all of us from Roy Starr Soundseek. In essence, it's an appeal to all of humanity. Let's listen.
For thousands of years, we've changed borders, slogans, and officials, but we've never managed to wipe the slate clean. The same rallying cries, posters, and news lines explain to us what it is we should die for today, for faith, for a name, for someone's idea, for glory, for freedom, for power, for a patch of land. It'll all be forgotten. For time will erase all names and fame, all triumphs and goals, leaving nothing but. For thousands of years, we, the entire mankind, with our blood and our mind, with our strength, our breath, and the time of our lives, we pay the maniacs stung by power for the fruits of their ambitious desires, for their rabid, ravenous greed. We pay with our hearts, with our mothers, with our daughters. Absently, we lead our sons for the slaughter, all for the sake of some tyrant to say, "It is I who have conquered this land." In the media, we read excuses for the murders. Hang in there, feebly they say to us. But let me ask you, my friend, honestly, voice the truth. How much is your life worth to you? Tell me, is a handful of land worth a child's life? worth our blood and strife, worth the grief and pain in the human heart? You see, this blind strife happens not in the wilds, but in the field of yourself, in the field of your views and ideas, your judgments. Haven't you noticed that? They move us from here to there like pawns, while we keep standing without a squeak, humbly waiting for someone to speak, someone who can no longer bear it. So he'll start speaking and shouting about what we all can't be silent about. What's inside us like a storm willing to burst out. There's no right and left in this world. There's no me and you. It's just people on this earth. We all want to live and we don't want to die. We are called to live, not to kill. So why do we need such a world where life is not valued? A world where we'll be finished by the climate or by our own sense of pride misalignment. After all, better is the world where life is valued, where life is favorable for all, and where the goal is the same. The clear format of creative society is to the benefit of all, undeniably. For this motto is a sunrise of humanity. But that's when the human in us will flourish. We will discover ourselves, and our talents to create will be encouraged. The key to change our life are in the 8 foundations, which are to be embedded into the constitutions of nations, so that the vastness of creation, the whole world must be turned into a beautiful garden for us to live in an abundant oasis. It's easy to change the format of our world. We just need to start spreading the word. And that's why we have to proclaim with high speed that the creative society is what we all need. That's why I tell you, do speak. Because the word that arises from within will have the oppression of silent skin. Today, our survival is only in unity. It's the only way and solution for humanity. So I ask you now, tell everyone you meet, for humanity's evolution, the creative society is what we need. The creative society, we need to make it a reality.
For those who just joined the live stream, we would like to remind that right now you are watching an international forum, Global Crisis, Our Survival is in Unity, which is being translated into 150 languages by volunteers from around the world. These 150 languages are spoken by 90% of the world's population. To learn more about the Creative Society project, please visit creativesociety.com. The world is now sinking into the abyss of a global economic crisis, exacerbated by a worsening geopolitical situation and increasing climatic disasters. Traditional tools to stabilize the world economy are no longer working. This time, we should not expect or hope that a recovery will follow the economic downturn. We will not be able to revive the current economic system. Now, we will show you why.
To thinking that after an economic crisis, there is a turn, and that we need to adapt to new conditions and wait. Each of us hopes the crisis will not affect us or that we will be able to prepare for it. But this time, it will be different. There is no hiding from the impending collapse, even in the most developed country, even with enough money and high-paying jobs. It no longer matters Whether you are the head of a company or a top expert, this crisis won't spare anyone. Why is there a global economic crisis today? And what awaits us in the future? Even the strongest economies in the world are experiencing an inflationary shock. The prices for all in inflation. During the pandemic, more than $15.5 trillion were printed in the USA and 2.5 trillion euros in Europe. This injection of money led to inflation, a reduction in the purchasing power of the population, and a price spike. In a market economy, the quantity of goods and services has to be balanced by the money supply. If there is more money, it simply devalues, and this leads to higher prices for all goods and services. In an attempt to contain inflation this year, national banks of different countries are raising interest rates. This means that in each country, the cost of all credit is becoming more expensive for both businesses and consumers. This situation is superimposed on a critical rise in global debt. In 2021, the world plunged into a debt crisis. World debt has increased by an unprecedented $77 trillion, and it amounts to 350%. External debts of countries account for 1/3 of this debt. The main debt increase has taken place in the USA and China. In China, this has caused a mortgage crisis which has shaken the economy. 30% of mortgages are bad debts which will never be repaid. Chinese developers are demolishing entire blocks of new buildings because the utility cost of unsold flats is borne by the developers, which is unprofitable. How will rising debt and inflation affect economies of different countries? Because of rising interest rates, countries will have to pay higher interest rates on government loans. This means that our taxes, that is our money, will go not to improving our lives, social benefits, medicine, but to the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, and other financial institutions from which our country has. The economic crisis continues to intensify because of the geopolitics that have triggered the energy crisis around the world. The world economy is going through a precipitous decline. How will this affect our lives? The economic crisis will soon lead the whole world into stagflation. What does it mean? Against the background of skyrocketing inflation, prices of goods and products will rise manifold, production will drop, jobs will be extremely difficult to find, and wages will shrink. Many goods and products will become scarce, and some of them will disappear altogether. This will lead to starvation, power shortages, and fuel shortages. Today, poverty is the norm of our world. According to World Bank statistics, almost half the world's population lives on less than $5.50 a day. That's $165 a month. With this amount, people must not only provide themselves with food, but also pay for utilities, rent, basic necessities, and medicines. Obviously, it is impossible for people to survive on this money. In developed countries, poverty problems won't live in poverty. In Great Britain, 14.5 million. In Germany, 13.8 million people. In Japan, 20 million. The highest level of poverty in these countries is child poverty. In the US, 1 in 6 children live in a poor family. In the United Kingdom, 1 in 3. In Germany, 1 in 5. In Japan, 1 in 8 children. Poor families cannot provide their children neither with proper nutrition, nor medicine, nor education. The paradox is that in our consumer society, over 70% of people are living in poverty or at a survival level, while 1% of the population owns more capital than the rest of people on the planet. And their capital continues to grow every minute. Even in times of crisis, the rich get richer and the poor gets poorer. The very model of the modern economy creates this inequality. In the current model, the wealth of some people is accumulated only at the expense of the impoverishment of others. The economy of the consumer society doesn't work any other way. This is the essence of the modern consumerist format of society. There is enormous amount of money and resources in the world, but also an enormous number of poor people. The coming economic crisis will push billions of people around the world below the poverty line. Insecurity, turmoil, and uncertainty will be increasing in every country. Uncontrollable public unrest will begin. So what is the real cause of this global economic collapse? The real reason is the current economic system. It doesn't just drive us into crises, it creates them. It creates inequality, poverty, inflation, and instability. Nowadays, the economic system is particularly destructive as our world enters a cycle of severe climate disasters. Climate losses are rising in every country, amounting to hundreds of billions of dollars. Climate disasters are increasing exponentially. Based on our mathematical model of climate change drawn up by the international team of scientists, by 2030, global GDP will not be able to cover all losses from destructive climate cataclysms. That means that in 6 to 7 years, there will be a total collapse of the world economy. Every one of us will lose everything. We'll no longer have electricity, heating, water, housing, food, or medicines. Climate disasters will simply put an end to our habitual life. Can we prevent this catastrophic situation? If we don't take drastic measures, it will only get worse. We can't find a solution in today's economic model. It's like patching up holes in a sinking ship. It will sink anyway. The artificial system created by people. We need to change the current economic system in order to survive. We need a new model that can create stability and security for every person on Earth, a model that serves all people, not just the 1%. To find a way out of this impending, experts from different economic and related fields from all over the world have come together. A model of the creative society economy has been developed with another key principle in mind: to provide security and a high standard of living for every person on Earth. It is predictable, stable, unified, planned worldwide economy in which there is no inflation and prices are fixed. In such an economic model, there are no taxes for people, small or medium-sized businesses, and credits are given without interest. In this model, everyone will have a high universal basic income, free housing, free high-quality healthcare and education. The economy of the creative society will create a single high standard of living for every person, where everything works to meet the needs and comfort of all people. In order to implement this working model, we need to combine the efforts of specialists, business, and science. But first of all, we need to create a public demand for the creative society from the majority of people. Because changes of this scale can only be brought with a direct participation, desire, and consent of each and every person. It depends solely on us what kind of world we will live in tomorrow.
Greetings, dear viewers. What you've just seen is not a Hollywood movie, but a reality of today's life. Most of these crises are already visible. One of them, which we still tend to underestimate and don't want to admit to ourselves, is food crisis. And what is even scarier is that hunger is being created artificially. And unfortunately, if we do not change the consumer format of society, it's what awaits us all. Modern economic system of the consumer format is designed so as to create crisis, inflation, and wars. All wealth and resources in this system belong to a small percentage of people. It is even called the economy of the 1%. Meanwhile, the rest of the people become poorer and can afford to buy fewer and fewer goods. The economy loses consumer demand and the recession begins. And this causes people to become even poorer and money to flow even more to the pyramid, to the so-called 1%. This is the economic system itself creates poverty, and poverty creates hunger. This is the standard mechanism of the consumer format. However, there are factors that are now further exacerbating this system, and these factors lie at the level of geopolitics. The first factor is the climate agenda, which aims to reduce CO2 emissions. Under this cover, a situation is created to reduce the amount of food on Earth. For example, the Netherlands, which is the second largest supplier of food in the world, decided to reduce nitrogen emissions. And this has led to a reduction in agriculture. Farmers find themselves in a situation where it is not economically profitable for them to produce agricultural products and raise livestock. Either they are burdened with high climate taxes, or they are given quotas for permitted emissions. The second factor is the development of expensive green energy and geopolitical decisions, which has led to a soaring of electricity and fertilizer prices. Farmers and companies in the agriculture are practically unable to. Their business is no longer profitable, and similar situation can be observed in many other countries, including Germany, Canada, and Australia. This year, we have not yet felt the consequences of this situation because we are still living off the last year's harvest. But next year, there will be no such volume of harvest. And already this winter, we will be experiencing a shortage of common products in stores because of the electricity prices. It is already unprofitable to grow food in greenhouses and store it in refrigerators. We will have a delayed problem, which we will gradually begin to feel already. Basic food products will disappear. These are likely to be vegetables, fruits, and meat, because it will be absolutely unprofitable to produce them. Let's simulate a situation. Taking all factors into account, what will this lead to? Our economy is collapsing, and we are entering a severe economic crisis. People are getting poorer and poorer. Consumer demand is dropping rapidly. In parallel, there is a geopolitical crisis, and we find ourselves in a situation where producers can't produce and buyers can't buy. Even if there is demand, there is no money. What will be the result? The food market is divided among three huge global corporations. These corporations are owned by two global financial funds which own each other. And of course, they are all owned by that very 1% we talked about earlier. Now, let's imagine this situation There are far fewer goods in the world. Prices are getting higher and higher. Do you think corporations will take food around the world so that there is enough for all people? Of course not. In a consumer format where profit is the main goal, this is not going to happen. Governments in our consumer format will also not take care of hungry people in their country. Through these corporations, governments will only sell products to those who give them more money. Eventually, some countries will be left without the ability to get normal food at all. And some of the countries that will still have more or less solvent demand will buy food at very high prices. As a result, people will not be able to get these products anywhere else. Now, add to these factors the climatic situation, which has already been felt by all countries this year. The climate will exacerbate the geopolitical, energy, and financial situation, and things will only get worse. This means that we will have no production, no money, no agriculture, and no fertilizers, without which we cannot grow anything. And in a very short time, we come to the point where simply we will have no food. So how do we solve this problem? There is no solution in the consumer format at all, because there is no equal redistribution of food, and there is no goal for providing food for people either. So either the situation will escalate to the level of a food war between countries, God forbid that, or we will have what we are foretold, a mass starvation and famine. This situation would indeed be hopeless. But we have an answer and a solution: the economy of the creative society. A change in the economic model will completely eliminate the artificial factors that are now leading us to starvation. There will be no crisis, no inflation, no wars, no poverty. Everyone will have a high unconditional basic income and be able to buy as much as food as they need. Businesses would be free from taxes, interest on loans, and would have access to the most advanced technologies. Political pressure on farmers and agriculture companies would disappear. We'll allow agriculture to expand and develop at a new technological level. And the new technologies will enable us to provide food for people even when the climate gets worse. Later in the forum, we will tell you how this will be implemented already in the transition period to the creative society. Thank you.
Dear viewers, right now you are watching live the International Forum, Global Crisis, Our Survival is in Unity, with simultaneous interpretation in 150 languages. Today the forum will learn about the true causes of catastrophic climate change, the critical state of our ecology, why the world economy will no longer recover, and why hunger threatens everyone. Stay tuned. Next, you'll see the premiere of the film The Diary of the Last Man. You'll find out which prophecies have already come true. We realize we have covered many heavy topics today, but you have the right to know the truth. Stay with us. We'll be talking a lot more about the solution and the perspectives that will open up for everyone in the near future. People can no longer remain silent about the problems we see in today's society and about the need to unite to solve these problems. This is what the famous Cuban band Buena Fe song is about, which they wrote and performed especially for our forum today. The song is called Cuánta Más, which means how much more suffering and catastrophe does humanity need to endure to realize that it's time to change the world. And even though it seems that each of us is just a tiny flame, together we are a huge tsunami of love, and we will save the world and make it truly beautiful.
Hola gente linda, somos Buena Fe y queremos enviarle un saludo a lo global. Nuestra salvación está en la unión y así pensamos, no hay de otra. El mundo como va por un mal camino y no hay otra cosa que unirnos y ser cada día mejores personas.
Luchar contra el egoísmo, contra todo lo que le haga daño al otro. Un abrazo muy grande, cuenten con nosotros siempre. Ahí está esta canción, Cuánto Más. Se lo regalamos desde aquí, desde La Habana, Cuba. Ojalá que podamos salir adelante desde la solidaridad y la cooperación. Un abrazo grande.
Cuánto más hará falta el sermón del poder del amor. Cuántas veces se invoca la paz y a la conciliación. Cuánto tiempo invertido en forjar una idea del respeto. Que una vida siempre importe más que suntuosos objetos. Cuántos más libros, audios, películas son necesarios. Del mismo destino de los dinosaurios y otras guerras que nuevas catástrofes, cuanto más crueles, como masa de nuevos caínes sintiéndose, cuanto más, abismos, dilemas sustanciales de un sistema que acepta el rey Midas de una humanidad suicida. Fuego parece tan pequeño, pero a veces por efecto dominó se esparce, expande y crece y alumbra, blanquea toda justa y nueva idea donde ingenio y rendimiento favorezcan nacimiento. Comienza conmigo, que mi abrazo sea tu abrigo. No hay ganador si muere el y galimatías de tabular las almas, como si fueran mercancías. La lluvia y la nieve, gotas que montañas mueve. Hará falta un gran ciclón que transforme este relieve. Que la ciencia prevalezca por sobre las soldadescas. Y si toca ser soldado, en defensa de olvidado, comienza conmigo, que mi abrazo sea tu abrigo. No hay ganador si muere el mar.
The depth of your soul, you can feel how much understanding, wisdom, and personal experience is. Indeed, As has been said, in order to change the terrain of this consumerist format, it is necessary to bring all people together. How much longer will we allow the consumer society to turn us into slaves? How long, tactics, consent will this lawlessness continue? How many more wars do we need in order to realize that wars only happen because of our inaction, because we continue to support the consumerist format? And yet, all wars have the same causes. Let's learn more about that.
Over the past 5,000 years of human history, there have been no wars on Earth for only 292 years. And since the end of World War II, humanity has had only 26 days of peace. Wars have taken 3,640,000,000 lives. That's almost half of the world's population today. War has always been an integral part of the consumerist format of society, in which profit is the primary value, and war is the instrument to achieve it. War is a business, the most profitable business. Wars are resources, new markets, territories, money, and power. Who do you think benefits from this? The nations that don't even have the money to fight these wars? No. It only benefits the corporations that have become so powerful, they de facto run our nations. They are interested in continuous income, so they need endless wars. And do you know who pays for all this? Do you think it's them? No, it is paid for by all of us people. Remember, wars don't happen. They are created, and created ahead of time. Wars are planned decades before a direct armed confrontation, and the fighting is just the culmination of this plot. Starting a war requires convincing the public of the necessity of the war and of the right to a preemptive strike to avoid possibly worse consequences. Accordingly, anyone who wants to start a war will try to convince the public that war is necessary to improve the deteriorating situation within the country. Anyone who tries to start a war must convince the public that it will be easy and that the victory will be swift, inevitable, and inexpensive. In practice, this means convincing people that the cost of the nation will be small and the risk of escalation will be controllable, and the likely outcome can be easily anticipated. To achieve these goals, 10 simple but very effective techniques are used. Their effectiveness has been tested over the centuries, tested in more than one war from the time of the Sumerians to the present day. They guarantee a result without fail, and so they are used by both the aggressor and the victim side. Now, you will hear them and finally learn how even the most peace-loving man is persuaded to wage war. 10 principles of military propaganda. The first principle: we don't want war, we defend ourselves. To conduct war propaganda, the first thing that you must do is convince your own people that we didn't want war. It is the others, they who have started the war or are planning to start it any day now. We, on the other hand, are forced to defend ourselves. The use of this principle can be seen in almost every single war. The main thing is to convince people that the bad guys hate us and have already started or are prepared to start first. A suitable political assassination, an attack, an act of terrorism, etc., can be tucked in as proof. Feeling revenge is a simple and effective way to channel citizens' rage. The second principle: the enemy alone is responsible for starting the war. The third principle: the leader of the enemy is the devil and truly evil. The enemy gets a face, and it is now the object of hatred. It is not necessary to force hatred of the entire nation. Of the enemy is personified in order to show its population that the head of the leader or of the others is a mentally ill, deranged, and corrupt man. The fourth principle: we defend a noble cause, not private interest. The economic and geopolitical goals of the war are carefully disguised. The defense of moral values, democracy, freedom of the nation are brought to the forefront. That is, the goals of war are noble: to save the people from suffering, to destroy terrorist bases, to prevent the spread of weapons of mass destruction, or overthrow a bloody dictatorial regime. The fifth principle: the enemy is brutal. Stories of the enemy's atrocities are one of the critical points of propaganda. Only the enemy commits atrocities. Principle 6: we don't commit atrocities. We go to war like knights. We fight by the rules. The seventh: hide our own losses and exaggerate those of the enemy. The eighth principle: this principle involves the creative and scientific intelligentsia in supporting the war effort. The ninth principle: religious idolization of the war effort. Slogans are used. Our cause is holy. God is with us. The enemy will burn in hell. The 10th principle: extreme conviction. Questions our propaganda is abating the enemy. You are either with us or you are against us. Any opposition is excluded. The leader of the country is identified with the whole country. The interests of that leader are the interests of that country. If you are dissatisfied with our leader, you are against the country. The effectiveness of these principles is guaranteed by the total monopolization of the media, which makes it impossible to obtain information from other alternative sources. Thus, verifying the reliability of information being broadcast becomes almost impossible. Weakening of the victim. In addition to the ideological conditioning of the population, work is also carried out to weaken the victim. Depending on desired results, methods of weakening can be applied in stages or simultaneously. For your safety, we recommend that you memorize them. A typical tool that is used is a color revolution, followed by a country's leadership change, the appointment of a puppet government, destabilization of the economic and political situation, and plundering of the country's assets and resources. Modern armed conflicts increasingly use hybrid methods of warfare long before active military action begins. The aggressor state secretly, without a formal declaration of war, destabilizes the administration apparatus, the economy, the army, and even the cultural sphere by introducing to the people as well as the rules and norms in the country of the victim, to the advantage of that very aggressor. An essential component of hybrid warfare is dragging the country into debilitating military expenditures by creating local conflicts in bordering and strategically important regions. These so-called gray zones are created by separating part of the bordering territories from the country through armed clashes and creating separate republics, which subsequently exist for decades and are points of conflict escalation. Gray zones are like red buttons around the world that can be pressed at any time to unleash an armed conflict. And even the signing of a peace treaty does not guarantee peaceful life in these zones. Today, any territory in the world can become a gray zone just because someone benefits from it. And when all the conditions have been created, one spark, one provocation is enough to start full-scale hostilities. Such a provocation can be shelling on the border, assassination of a prominent political figure, you name it. Of the U.S. military, I declare that war is the most terrible phenomenon in our society. It leads to the destruction of human lives, individual cities, and entire countries. In effect, the severing of supply chains and the destruction of production facilities and infrastructure set the nations back decades, if not hundreds of years. But if for some people war is a misfortune, for others, it is an opportunity to make money, as cynical as it may sound. And the primary source of revenue in war is armaments. Global military spending is rising for the 7th year in a row, reaching $2,113 billion in 2021 alone. That means that someone is constantly preparing for war or already engaged in warfare. It is essential to understand that weapons buyers are mostly countries, but the sellers are mostly private companies. So how does a manufacturer manage to convince governments to buy their weapons? The fact is that decisions in most countries are made by politicians, while the principal customers that make such requests are military industrialists. As a rule, schemes to bribe politicians and lobby for decisions and laws are used to ensure that decisions are made in their favor. Thus, the state serves the interest of arms manufacturers. And companies in the military are interested in keeping the war going, because if the wars stop, they will lose their multi-billion-dollar businesses. The more military conflicts on the planet, the more profits corporations make. Why is it possible to carry out such deals and remain unpunished? Because it is all hidden under the national security seal, and the participants are protected from scrutiny. The mere expediency of producing weapons has already raised many questions. Not only do we continue to spend resources on inventing means of killing each other, but we also continue to produce something that will be destroyed one way or another. It doesn't matter if it is one bullet, $1 million missile. If someone wants to get rid of money, why not make fireworks? At least they're pretty. Even better, invest in healthcare, technology. After all, the same MRI machine costs much less than missiles. Only a missile kills while an MRI machine helps save lives for decades. Imagine how much good would do people if the money for one cruise missile was spent on 13 MRI machines instead. Armaments are not the only lucrative scenarios. There are others. Every war has another side, a shadow side. Human trafficking and exploitation in various forms are carried out under the guise of war. Forced labor, including sexual exploitation, slavery, and the forced removal of organs. People who participate in such schemes and benefit from it are also interested in the continuation of war. The production and trafficking of drugs, the profits from which go to maintain and finance by corrupting officials and infiltrating the ruling circles of government, are increasing sharply. Taking advantage of martial law, enterprises and industries, private property and businesses are being nationalized, assets are being frozen, and bank accounts blocked. Other people's property is easily seized under simple propaganda. It's not enough to accuse a company or a business owner of collaborating with the enemy, and all assets are immediately taken over by others. In times of war, it is possible to eliminate a competitor without hindrance or to destroy the production capacity of a business or industry. As a result, the right people take over large and important companies. Profit is extracted from everything. For the first time, global military spending exceeds $2 trillion annually. That means governments have paid $2 trillion of our tax money to various corporations producing weapons and military equipment. At the same time, people are being persuaded that the increase in spending is due to the country's need to strengthen its defense. But in reality, behind this is the desire of corporations to make even more money by expanding their markets. Simply put, the more military conflicts on the planet, the more profits the corporations make. There is an even greater reason why war of society will never stop. And this reason lies in the very essence of the consumerist format of economy. For the economy to continue to exist, it periodically needs a reset created by war. In order to continue to function, today's economy must continually grow. If there is no growth, there will be an economic crisis, and rising prices, unemployment, and impoverishment. This happens because the economy is overflowing with money not backed by commodity production. As a result, money loses value, prices rise, and inflation accelerates. The economy is built in such a way that money and capital are constantly flowing to a small group of people who owns the majority of the world's wealth. At the same time, the rest of the population is getting poorer and world demand is falling, which stops the economy's growth and creates another crisis. The economy comes to a standstill. Everything is there, but most people cannot buy food and necessary goods. People find themselves in unbearable living conditions. Discontent grows and uncontrolled protests erupt, threatening the loss of power to a small group of individuals. In order to retain their power, a war mechanism is launched, necessitated by the need to reset the economy. How does war relate to resetting the economy, you may ask? War requires increased production of weapons, destroys the infrastructure and industry in countries where hostilities begin, and consequently frees up markets for the corporations owned by this small group of people. Why destroy entire cities? Infrastructure, communications, resource extraction facilities, and the energy complex, all in order to redistribute spheres of influence and make money on that reconstruction. That allows them to increase their capital even further, expanding their spheres of influence and increase their control over the population. The war in the consumer format creates the conditions for a small group of individuals to continue to get rich. The only thing is, we 99% of humanity is. Not only do we pay for the war with our lives, but we also sponsor it ourselves by paying taxes and buying all kinds of goods and services. After all, the prices of goods includes taxes that go into the national budgets from which loans for military expenditures are repaid, which not only we, but even our children and grandchildren will have to pay for. We could have chosen to spend this money on equally expensive but peaceful projects, finding a cure for cancer or solving the hunger problem. But no one is asking people. More than anything else, war demonstrates that people are subservient and slavery has not disappeared. In our consumerist format of society, war will never stop. It is a part of the economy, a means of increasing capital and strengthening the power of a small group of people. In the consumerist format, it has always been and will always be so. So how to break this vicious circle? Not paying taxes will not fix the problem at its root. By buying any goods or service, we contribute to the economy of the consumption format, the economy of war. Neither can we stop buying. These are the conditions of a consumer society. If we do not change the format of our society and the present-day economy, wars will continue. So the only way out is to change this model of society from a consumerist society to a creative one, where the economy will be stable and aimed at ensuring a quality of life for every single person. The whole society will make decisions on socially important, socially significant, and economic issues. When conditions in society change and the economy's functioning changes, wars will simply cease to be necessary. So I ask you, stop the war, support the creative society.
— 2036 год — это не основное, что мы хотим сказать. Нам плевать на эту дату. Не стоит зацикливаться на разрыве в Марианской впадине и падении Луны, потому что самое страшное случится гораздо раньше. 2036 год — это дата гибели нашей планеты. Дожить до этой даты не получится ни у кого. Это невозможно. Ни один человек в мире не сможет это увидеть. Это и есть самое главное, что мы хотим сказать. Мы, как человек, сдохнем гораздо раньше из-за своей глупости и бесчеловечности. Мы сегодня не можем договориться и стать на тропу решения. Мы разделяемся, в то время пока над каждым из нас висит меч, климатический цербер. А то, что сдохнем мы все, это точно. Давайте не будем лгать себе и друг другу. Должно быть в человеке человеческого убито практически все. Сегодня мы нещадно уничтожаем друг друга. Мы погрязли в ненависти, конфликтах, эгоизме. Мы все разделены. Климат спровоцирует и усугубит все социальные, политические и экономические кризисы. Войны, эпидемии, голод, массовые беспорядки, хаос и безумие захлестнут планету. Никто никому не придет на помощь. Ни одна страна, ни одна армия и ни одна служба не способны будут справиться с воцарившимся безумием. На бумаге изложено, какими мы должны быть. В религиях изложено, какими мы могли бы быть. Но в условиях вседозволенности убивать будут все. И мы должны это учитывать. В потребительском формате сильные будут убивать слабых. А на сильных найдутся более сильные. А на более сильных найдутся самые умные. Но даже на самых умных есть климатический цербер, который поставит точку. И мы к этому совершенно не готовы. Знаете почему? Давайте посмотрим правде в глаза. Как наше внимание уводят от проблем с климатом. Когда стали нарастать климатические катастрофы по всему миру, об этом сразу говорят мировые СМИ. И тут же все было прикрыто на 2 года пандемией, а затем угрозой ядерной войны. СМИ вообще не отражают реальной картины происходящих климатических катастроф. Может, хватит дурью маяться? Если мы не построим созидательное общество, то мы поубиваем друг друга за кусок хлеба и глоток воды. Почему так произойдет? Все просто. Посмотрите, как ведут себя люди в экстремальных ситуациях, во время военных действий или природных катастроф. Паника забирает больше жизней, чем сама катастрофа. Люди в страхе за свою жизнь безжалостно уничтожают друг друга, просто чтобы продлить свою жизнь хотя бы еще на 1 день. Что становится самым ценным в такой ситуации? Еда, вода и какой-то кров. Давайте вспомним самые известные случаи массового голода за последние 100 лет. 1921 год. Поволжье, Россия. Людям пришлось есть траву, грязь, насекомых, кошек, собак, глину, конскую упряжь, падаль, шкуры животных и в итоге прибегнуть к людоедству. Очень многие люди ели членов своих семей и охотились за человеческим мясом. О случаях людоедства сообщали в милицию, но она ничего не могла сделать, поскольку людоедство стало методом выживания. Сообщал, милиционеры были вынуждены защищать кладбища, атакуемые голодными толпами. Существуют также доказательства того, что люди убивали брошенных детей, чтобы поесть. 1932 год. Голодомор в Украине. Во время Голодомора в Украине было широко распространено людоедство. Люди сбивались в банды, убивали членов своих семей и ели мертвых детей. Во время Голодомора подавляющее большинство людей из-за массового голода сошли с ума. 1958 год. Великий китайский голод. Согласно официальной статистике, погибло около 15 миллионов человек, а согласно неофициальным данным, около 45 миллионов. Полицейские отчеты подробно описывают конкретные случаи каннибализма. Люди потеряли все нравственные принципы и часто питались человеческим мясом. Некоторые родители не решались убить своего ребенка самостоятельно, обменивались с детьми и ели чужих. Каннибализм строго карался властями, но вопреки этому продолжался. Большая часть пищи в Китае была именно человечиной, и некоторые районы страны были заселены людоедами. Каннибализм во время этого голода был назван беспрецедентным случаем в истории 20 века. 1994 год. КНДР. Люди от голода сходили с ума и даже убивали и съедали собственных младенцев. Грабили могилы и поедали трупы. Родители были в панике, их детей могли похитить, убить и продать в виде мяса. Вокруг лишь голод, голод, голод. Люди сейчас не представляют, что такое голод. Острое чувство голода практически превращало людей в зверей. Это всего лишь малая часть вопиющих примеров. Может показаться, что голод не коснулся цивилизованных стран. Тогда напомню вам о массовых голодоморах в Европе и Америке в 1930-х годах. Да, об этом не особо распространяются и стараются скрыть подлинную информацию о масштабах и количестве жертв. Но я уверен, если вы поищете в своей стране случаи голода и связанных с ним случаев каннибализма, то обязательно найдете для себя дополнительные доказательства. Никто сейчас не застрахован от голода. Больше нет безопасных, цивилизованных стран. Можно предположить, что за последние 100 лет человек изменился, сделал выводы, и подобного уже не повторится. Тогда давайте посмотрим, что было на Филиппинах в 2013 году после тайфуна Йоланда. На Гаити после землетрясения в 2021 году и в Пакистане после наводнения в этом году. Не повторился ли там этот сценарий? Со слов очевидцев, люди от страха и паники отбирали еду и воду друг у друга насильственным способом. Это все происходило в схватке продовольствия, то есть голод еще даже не наступил. Как 100 лет назад, так и сейчас. Потребительский формат и голод толкают людей на жестокое братоубийство. И вы еще надеетесь на мирный сценарий? Просто напомним, что 85% от мирового запаса огнестрельного оружия находится в частных руках, 2% у правоохранительных органов и 13% у военных. И это наши реалии. Как итог, просто начнут сколачиваться банды в тех местах, где еще можно будет чем-то поживиться или где будет хоть какой-то источник воды. В таком положении дел просто нет шанса выжить. Поймите, не получится как-то порешать и что-то раздобыть для себя и своей семьи. Вот реально. Что человек в обмен на еду? Ну что? Твое барахло? Машина, яхта, дом, драгоценности. Они никому не нужны. Самое ценное, что у тебя есть, это твоя плоть. Лишь плоть имеет значение в этом хаосе. А знаешь почему? Потому что ее можно съесть. Человек, поедающий себе подобных, приступает к последнюю внутреннюю. В нем больше не остается ничего человеческого. А то, что нас готовят именно к такому сценарию, можете даже не сомневаться. Просто посмотрите, чем наполнено информационное пространство. Фильмы, сериалы, статьи, реклама и научные публикации, которые описывают пользу и неизбежность каннибализма. Это началось еще несколько лет назад и продолжает набирать обороты в наше время. Как вы будете себя вести в такой ситуации, если это единственный сценарий, который есть у вас в голове? Мы превратимся в зверей до того, как нас убьет климат. Представь, ты тянешь руку, чтоб тебе помогли, а ее отрезают и съедают вместо того, чтобы спасти. Это страшно. Это реальный зомби-апокалипсис наяву. Это то, что ждет нас в недалеком будущем. Это то, что сделал с каждым из нас потребительский формат. И вот думай теперь, стоит ли того потребительский формат, чтобы так сдохнуть за него? Или же все-таки стоит побороться за жизнь каждого и изменить формат общества на созидательный? Если мы не реализуем созидательное общество, то этот сценарий станет нашей общей реальностью. Хорошо. Если кому-то не нравится созидательное общество, предложите другой вариант решения ситуации. Мы готовы услышать любые предложения. Каждый человек имеет право на свою точку зрения, но она должна быть обоснована, точной, как в математике. Ведь все то, что мы озвучили про климат, это точный прогноз, основанный на математической модели. Но пока вы думаете, время тикает. Климатический Цербер уже на свободе, и уже через каких-то пару лет остановить его будет невозможно. В потребительском формате мы враги друг другу везде. В политике, в экономике, в обществе. Нас разделяли 6000 лет. Пора понять, когда двое дерутся за кусок хлеба, умрут оба. Нужно этот кусок разделить, и только тогда выживут все.
The report we heard at the beginning of our forum provided a clear model and forecast of what awaits humanity and our entire planet in the next few decades, if today. Do we have a realistic idea of what will happen? Some may say that we don't want to imagine such a development or that it's scary. But people must be aware of the future that awaits us all if we do
nothing. So now we propose not just to imagine, but see what will happen on our planet with us and with our loved ones in the near future. If today, with all, we take the path of inertia and silently surrender to the climatic Cerberus.
Now, I understand. We all had a chance. We're sheer idiots for not using it. I regret just one thing, that I did nothing earlier. Hello, diary. This is such bullshit. Maybe the psychologist is the crazy one. Does he really think I can talk to a diary as if to a living person? I can't believe I fell for it. I wonder how it is supposed to rid me of depression. Okay, I'm supposed to talk to the diary as if to a friend. Well, hey there, buddy. Well, nothing comes to mind. Although, I got fired. I have no money. How am I supposed to pay the mortgage, insurance, and my children's college? No idea. Fucked up world. The only thing that helps me keep my head above water is the family. I'll do anything for them. My psychologist said I should write down what's bothering me. So what's really bothering me? A constant sense of anxiety, fear. I'm afraid that tomorrow I'll have nothing to feed my family. These thoughts are so crushing. Prices are skyrocketing. The world is going to the dogs day by day. What will happen tomorrow? It's a question. Yay, I got a great job offer. It was unexpected. I'll be automating engineering systems in a bunker somewhere high in the mountains for a rich guy. It looks like the client is thinking about a doomsday arc. He's paranoid. They made me sign a Such a long separation from Eve and the children makes me anxious again. I wonder why this paranoiac needs a bunker in the mountains on another continent. Why not in the basement under his villa? He's spending tons of money. Perhaps I should figure it out. I tried to figure out what's going on with the climate and got even more confused. Here's what we have. Record-breaking cataclysms took place in some regions. Some scientists sound the alarm and say that by the end of the century, temperature will rise by 2 degrees across the planet, and it's humanity's fault. Others say the climate was always changing, so nothing terrible is happening. Meanwhile, they show on TV that budgets should be increased to fight CO2. They propose to raise taxes. They just want another excuse to rip people off. But the climate really is changing. I tried to figure out what's going on with the climate and got even more confused. Here's what we have. Record-breaking cataclysms took place in some regions. Some scientists sound the alarm and say that by the end of the century, temperature will rise by
activities across the planet, and it's humanity's fault. Others say the climate was changing, so nothing terrible is happening. Meanwhile, they show on TV that budgets should be increased to fight CO2. They propose to raise taxes. They just want another excuse to rip people off. The climate really is changing. There are also crazies who are scared people, saying that will remain on the planet 14 years. Something is supposedly wrong with the core, some kind of radiation from outer space. They suggest a way out. We should unite and build. What is it called? The Creative Society. Sounds good for sure, but looks unrealistic. The client has changed the deadline once more. Damn it. No vacation for me again. I'm tired of sitting here. It's a good thing they have doubled my salary, though. When the contract is over, we'll even be a new house and a car. That's unexpected. Cool. I miss Eve and children like hell. We watch TV. They show some climate disasters every day. As there's nothing else to show. Several severe hurricanes, but probably nothing unusual. What's all the fuss about? Everyone has gadgets these days. People film all the time. It looks like there are many disasters. I don't think anything to worry about, although I have to admit that there is ever-increasing destruction. I've come across this post about the Yellowstone volcano today. They say something is wrong with it. There are earthquakes. Although we do come across many comments that people are just being hysterical. Nothing new there. The strange thing is there's too much destruction from earthquakes now. Doesn't really match their scale. I mean, some conspiracy theories say that governments report data to a panic. People come up with such nonsense. Earthquake destroyed a whole city. Tried to find posts of those crazies who had predicted the apocalypse, but found nothing. All links were removed for some reason. dance and remain calm. Are they afraid of something? The bunker is almost done, but supplies are delayed. Everyone left. Just 4 of us remain to fine-tune the automation system. We're waiting for supplies, but it's unclear when they will come since logistics are screwed. I really want to see my family soon. They called yesterday. He says Marcus has been missing school for 2 weeks. People are sick because there's an envelope of migrants from different countries to ours. They come barefoot and hungry and bring epidemics. Where the heck did so many of them come from? They say there are millions at the border. Why not stay home? Get back to your countries. We have plenty of our own problems. I asked Steve why they don't show this on TV. How does the government respond to that? But the connection was cut. I had to come up to the surface, but the hurricane was so wild that I couldn't even go out. What is going on there? I feel that something's wrong. Maybe they don't tell everything on the news. I get my money, I'll go back home. It's time to move. Somewhere as far as possible from the border. We finally finished the job. I wait to see my family. 4 years of preparation. My God, the kids must be all grown up. So tired. We had no time off the last 2 weeks, helping to unload endless boxes with food, clothes, and hygiene items. He needs so much. It's enough for children and grandchildren here. He'll fly in tomorrow, inspect our work, pay us off, and I'll go back home as fast as I can. First thing I'll do, Steve, many times over, happiness does exist. We've waited all day long, but our client didn't come. We can't get through to him. The internet cuts from time to time. Eve writes some wild stuff. Last week, they had hail the size of a pumpkin. It was Mom. What the hell is that? It holes in the roofs. My family barely had time to hide in the basement. The car is gone. Just a piece of metal remains. And our neighbor, Bill, died. I have no words. Even now helping to take care of his kids. What is happening in the world? We finally got a message from the client's office this afternoon. His airplane crashed due to turbulence. The bunker owner and the entire crew died. It turns out the office staff knows nothing about the bunker project. Promised to contact us. Shit! Who's gonna pay us now? And who's gonna pick us up? We're screwed. It's totally fucked. It seems we've been here a whole eternity. No one picks up the phone at the office. We contacted the emergency service, but some crazy shit is happening here. We're the least of their problems. They say all of their equipment is being used to extinguish fires and patrol the streets. They told us to wait. They'll evacuate us as soon as they can. I read on the news that all of this year's crops, our city started rationing food sales. I'm losing my temper more and more often. It's like I'm going to have outbursts of anger and fury. Jack complains that no one is going to get us out of here. The government doesn't care at all. They'll be saving their own asses. It's not a bed of roses here, and this jerk is making it even worse. In short, we had a huge fight the other day. Famine and unemployment started in our city. I wrote Eve warn her not to open the door to it and keep the lights off in the eve. More and more gangs have been appearing in the streets. Borders have been shut down by the military. People crazy with hunger are trying to get in our country as if we have food. Meanwhile, I haven't canned food here to last several decades. Gosh, I wish I could send at least some of it to my family. Nobody's coming for us. We still don't know what to do. We keep thinking about how to get out of this trap. Guys went out to scout around, but couldn't walk even 5 miles. Came back. It's 200 miles to the closest settlement through the rocks. Meanwhile, horrible news coming from home. One day, no food was left in the shelves. The country is going through an economic crisis because of droughts and massive fires. Rivers are drying up. There are severe water shortages everywhere. Ash and burning smell make it impossible to breathe outside, it's super difficult to find protection. Drinking water is being distributed by ration goods in cities. And what about our government? Our government has waged a war with two countries that want for access to the one which has water. I just can't believe this is happening. Goodness, it's like a nightmare. I hope I wake up soon. It seemed there could be nothing in the heat. But when water came, which everyone was waiting for, it was no longer joy. Endless rain began. Rivers overflowed. A flood swept even through my city and is now washing away everything in its path. I had a short call from Eve. She managed to tell me that the subway was flooded. Sewage is floating in the streets and municipal services are almost functional. There's so much water everywhere that it has nowhere else to go. Then we lost the connection. What's happening there? Looks like the city is doomed. I hope they manage to save their lives. I hope someone helps. All people, good, normal people. I've been trying to reach my family for weeks. My dearest people, but no luck so far. Nobody knows anything about them. I check all the news and search for the photos. It's sheer madness to go completely insane. I read information all the time about what's happening in the world. They scared people, saying that the Gulf Stream would stop. There were plenty of disputes whether it can stop or not. Turns out it can. At one point, it just stopped. And that's it. Now many people are freezing their homes without food and heat. Snows are getting heavier and breaking the power all the way to Rome. Our colleague, Japan, Moro, had a nervous breakdown yesterday at the news of a terrible earthquake in Japan. They say the magnitude was 10. I don't know what's going on, but it is probably hell there. I can say one thing for sure. The world has never seen such destruction. The exact number of victims, possibly hundreds of millions. Memorial wasn't able to contact family. He couldn't contact anyone he knows at all. Today, Memorial disappeared. We searched for him everywhere, but couldn't find him. He probably left. go? Jack and Ali were searching for him. He couldn't have gone far. I stayed at the base to wait for them. A week passed. No one came back. Guys are all fine. I went up, fired a gun, and lit signal fires. My echo. Something to them. Damn it! Am I going to stay here alone? I'm the only one left. And I simply cannot get out of here. What day is today? I've had no communication with Eve for over a year. Satellites are malfunctioning. Communicating outside world and worse. I'm finding out and recording this news in the apocalypse journal, as I call it. Maybe one will read it someday. When the permafrost melted, there were a lot of new epidemics. Apparently, ancient viruses thawed. Whole settlements are being burned down, the symptoms spreading. Volcanic eruptions covered vast areas around the world with ashes. People have nowhere to live and nothing to breathe. Acid rains corrode soils and infrastructure. And groundwater can no longer be grown anywhere. By the way, planes no longer fly. It's not enough air density. They just cannot take off. Who could have it? The sea has gone wild. More and more ships crash right in the marinas because of storms. Toxic gases from the bowels. Poisonous fumes rush to the surface from crevices. Sulfurous gases are already off the soil in some places. Hills and roads are smoking. Even water in the springs is bubbling. There's less information available. There seems to be no cities left that have any power. Whereabouts have been blown away by major hurricanes. Solar panels are swept away, taken away like a deck of cards. I heard that now books and furniture are increasingly used as fuel for heating. Some scientists say that humanity will face complete darkness and terrible frosts. I still believe I'll see Eve and the children somewhere, someday, but I will see them. Why do I need that mortgage? I would now give everything to be next to them. Satellite communications stopped working. Jack's ancient radio that we all make of came in handy. I sit there tuning it. Sometimes some voices in incomprehensible languages through the noise. It's so nice to hear the voices of living people. Faces of even children arise in my memory more and more often. And the question, why wasn't I able to save them? I could. I actually could. I managed to contact more groups of survivors. Now everyone understands that we were warned about the coming cataclysms a long time ago. In 2022, we got unrealistic. Now it's certainly impossible to deny the facts. I like to think that earthquakes occurred in certain places, but now they are almost everywhere. One night there was such a rumble as if shells were exploding underneath me. In the morning, I was afraid to even go out. So in the evening that I didn't make up for it. When I saw what I saw, my legs buckled. The whole valley was covered with holes from a few feet to several hundreds of feet. The ground looked like cheese. I don't know if it was my style or the mental. I couldn't imagine, even in my dreams, that such a thing is possible. Someone reported on the radio that Africa is split apart. Now I know it's possible. Coastal cities are flooded. Tsunamis rage almost every day. Asia seems to be all underwater at the rate of that. My conscience refuses to believe it. I found a radio frequency where the people who were talking about a way out of the apocalypse are broadcasting. Now I understand everything. Why didn't I get it for? I actually saw it all the madness that was going on and gained momentum. Those bunkers, all the talks about the apocalypse, it was all obvious before. Something could have been done, and there were people who offered a way out. I've heard them. Why was I so blind? If only I could bring it all back. Once a week, I contact survivors over the radio. It keeps me from going completely insane of loneliness. Every day, there are fewer and fewer of us left on this earth. They say cannibalism is no longer a rarity. Now it's the norm. There are gangs getting together to hunt people. They roast and devour those they catch. Crazy freaks. Though I don't know how I'd behave if I didn't have a supply of food to last many years. Winds made it impossible to come outside. It's even more like a sandstorm. Only The sand seems to be radioactive. They say whoever is out in it gets irradiated. But are not subsiding. Today, no one even knows what part of the planet they are in. The sky is covered with ash clouds 24 hours a day. It's like dusk and night all the time. Without sunlight, plants cannot survive. Earth becomes desolate, gray, and bare everywhere. They also say that phytoplankton no longer survives. Ocean waters are saturated with caustic gases. There's no life there anymore. Oxygen levels in the atmosphere decrease steadily. People on the radio have become my friends long ago. They advise me not to go outside because my skin would be burned. Apparently, some kind of cosmic radiation is being directed at the Earth. Neanderthals the ochre against such radiation. We also started smearing ourselves with it. We also smearing ourselves with it. Although people say not much, but it is still better than nothing. Strong winds carry sand and dust, literally wipe out pictures on the surface. To hold up in basements and catacombs. Yet another strange threat has emerged. Lightning often kills those who dare to go on long forays. Lightning now occurs without thunderstorms. It strikes constantly like laser weapons from the sky. Now it's clear why they said back then destructive the weakening magnetic field was. It seems to me it was such a long time ago. It's getting harder and harder to write in my diary. My head hurts all the time. I don't know who I'm writing these notes for. The only living people remain in the same shelters and bunker as it seems that the Chinese managed to build something and someone else. But for how long? Total silence on the radio. I don't even know if there's anyone left alive on this planet. It became hot in the bunker. Walls are hot and keeping heat all the time. Air conditioning systems are failing. crawl upstairs and set right in front of the entrance hatch. Lord, get me out of all this. How much I envy those who are already dead. Total madness. Just sitting and waiting for the end. Why didn't I do anything before? If only I could go back to the point where it was possible to change something crazy. I was back then. I left the bunker. There is no point in sitting there anymore. The sky had turned orange. There are huge flashes on the horizon. It feels like the sun is rising somewhere. From the west. My head is burning with terrible pain. The earth seems to be shaking, exploding from within. Lava is everywhere. Scorching steam comes in waves. I'm running out of oxygen in my tank. This is the end. This is the end. I put the diary to the container. Heaves sighs. Forgive me, Lord. Give me, darling.
Will a sane person agree to such a scenario as we have just seen? Understanding the gravity of our situation, one learns to appreciate every minute of time, because you know you can never get it back. Now we must do everything we can to not be immensely bitter about the lost chance we still have. All the prophets have spoken our time, and this change. If we had studied the writings of the world's religions carefully, we would have realized long ago that the time has come which they called the end times.
Interdisciplinary scientific study of the causes of climate change also includes the study of eschatology, that is, the description of the end times and harbingers in scriptures. Let's look at the eschatological science of fundamental religions, Christianity, Islam. There are two scenarios mentioned in scriptures. The golden millennium, Eden on earth, or the apocalypse, the end of time. As long as we are consumers format, we are on the way to self-destruction. Time is passing, but we are not changing direction and are approaching an apocalyptic finale. Let's take a look at what we have been warned about. Years ago, according to the Bible, the second book of is Common English Bible Translation, chapter 14, verses 10 to 17, said, the age is divided into 9 parts. 9 parts, half of the 10th part have already passed. For the evils that you have seen now happen, people will be worse than these. Here, the age refers to the cycle of 12,000 years. In other words, the Bible itself speaks of the cycle of 12,000 years. Remember this. The message was left 500 years before our era, that is 2,500 years ago. At the time when 9,500 years from the beginning of the age had already passed. Thus, the Bible gives an indication the cycle is 12,000 years, and it ends in our time. scientists and atheists have the answers except one. How could people 2,500 years ago accurately predict what is happening now? After all, no geophysical studies or predictions of mathematical models back then. There are two hypotheses as to where this information came from. Those who insist on the privacy of the mind are willing to believe that this information came from aliens or from past civilizations. Believers in the divine providence. We do not claim anything. Which version is correct is up to you to decide. In Islam, the time of Judgment Day was indicated by the Prophet and community. According to the legend of the great Islamic scientist Al-Barazanji, the life of this community will exceed 1,000 years, yet be limited to 1,500 years. 1,390 years passed since the Prophet's departure. We can accurately determine the approach of the day judgment harbingers of the last days, indicators that the messengers left for us so that people who live in the last times can recognize them. Let's consider which harbingers of climate cataclysms from the script have already come true. Fires. The ninth minor sign of the judgment in Islam talks about the just fire. Ibn Hajar writes in Fath al-Bari, one fire will happen among other events that will happen according to the words of Prophet, peace and blessing of Allah be upon him before the day of judgment. And the other will arise just before the judgment without a gap. The increase in area, number of fires in modern is caused by the degassing of subsoil along faults and unprecedented heat. The cause of these phenomena is the heating of the walls due to rise of magma. Rains and flood. There are several hadiths in Islam which say that the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, said, the famine would not break out because of the drought, but the famine by heavy rainfall as nothing grow from earth. A rise of magma causes groundwater to heat and evaporate, increasing humidity, which in turn leads to a record fall. Already now, floods are destroying crops. Another natural harbinger of the judgment is the blooming of the desert. It had narrated by Abu states that the Prophet, peace be upon him, said, the last hour will not come till the land of Arabia first to meditate and rivers. In 2018, that hit Saudi Arabia inundated the desert and caused flooding, which desert bloom. Flooding has now become a frequent occurrence on the Arabian Peninsula. Land collapses. Saul bin Saad reports that the messenger of Allah, peace and blessing of Allah upon him, said, "There will befall this ummah land collapses." Now, in many regions of the world, huge sinkholes and land collapses suddenly appear. Are known in Turkey and Croatia, in Chile and Mexico. Also in Siberia, methane explosions form huge sinkholes. All of this is due to the rise of magma, the heating of groundwater, and the release of gases. Quakes. The hadith says that there will be an increase in the number of earthquakes at the end of times. The hour will not be established until earthquakes will be frequent. Christianity also mentions earthquakes as harbingers. The Gospel Luke, chapter 21, verse 11 says that there will be great earthquakes, famines, and pestilences in various places, and fearful events and great signs. Now, due to the rise of magma and the expansion of the planet, the number of earthquakes is exponentially. They're expanding their geography. Their magnitude and depth are increasing. Since the beginning of the century, they're having more earthquakes, as the Gospel says, with a magnitude greater than 8. So we see that harbingers such as increase in earthquake, floods, land collapses, and fires are coming true. In addition to climate change, all the other harms of social change, disease, technology, astronomical come true. 12,000 year cycle as announced by the prophets also point to our time. Let's see what holds us the apocalyptic path. Judgment Day, apocalypse. The prophets also describe the apocalypse in very great detail. Gospel of Matthew, Jesus Christ says, "There shall not be left here one stone upon another that shall not be thrown down." These words point to the unprecedented cataclysms. The Gospel of Luke says there will be the roaring and tossing of the sea. People from terror of what is coming in the world. The roaring sea indicates a tsunami, the strongest earthquakes. In the Quran, Surah 50, the Prophet, peace be upon him, speaks of the earthquake of unprecedented magnitude, when the earth will be violently shaken and the mountain will be crushed to pieces, and scatter particles of dust. In Surah 27, 52, and 70, it is said that the mountains which we regard as motionless will be set in motion like clouds, and they will become like wool, that is, will be shaken and split up into block faults. So strong tectonic shifts and the movement of the lithospheric will be. There is a description of the unprecedented speed of events in Hadith narrated by Abu Hurairah. It is said there that the end of the world will come so suddenly and quickly that people will not have time to complete the action they started. A person has raised a morsel of food to his mouth, but will not be able to eat it. In the Gospel of Mark, Jesus Christ tells people to run to the mountain, not to do anything with them and not around, which also indicates the suddenness of cataclysms taking place. And based on the words, in those days, there will be tribulation such as has not been seen since the beginning of the creation which God created until this time, nor ever shall be. One can understand that a disaster of such a magnitude hasn't yet occurred, such as has not been since the beginning of the creation, nor ever shall be. Similarly, in the Old Testament, the prophet Daniel, such events had not been experienced by the earth. There will be a time of distress such as has not happened from the beginning of nations until then. The Quran speaks of violent eruptions and Judgment Day. Watch for the day the sky will bring a visible snow covering the people. This is full torment. At the peak of the cataclysms, due to disastrous eruptions of numerous volcanoes, there will be a discharge of volcanic ash into the atmosphere, which cut off the sun rays to the Earth's surface for many years. This is the description Jesus Christ gave in the Gospel of Mark. But in those days, after that tribulation, the sun will be darkened, and the moon will not get its light, and the stars will be falling from heaven. The planet will be illuminated only by the light of the fires and the glow of the fiery lava. This is stated in the Quran, Surah 55. ayat 37. When the heaven is open, it becomes rose-colored like oil. Hydraulic impact. In this sacred text, we find description of the destruction of our planet, which the prophet and Jesus Christ to people using the terms could understand, and not having a scientific basis, we can understand what they spoke about. For example, in the Surah 82, it is said, when the sky splits open, when the stars fall away, and when the seas burst forth. The surah mentions that the atmosphere at the time of the explosion in Mariana Trench will be ruptured by the flow of steam. Also, Surah 21 says, the supreme horror of that day will disturb them. On that day, will roll up heavens like a scroll of writings. What is described in this surah really reminds us that in the steam explosion the integrity of the atmosphere would be broken. It will be blown away by solar wind and dispersed in space. So, Surah 81, the overthrowing says, when the sun is put out, the stars fall down, when the mountains are blown away, and when the seas are set on fire, and when the sky is stripped away. It is also clear from this surah that folding of the atmosphere will take place when the red hot magma erupts into the ocean and sets it on fire. At that time, when the mountains are blown away, the strongest earthquake will occur all over the planet. What is the falling of the stars that is mentioned in Islam and Christianity? During the hydraulic rotation of the planet will instantly accelerate and the atmosphere will disappear. It is this phenomenon will create the sensation that the stars are falling. We see prophets for about Judgment Day. The description of the phenomenon of the mathematical model predicts for October 36 during the hydraulic impact. Indeed, they see it as distance, but read it as near. Then, do they await except that the hour should come upon them unexpectedly? But already, there have been indications. That is the day of threat. On the day, heaven will sway with circular motion, and the mountains will pass on, departing. Day, the earth breaks away from them and merge rapidly. Then watch for the day when I will bring visible kind of people. This is a painful torment, and the earth and the mountains are lifted and level one blow. And on that day, the destruction occur. And the heaven will split open when the sun is in darkness, and when the stars fall, dispersing, and when the mountains are removed, and when the seas are filled with flame, and when the sky is stripped away. If the apocalypse comes true, what the prophet, peace be upon him, happens, and our planet will become Mars.
Уважаемые братья и сестры, фильм, который мы сейчас видели, действительно шокирует. Сразу возникает вопрос, как обычные люди тысячи лет назад могли знать, что будет происходить с нами. И так это описать. Откуда пророки знали, что мы через тысячу лет уничтожим экологию, войдем в цикл катаклизмов? Для всех верующих это важнейший знак. Это знак, что Аллах предупреждал нас о тех временах, в которых мы сейчас живем, о последних временах. Аллах знал о том, с чем мы с вами столкнемся. Всем нам, живущим, есть над чем задуматься. Все, что мы сейчас увидели в фильме, то, о чем предупреждали нас, это точное описание математической модели, которую вы слышали сегодня. Причем пугающе точно. Остается главный вопрос, почему мы это видим, говорим об этом, а остальные нет. Аллах милостивый, Он дал нам свободу выбора. И у нас есть два пути. Или мы умрем в апокалипсисе, или будем жить, и тогда Он даст нам золотое тысячелетие. С учетом всего вышеизложенного, непонятно одно. Почему? Почему нет всей мусульманской уммы здесь? Почему нет всех представителей христианства сейчас? Верующие всего мира. Я обращаюсь к вам. Вы слышали призвание. их. Вы чувствуете, как сократилось время. И что мир сейчас стоит на грани. Почему вы молчите? Почему вы сейчас не с нами? Да, среди наших активных участников много верующих. Но здесь должны быть верующих религий, всех конфессий. Если вы верны пророкам, если вы веруете в Бога единого, вы должны быть здесь и говорить вместе с нами. Для нас с вами в Писании описали люди, которые есть человечество. Пока что весь мир идет по негативному сценарию, который ведет к тотальному уничтожению человечества и всей планеты. Это уже столько дано людям. Есть доклад, который вы слышали сегодня, и есть подтверждение в религиях и о том, что будет происходить. Я ничего не жду от небожников, у них другие установки и отношения ко всему. Однако мои религии — это доминирующие религии, и они как раз указывают на то, что грядет. В их литературе это написано, и это действительно так. Почему представители религии, которые эти знания сегодня не с нами, или они что, стремятся к уничтожению всего человечества? Аллах дал нам шанс. И что мы верим сейчас? Мы будем ждать, когда небо упадет на землю. И мы используем шанс и построим, которым мечтали все пророки. Как в христианстве говорилось про золотую тысячелетие, также в исламе. Пророк ему говорил о новом укладе общества, который будет при имаме Махди, если люди объединятся. Так что выбор за нами, каждым человеком. Аллах любит нас так сильно, что дал нам самый большой подарок — свободу выбора. Даже если мы ничего не сделаем сейчас, наш мир разваливается. Это тоже наш выбор. Это выбор оставить такие а значит поддержать массовую гибель всего человечества. Мы не можем оправдать себя словами о том, что все предопределено, о том, что мы не все что-то исправим. Тогда судить нас в судный день. Если все предопределено заранее, и если все предопределено, то зачем тогда пророки так подробно описывали нам то прекрасное общество, которое мы с вами можем построить? Пророк, мир ему и благословение Аллаха, лучший из людей, делился на последний, которые берут правильный путь. А последнее — это мы с вами. Ислам — это последняя религия. И самая большая ответственность за то, по какому пути пойдет общество, лежит на мусульманах. Вспомните слова нашего пророка, мир ему и благословение Аллаха. Мы последние из общин, но первое, от которой будут требовать отчет, потому что с каждого будет спрошено. Пришло время нам, мусульманам, собраться, честно взглянуть друг другу в глаза и ответить себе на вопрос, куда из мы как ума идем. Поэтому передайте каждому мусульманину, чтобы все слышали и знали и скажите, что 10 декабря 2022 года будет международная конференция для всех мусульман. Глобальный кризис, то для нас пророк Мухаммад, ему и благословение Аллаха. Братья и сестры, мы снизойти вместе с шайтаном в ад и построить прекрасный мир. С любимым пророком, мир ему, в доме Аллаха.
Thank you very, very much, Armand. Viewers, do not forget December 10th on your calendar for the conference Global Crisis, Who the Prophet Muhammad for Us, Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. We offer awakening, the participation of the esteemed Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
Стать человеком, здраво глянуть проблеме в глаза, принять взрослое решение, начать спасать весь мир. Так, как должен поступать человек, заботиться о всех и каждом. Главное — заботиться о своей планете, заботиться о своем доме. Но мы этого не умеем. Нас этому не учили. Поэтому придется все учить самим. Будет много проблем, будет много камней на этой дороге. Но если у нас есть цель выше, то мы ее придем. И не стоит ни на кого уповать. Без нас, да, без тебя, мой друг, мы не снесемся. Это факт. И он, к сожалению, факт научный. Основной, наглядно проверенный. Что еще скажешь? В той ситуации, в которую попали мы как человечество, я могу сказать одно. Мы уповать даже не на Бога. Ведь это наш выбор. Бог не имеет права вмешиваться в наши дела. Да, верующие сейчас возмутятся, скажут: Бог всесилен, конечно, всесилен. Он создал всю Вселенную. Но нам Он дал свободу. Свободу выбора, кому служить. А что выбрали мы, а? Распяли Христа, предали пророка Мухаммеда, лучшего из людей. Скажите, что еще мы сделали для Бога хорошего, а? Когда Его посланников мы не принимаем, когда сердце разрывается и говорит, как нам поступить, а мы поступаем так, как дьявол. Мы разве верны были Богу? Слушали Его? Или кого мы слушали, друзья? Бога. Он дал нам свободу выбора. Мы выбрали то, что мы выбрали. Нам остается уповать лишь на себя. друг на друга. Пришло время такое каждому, для каждого, стать одной большой человеческой семьей, стать цивилизацией. Наше нет, друзья, единение. Запомните это. Давайте просто станем людьми. Правильно? В наших руках. И мы можем даже этот мир спасти. Мы можем построить здесь венде. Мы можем сделать созидательное общество. Мы можем стать людьми и перестать предавать друг друга, перестать убивать друг друга. Мы можем начать заботиться друг о друге, любить друг друга. И мир изменится.
Thank you, Igor Mikhailovich, for your support, your honesty, and for your constant motivation to us so that we can keep going. After checking information we heard today, any normal person understands that we are falling into the abyss. Everyone understands that something needs to change. Many boldly declare that our society has reached a dead end. But they don't see a solution and don't know the way out. But today, we've already touched on the solution to all the problems and crises in our society. It is the creative society format. Stay with us as we now explain what the creative society format is and why humanity will only survive if we build creative society worldwide. We will show how the creative society will benefit everyone without exception, and why you should begin informing all people about it right away. We are only as strong as we are united. We need to stand together and prove that we are human beings with a capital H. Creative society is the way out. It is the goal that can unite us all. After all, only find a solution and survive together. And John, I'd like to pass the floor to you.
Problem that we have today, we have to solve has never before been faced by humankind. The year 2036 is the year of the destruction of our planet if nothing is changed. We have only 5 to 6 relatively stable years to do everything possible and impossible to counteract the radiation that is now coming on Earth and causing this catastrophic destruction. It is a matter of everyone's survival. Climate cataclysms gaining momentum, and as of today, the scientific world has not forwarded a single working model to solve a vitally important issue. The scientists we know about from the media will not help us find a solution. These are people for whom brands and titles are important, not truth. Today, all that official science does is fight more prestigious canvas on a sinking ship. We're not satisfied with this, and we want to save the whole ship because we are all this ship. It is already sinking. We need real scientists who know how to save the ship. We need scientists with practical scientific experience and real knowledge to solve this problem. So where are these scientists? It's no secret humanity's minds are now engaged in the military sector. They have applied knowledge and practical experience. They are those who develop new technologies, closed laboratories, technologies that are now, fortunately, being used against humanity. Today, it is not possible for any state to reveal those who are genuine scientists. Why not? Because these scientists provide a military advantage over the countries with their innovations. The only way to free real scientists is to change the model of the existing social organization of world society to a model where wars and the dictatorship of power will be eliminated entirely. Then scientists with no to develop weapons, and countries would no longer need to defend themselves. An important point: we need to eliminate wars not only in the present, but also in the future. Otherwise, states will cunningly continue to hide scientists in order not to lose their intellectual capacity and their power. Let's be honest. Politicians protect only themselves and their successors, and the latter only to avoid punishment in the future what they have done. For the sake of their own safety, politicians will do anything, even destroy the world along with all of us. So changing the format of society is the only chance for survival. Changing conditions will stop us all from having to fight each other. Only this guarantees the possibility of uniting the intellectual potential of real scientists and directing their attention to solving global climate threats. Whether we like it or not, we need to unite into a larger human family to survive. If we fundamentally change the format of society, it must be acceptable to everyone. Take this, we must do what's best for people. Realizing we need to change something, it became apparent that we don't need to invent anything. We can simply ask people. No one knows what's best for us but ourselves. For many years, we have been asking people how they see the world, what kind of world they want to live in, and how they think the world should be. Tens of thousands of volunteers have participated in these surveys. These surveys are broad in scope. We asked all the people, acquaintances, friends, and strangers on the street. Millions of people were surveyed in all countries of the world. By analyzing the answers, the pillars of the society were formed. The concept of the creative society itself was developed as a result of a request from all of humanity. All the people wanted became the basis of the new creative creative format. That's how the creative society was born. Understandably, we are at the beginning of a journey, but the foundation has already been laid. Yes, we still have a lot to solve, but it is a task specialists, lawyers of legal issues, and economists, economic issues. They, as well as science, must sit around the same table and combine knowledge and experience for the benefit of all humanity. Their task is to provide people with clear and understandable options for solving various issues. And people will vote for the most appropriate option. We will choose together the rules by which we will live the world as one big family. If anyone has an alternative to create a society, we would love to hear. Among us are historians, political scientists, sociologists, a vast number of specialists and enthusiasts who have studied human history in detail. Always, in all attempts to change something, everyone has tried to exert power. The power of the few over many. Wherever there is power over people, it always turns into tyranny, consumerism, wars, and slaughter of people. It doesn't matter whether it is power of a single person or a group. Everything inevitably turns into a permanent or temporary slave system. We are well aware that there has never been such a form as a creative society. But it is precisely what people want. In other systems, there is even a temporary slight power of one man over another will inevitably lead to catastrophe. We will live again as we do now, enslaved people. We must first realize we are all slaves to a small group of people. We're like an obedient herd that is simply incapable of making decisions. That is what we have been indoctrinated with for 6,000 years. In fact, it's not true. Even according to the Constitution, we are free people. We're the holders of power in countries. It's in all constitutions. We're the ones who actually built this world. We need to realize and understand that clearly. Stop listening that someone will come and do something good for us. We're being persuaded that people are not capable of solving anything. Yes, they can. Specialists are capable of thinking through, and people are capable of making decisions. The politicians are, because a politician in today's world is representative of certain groups of people who think they are masters of the world. Those very politicians make slaves out of us. History clearly shows us this, and we need to understand it. On paper, a politician is someone who prevents conflict and wars, cares about people, and is a representative of people. But in reality, it's the opposite. A politician sits on both necks, considering the people heard and drives in wherever he wants, or where those who are behind the politicians tell him to go. Therefore, such notion as a politician cannot exist in a creative society. Excuse me, the face of a global catastrophe, we can speak frankly, openly. We have been divided into states and told that we must fight and kill each other in the interest of these states. The question arises, what and who is a state? The answer is simple. The state is made up of people. It is not just a territory. The state is power, a superstructure over people. Everything is done in the interest of some party, simply in the interest of power, but not in the people's interests. Let's be honest, call things by their proper names. We have a few free breaths left. Then we will have a hard time breathing and communicating with each other. Before the climate destroys us, let's talk honestly to each other. Better yet, Let's build a creative society for each and every one of us, our descendants.
The creative society will ensure a world free of poverty, crime, and violence. It'll give us a safe, comfortable anywhere in the world. Stability and confidence in our future and that of our children. The ability to develop our businesses in a sustainable and predictable economy. To implement technologies withheld from us, withheld from use in the current consumer format. Moreover, it'll give humanity access to new ways of generating energy. It will accelerate our development as one civilization. Such a society is beneficial to all. Creative society is based on 8 pillars, 8 guiding principles that should be adopted into every country's constitution. That allows for a peaceful and lawful reformatting of the fundamental values of world society from anti-human to human, and make human life the highest value. Creative society is the new format for the unification and partnership of people worldwide. It is not a single organization. It is a movement of all people of goodwill who support the 8 pillars. Let's look at these pillars more in detail. The first pillar is the most fundamental principle. It declares human life is the highest value. There is not and never can there be anything else more valuable than a human's life. The goal of society is to ensure and guarantee the value of each human's life. Do you feel the difference what we're seeing today? Isn't that what we really need right now? Most people, freedom and equality are very important. Life cannot be fulfilling without freedom. And freedom is possible without equality among all people. Despite the declared rights in today's Constitution, people are not treated equally in real life. The consumerist format undermines equality and in reality imposes on us a social hierarchy that supersedes any laws. The second pillar guarantees those rights. It states that every human is born with the right to be a human being. All people are born free and equal. There can be no one and nothing on earth superior to a human, his freedoms and rights. We all have a fear of tomorrow. We don't know what will happen tomorrow. Will I still have a job? The economy be okay? Can I afford the medical bills if something happens? What if? What if? To put it simply, the third pillar removes that ultimate fear, the fear of tomorrow. That is the fear of survival. Each guaranteed free provision of essential life necessities, including food, housing, medical education, and complete social security. Everyone wants to feel physically safe. Unified global service will protect everyone from any emergencies and threats. Read that again. Did you catch that? Did you really fully get it? You'll be provided with everything to live your life without worrying about survival, food, housing, medical care, education, and so much more. Next pillar, number 4. For society to function properly and justly, there cannot be any secrets from its citizens. Therefore, transparency and openness of information for all is essential, including the information about the movement and distribution of public funds. Technology will allow us to only track all public down to a penny. No disinformation will be allowed because mass media will belong exclusively to society and reflect information truthfully, openly, and honestly. Ideology is what shapes society's values and behaviors. The prevailing ideology would bring out the best human qualities in people. Today on TV, we see violence, destructive, hateful news, and problems with solutions. Mass media is aimed at the division manipulation of the masses. After watching the news, people feel hopeless and depressed. In creative society, propaganda, violence, division, aggression, and anti-humane manifestations be prohibited. Therefore, establishing conditions for the development and education of a human with a capital H, cultivating moral value in each individual and society. The sixth pillar guarantees everyone high quality, free education, and harmonious development of their personality. That will eliminate the colossal student loan that today leaves graduates enslaved by debt for many years to follow. So today, many young people choose fields of study based on the profession's potential instead of following their heart's desires. In creative society, every person, regardless of location, can attend university or college of choice and receive a degree in any field they choose completely free of charge. That will give enjoyment of learning and fulfillment of true potential. The second pillar assures equitable distribution of our planet's natural resources among everyone, regardless of nationality, age, and social status. Today, we have never-ending wars and battles because of the lack of resources in certain countries and the unstable desire by certain groups. I'm sorry, the insatiable desires by certain groups to hoard and accumulate resources in their own hands. When all resources genuinely belong to people and are distributed evenly, conflicts and wars won't be needed. The concept of power in the creative society is absent. People directly participate in making decisions on key issues. You and I will decide how our communities and the world at large operate. You and I determine what happens on our planet. Politicians will no longer supersede the vast potential of the people. people, and therefore the people themselves will use their rights and talents for the benefit of the whole. That's it. Just these short, simple paragraphs describe everything all people want. And you know what? If someone agrees that at least one of these principles, is already a member of the creative society, because it's what he wants. If a person denies all 8 pillars, then he is so harmful and dangerous to society. Something needs to be done about it. And you need to understand that creative society is a new format for bringing people together. It is not an organization, but an association of people based on the desire to live and live well, to live in safety and dignity, and to develop and prosper. The question is often asked, who are you? Ask a counter question. Who are you? What interests do you represent? Your own. Isn't that so? And that's the meaning. That is the creative society which serves everyone's interest. So, if we all decide we can start living like this within 5 years, let's tell everyone. Let's create public support for this idea. Let's create electoral demand. Let's create a new reality.
Thank you so much, Wilkin. Absolutely agree with you. A creative society is the format in which each person's life, freedom, security, and well-being are the highest value, not on paper, but in the practice. A society where there is no power of one person over another, where people make decisions on key issues together without shifting the responsibility to a small group of people. In this model of society, all resources belong to a man by brightening water, gas, oil, electricity, natural resources. The possibility of of resources is the same, hence it is eliminated. It also prevents the domination of one person or group of the majority. Let's see what each person in the creative society will receive.
For several years, we have been informing about the creative society. The most frequent question here is, what will my life be like in the creative society? Friends, it's time to answer this question that concerns all of us. Make yourselves comfortable. We invite you to a wonderful world where the most valuable thing is human life. Your life. Living conditions. Everyday life. Already, the transition period from the consumer format of society to the creative one. Each person will immediately be provided with a accommodation of at least meters for life. If you have a family of 5, you will live in a house of 300 square meters. This housing will be your property. It will not be subject to taxes and utility fees. As your family grows, your living space will expand. A consumer paradise will be created. The availability of free time, money, and a variety of goods and products. And this is already in the period from the consumer format to the creative society. Financial freedom. People become financially independent starting from their birth. From the first day of the transition to creative society, all mortgages and loans were written off. No more inflation. Prices for the same product or services will be the same all over the world. No more taxes on small and medium-sized businesses. No more taxes on individuals. You will receive a universal basic income, $10,000 every month. There society, you will always have confidence in your future. You want more money? There will be an opportunity to work doing what you love to do. Only 4 hours a day, 4 days a week. You will have a vacation at least 2 months a year. You want to work more because you get a buzz out of doing your job, benefiting society? Go for it. You are always free to choose. All hard, dangerous, harmful, and this work will be done by robots and automated systems. A human is not a slave to toil from morning to night for a penny. You will have time for yourself. You will be able to do things you really care about. Spend time with people you love. Develop yourself. Be creative. And travel to any part of the world without visas or restrictions. In the creative society, every day of your life brings only joy and pleasure. Environment. Production will be waste-free and completely environmentally friendly. Pesticides and chemicals will no longer be needed to grow products. Only tasty, healthy, and varied foods will always be on your table. You will be able to enjoy clean, fresh air wherever you go. You will be able to drink crystal clear water rated with good microelements and minerals. In the creative society, you will restore the ecosystem of the planet. And we will be able to admire the purity of the ocean and the beauty of pristine forests. The creative society is a world of harmony and beauty. Healthcare. Perfect health of every person is one of the priorities of the creative society. From the very beginning of the transition period, medical care will be free for everyone. Doctors will be paid for healthy patients. A patient will no longer be seen as a profitable client. Each medical center will be equipped with artificial intelligence that will incorporate the experience of all the best doctors in the world throughout history. The very approach in healthcare will change. It will become 90% preventative period. Now, in the creative society, new technologies will allow humanity to never get sick. Everyone will have an opportunity to significantly increase their lifespan. These technologies are already being developed, but the consumer's format makes them inaccessible for us. A simple device installed in the shower cubicle will scan your body and will adjust your appearance according to your wishes. In the creative society, you'll be really happy, completely charged. Education. Deserve a decent, high quality, and free education. You like to study? In creative society, you can get as many degrees as you want. You won't have to worry about earning a living because you'll have a universal basic income. From the first days of the transition period to the creative society, you can easily acquire a new profession if you wish to. Artificial intelligence will create an adaptive educational program for you according to your peculiar. You can study anywhere in the world and at a time that suits you. Creative society is a world of knowledgeable and versatile personalities. Freedom. People will decide for themselves what rules and laws to live by and implement their decisions voting on a unified platform. The highest value is human life. Everything will be built around the fundamental basis. The world's media will no longer be in private hands, but will belong to the society as a whole. This means that they will no longer be able to manipulate public opinion for profit view. Media will truthfully and holistically inform, educate, and inspire people. Safety. Already in the transition period from the consumer format to the creative society, the fate of people no longer depend on the decisions made by a few individuals, and on what those in power will agree themselves. Society will create conditions in which wars, theft, slavery, human trafficking, and drug trade possible. Crime will completely disappear. The latest technologies will be implemented, which will help the unified emergency service to be proactive to prevent accidents and crimes. You can easily let your child go to school or outside and completely sure about his safety. You'll be safe, secure at all times, day and night, by returning home in the evening, going for a walk in the park, or going to a concert. The main danger, threat of global catastrophe, thought, humanity never again threatened by climate disasters and wars. Creative society, you and your family will be safe anywhere in the world. You will get all this started on the first days of the transition. And already the creative society, thanks to a replicator technology, you will be able to get everything you need. All the food, clothes, household items, and much more. As it may sound, most of the technologies we're talking about already exist. It's just that it's impossible to use in the consumer's format. Beginning with the transition period, science and technology will be aimed at improving the quality of life. Life may only joy and pleasure. The whole absurdity is that despite having all the possibilities to live in creative society already now, we continue to maintain the consumer's format. We can build the creative society peacefully, without struggle or confrontation, the shortest possible time. There will be more revolution, except scientific and technological, which will be a permanent and natural phenomenon created society. Tell your family, friends, neighbors, and acquaintances about the perspective. Share how beneficial and cool the creative society is for them. You and I are living an amazing time. Within a time we can move from the slave system of the consumer's format to the free and safe world of creative society. If you want such a life, support the creative society and tell everyone about it.
Life. A creative society is a format of social organization. At its core, the center of everything is the individual, its life and its benefits. That will require a reformatting of all spheres of our life. And there is a step-by-step plan for implementation of the creative society. And there are specific steps. So let's learn about the stages of building a creative society. What actions have to be taken, and what's the goal of each stage.
How do we know that building the creative society is possible? Because any normal person wants to live in the creative society, not in the consumerist format. The informational stage is essential. If you don't learn about the creative society, there will be no politicians for whom they will vote. Such politicians will only appear when there is an electoral demand for creative society. This is required to lawfully implement creative society values in our countries. Creative society is an actual working model. There is a clear plan and the strategy of its implementation. It consists of 3 stages of creative society formation. First stage, informational. Second stage, political. Third stage, world referendum. The strategy outlines specific activities to achieve the goal of each stage. In just 5 years, we will be able to move from the current consumer format to the creative society peacefully and lawfully. To make this happen, all people need to unite around the idea of the creative society as quickly as possible. Now we are at the first stage. The first stage of building the creative society is the informational stage. this stage is majority of people in every country to support the transition to a creative society format. For the informational stage is for every person on the planet to become aware that there is an alternative to the consumerist format in which we are struggling to survive. The alternative to the creative society, the alternative is the creative society. This stage is the most important one. What does it mean to inform about creative society? It means to talk about what prospects of the new quality of life it opens up for each person. Safety, security, and high quality of life. It is essential to convey to each person the forming the creative society is a practical and feasible task, and we can build in the shortest time frame within 5 years. Today we will learn many interesting things about how life will be in the creative society. During the forum, we will discuss how to join the creative society project and what you can do right now. It is crucial to showcase your choices wherever possible. That's exactly how people create a global electoral demand in their countries. This is exactly how we'll demonstrate to politicians that we want to live in the creative format of society. The result of first stage of informing will be the creation of an electoral demand for the creative society. We are at this stage right now. We have calculated that if each person tells only 5 other people about creative society, we will accomplish the first of the stages in only 2 weeks. If this is the result, we will be ready to move on to the next stage. The second stage of creative society formation is political. Here, they implement the 8 pillars of the creative society into the constitutions of every country. And the next, the law about the electoral platform. will use the existing legal framework. This new form of social organization should be secured on the legislative level. To build a creative society quickly and peacefully, we need to use politics as a tool. We will vote only for those politicians and only those political parties that support society and the 8 pillars. If there aren't any, we won't vote at all. Today, there are more and more decent people among politicians who understand everything. They support the creative society and the 8 pillars. If you and I vote only for world politicians and those parties that they build creative society, other politicians have no electorate. Politicians always follow the electorate. If there is an electoral demand for a creative society, they will do it. Once our chosen politicians and political parties are in power, we will need to enact laws that guarantee the realization of interests of every person. In the second stage, building a creative society, with politicians' help, we will achieve the following goals. Adoption of 8 pillars of the creative society into the constitutions. Enactment of the electoral platform law. Enactment of the politicians' instant recall law. The first step that politicians will carry out at our request is to introduce the 8 pillars of creative society into the constitutions and laws of the countries, according to the existing clause, in a legitimate and legitimate manner, without violation of current laws, in an entirely peaceful way. The basis of all laws will be the 8 pillars of the creative society. That's why we say that creative society is an absolutely peaceful scenario. Introducing the electoral platform, electoral platform law will give back the power and the right to choose how we live. We will regain the right to make decisions for direct voting without intermediaries. The role of politicians will be solely executive. And the essential step of the second stage is introducing the law about an instant recall of the politician if he doesn't perform or fails to fulfill the functions trusted in order to create society. The outcome of the second stage is the implementation of the 8 pillars into the constitutions of most countries in the world. After that, we can move on to the third and final stage, the vote referendum. At this stage, thanks to electoral platform, all people of the world will be able to accept the creative society as the unified form of social structure on the whole planet, and establish the 8 pillars by which all spheres of life of our society will finally begin to function.
Ignorantia juris non excusa. Ignorance of law is no excuse from responsibility. Today, ignorance of the laws not only deprives us of a beautiful future, but can also deprive our life. After all, we simply do not use our legal right to create an electoral request, and as a consequence, we put our faith in the dishonest hands of others. A creative society is an absolutely natural and necessary way to guarantee the realization of human rights, which they are declared in the legislation of any country, but are not actually realized. In order to guarantee these rights of every person, it is necessary to introduce a working legal mechanism to the legislation of all countries, not by breaking the current order, but by improving it. There is no need for any revolutions. It is evolution. A legitimate question arises. how to do it. Into the constitutions of all countries, it is necessary to introduce a foundations of the creative society and to pass the law on the electoral platform. The electoral platform is a society-owned electronic system, which is the only tool for mediation and adoption of law and decisions by all people. It is also a unified legislative base. This is possible when a majority of the members of parliament support the society. And for this to happen, the majority of the country needs to vote for those candidates who will pledge in their election program to implement the 8 foundations into the Constitution and pass a law on the electoral platform. And now we come to the most important thing, the formation of a public request coming from the majority of citizens who have the right to elect public representatives and authorities. How to achieve such a majority among active voters? This is the main task of the first stage of building the society. The stage of informing all people on the planet who have already heard about the society and want to live it, simply need to actively inform all people about the creative society. When the majority of the world's population actively supports the creative society, the remaining stages of its creation will proceed very quickly and easily, in accordance with the national legislation of each country. This is why the information stage is most important. That is, the formula is simple. First, we inform all people about the possibility of building a creative society. Then voters choose only those politicians who support creative society. And these politicians already implement 8 foundations of the creative society at the legislative level and pass the law on the electoral platform. With the form of government like a monarchy, things are even simpler. The monarch, by his decision, amends the constitution or simply adopts 8 pillars of the creative society as the basic law of the state. It is important to remember that any monarch and any politician always depends on public demand. As we can see, we, all human beings, have the irrevocable right to decide what kind of society we will live in. And the creative society is the natural embodiment of people's vision. Any constitution is not a revolution. Sorry, construction is not a revolution, but an evolution which takes place in a legal way. The test come to exercise his right. Thank you. Now back to our host.
Robert, absolutely right. We people have the legal right to create an electoral request and to build a creative society. Still, people do not know about this right and therefore do not use it. In preparation for today's forum, we interviewed Ms. Kriza Anderson, a member of the European Parliament from Germany. We invite you to watch a fragment of this conversation. Our question is about the upcoming forum that we will have on November 12th. The name of our forum is "For Survival is in Unity." How important is the unification of all during this challenging time? And what is the role of people to make a long-lasting positive change in our society?
Well, the unity of the people is very important at this point. Because what we have seen, especially in the last 2 years, how the rights of people, civil rights, and inalienable rights, constitutional rights have been infringed upon, that have been taken away. They have been refined into being privileges that the government can grant whenever they want or withhold whenever they see fit. And this is not only happening in one or two or three countries. This has been happening all over the world. So it is utmost important that people once again realize is their democracy. They need to get involved. If they want things to change, they can make it happen. But they need to go and cast their votes and not stay at home. They need to take responsibility. Democracy is not a place where you simply go to sleep, because there was one said, when you sleep in democracy, you will have a very rude awakening in a tyranny. You always have a conflict of interest. Whoever has power, his aim is always to expand his power at the cost of the one he is overpowering. We need to have institutions that have some kind of governing power. Obviously, we need, but the key is there needs to be checks and balances. That is all a cornerstone of every democracy. The people need to realize they have the responsibility for their life, and they make their own decisions. Then they elect representatives who are supposed to implement the wish of the people. But what we're seeing now is the people are being dictated to by the elected representatives what their wishes have to be. And that is wrong on so many levels. So people need to realize we elect representatives, and they are our employees, and they have to do what we tell them. But nowadays, a lot of people think they're the bosses and they tell us what to do. No, it's the other way around. And we need to get a clear understanding once again how democracy works. And that seems to be a pretty big problem right now.
Dobrý večer. sú ľudské práva deklarované v právnych predpisoch každej krajiny. Ale ako vidíme, v skutočnosti sa neuplatňujú. Riadíme svoj život. Môžeme my sami. Ja s vami v súčasnom spotrebiteľskom formáte spoločnosti zastaviť vojny, zrušiť infláciu, alebo aspoň znížiť účty za svetlo a teplo. Jednoducho nedokážeme ochrániť náš život. Mať jedlo a teplo v dome sa stalo pre mnohých ľudí luxusom. Nemáme ani prostriedky na záchranu životov našich blízkych v prípade vážnych chorôb. Nikto z nás si nie je zajtrajším dňom. Opýta sa nás, čo chceme my predtým, ako stlačia červené tlačítko, pochovajú nás a všetky naše sny pod hybami jadrovej vojny. Systém spotrebiteľského formátu je navrhnutý tak, že maximálne na čo máme právo vybrať si, kto bude rozhodovať za nás. Vo podstate hlasujeme za vo vreci. Malej hrstke ľudí, často dokonca neznámym ľuďom, dávame k dispozícii len svoje práva, ale aj naše výhody. No a na medzinárodnej úrovni nemáme vôbec žiadnu možnosť priamo brániť svoje záujmy. Viete, k čomu by sa to dalo prirovnať? Predstavte si, že ste niekomu udelili všeobecné splnomocnenie na používanie a spravovanie vášho domu s právom do niekoho nasťahovať, predať ho, zbúrať alebo stavať bez vášho hlasu. Ale zároveň no mňa žijete. Jediné, čo nám ostáva robiť v tomto existujúcom systéme, je spoliehať sa na úrady a dúfať, že vyriešia naše problémy. Alebo vyjadrovať svoju nespokojnosť na zhromaždeniach a demonštráciách nádej, že bude počutý. Nehľadia veľké množstvo zákonov, medzinárodných dohôd Palestín sa problémy v spoločnosti v spotrebiteľskom formáte nikdy nevyriešia. Pretože my, ľudia, sa nepodielame na prijímaní spoločensky dôležitých rozhodnutí, ako bude vojna alebo nie. Aké dáme platiť? Ako využívať prírodné zdroje? Však všetky tieto otázky priamo ovplyvňujú náš život. Tento spotrebiteľský formát spoločnosti, jadrom ktorého sú moc a peniaze, sa dostal do slepej uličky. Toto sa však dá ľahko zmeniť tak, aby zabezpečil dôstojný život pre všetkých, nie pre jednotlivcov. Môžeme legálnym, evolučným spôsobom realizovať koncepciu tvorivej spoločnosti, ktorá v centre stojí človek. Samospráva spoločnosti je jedným zo základných princípov tvorivého formátu spoločnosti. Áno, je možné počuť také tvrdenie, že spoločnosť bez moci nemôže existovať. Ale ako potom vysvetliť napríklad samoorganizáciu a vzájomnú pomoc ľudí v núdzových situáciách, pri rôznych katastrofách a nešťastiach? Však ľudia riešia svoje náhodné otázky a problémy veľmi efektívne, bez toho, aby čakali na akékoľvek kroky z neohrabaného systému orgánov moci. A okrem toho, zapojenia dobrovoľníkov z občianskej spoločnosti nie je štát vôbec schopný vyriešiť problémy so zabezpečením všetkého, čo ľudia potrebujú. Vzniká teda oprávnená otázka. Sme to my, kto sa obíde bez moci? Alebo je to moc, ktorá sa nezaobíde bez nás? A vôbec, adekvátne sa pozrime. Prečo politici túžia po vrchole moci? Oni nás tak veľmi ľúbia. Nebuďte naivní. Každý dokonale chápe, že každý sa usiluje o lepší život. Ľudia, ktorých sme dosadili k moci sledujú len svoje vlastné záujmy. Moc jednotlivcov nás nevyhnutne privádza k nerovnosti a vykorisťovaniu. Čo je samospráva? Samospráva spoločnosti je, keď všetci väčšinovým hlasovaním rozhodujeme o tom, či niečo má alebo nemá byť. Uznáte, že pre každého človeka je prirodzené a normálne, že si sám riadi svoj súkromný život. Prečo teda, keď ide reč o riadenie spoločensky dôležitých otázok a záležitostí, od ktorých ešte viac závisí na súkromný život, začíname myslieť, že niekto je lepšie, ako máme žiť. My ľudia by sme mali mať prácu pri priamom riešení všetkých verejne dôležitých sociálne významných a ekonomických otázok ovplyvňujúcich zmenu kvality života človeka. Práve tento princíp je stanovený v 8. osnove tvorivej spoločnosti. Samospráva spoločnosti, ktorá definuje samosprávu ako absenciu moci a právo každého človeka zúčastňovať sa na riadení záležitosti spoločnosti. Samospráva je časť samotných ľudí pri rozhodovaní na elektronickej platforme. Elektronická platforma je elektronický systém vo vlastníctve spoločnosti, ktorý je jediným nástrojom na iniciovanie a prijímanie zákonov a rozhodnutí všetkými ľuďmi. Je tiež jednotnou legislatívnou základňou. Samospráva však neznamená, že štát budú riadiť nekompetentní ľudia. Áno, ľudia robia všetky rozhodnutia, ktoré ovplyvňujú ich život. Prirodzene musí existovať aj výkonný aparát a realizáciu rozhodnutí, ktoré ľudia prijímajú. Sú to však vykonávatelia, ktorých si spoločnosť najíma, ktorých kontroluje. Vykonávateľ, ktorý si neplní spoločnosti, môže byť spoločnosťou kedykoľvek odvolaný a nahradení nadradený iným. Samospráva vylučuje manipuláciu s legislatívou v prospech súkromných záujmov. V tvorivej spoločnosti nikto nebude môcť meniť zákony v záujme jednotlivcov. To vylučuje existenciu lobbingu. Tvorivá spoločnosť vylučuje podmienky pre korupciu, keďže rozhodnutia budú prijímať sami ľudia, nie je možné platiť 8 miliárd naraz. A nemá zmysel vplývať hrozbami, vydieraním a peniazmi, pretože neprijímajú kľúčové rozhodnutia. Nie je to ich kompetencii. Elektorálna platforma umožňuje vykonávať vernú kontrolu posahu. A spoločnosti neskončia vo vreckách niekoľkých ľudí, tak, ako je to. Všetko je otvorené a transparentné. To zaručuje štvrtá nová spoločnosť. Na elektorálnej platforme môže každý z nás hlasovať za rozhodnutie, ktoré je pre nás dôležité. Spoločne príjmeme najjednoduchší a najpohodlnejší postup pri uplatňovaní našich práv a záujmov. Ľudia budú skutočne schopní týmto vyriešiť svoje problémy v elektorálnej platforme bez zdĺhavých postupov, byrokracie a administratívy. Takto samosprávna spoločnosti dáva každému človeku poprvé skutočnú rovnosť bez privilegií, statusov, imunít. Možnosť iniciovať a podieľať sa na kľúčových rozhodnutiach. Po tretie, schopnosť monitorovať vykonávanie rozhodnutí a získať spoľahlivé informácie o stave veci spoločnosti. A po štvrté, stabilitu a dôveru v budúcnosť. Spoločnosť, v spoločnosti sa vďaka samospráve vracajú človeku všetky právomoci a teda aj všetky výhody, ktoré by mal človek na narodenia. Ďakujem pekne za slovo.
Today, everyone claims that your future depends entirely on you. But is this really the case? Is your opinion always really considered? Not to mention that simply expressing your opinion today can be risky, like threatening. If you want to change something in society, how realistic is it to do so? Yes, elect those who supposedly stand for the slogan that coincide with our desires. But when our elected politicians come to power, they embody something completely different. In fact, who are we in consumer society? Ruthless pack animals. Let's see how our lives will change in this society. First and crucial difference is that in a creative society, your present and future will actually depend on your choices, and everyone's choice will improve everyone's life. Today, we have a representative democracy. That's when we elect representatives and hand over to them, and they decide how we should live and manage our wealth, money, natural resources, and our lives. In a creative society, power will be in the hands of people themselves, and they will be able to directly exercise it by making decisions on the electoral platform. Because people will become the legislative body. Every day, people will live more comfortably, prosperously, and more securely, with full confidence in the future. For example, Anna, a woman of 48, a wife, mother of 2, and employee of a design company, she will have a direct impact on improving society without politicians. How can this be implemented? With the help of today's technology, a platform is created for considering initiatives, passing laws, and voting. Anna will install an app on her phone or tablet. The platform will allow to solve absolutely all issues online. Now, an opinion actually matters. It will be taken into account immediately. Something takes place right there on the platform in electronic format.
The application will be easy to use, simple, and intuitive for everyone. Designed for user convenience and fully protected against the possibility of result falsification. The most important thing that Anna will spend no more than minutes a week to vote form. Be able to read the current agenda while sitting in a cafe, while her children are playing sport. Simply clicking yes or no. Each question will be available for every adult, regardless of location, gender, or technical ability. After all, every person matters in the creative society. It is absolutely possible to create such a platform, taking into account today's level of technical development. Many effective developments are already being successfully tested in different countries. The use of the platform will make it possible to get rid of unnecessary intermediaries and move to effective self-government. What is self-government? Self-government is, in fact, direct decision-making by the people. You will make the laws and decide what ones are acceptable to you and which ones are not. Any initiative to improve people's lives will be welcomed. The initiative can be local, state, or global. Experts develop and propose laws, options for solutions, and implementation. People want. For example, Anne is a designer, so she decided to take the initiative to develop ergonomic and comfortable seating, public transportation in her country. You may be thinking right now, how am I going to make laws? How am I going to understand so much information? After all, I'm not a lawyer, but in fact, there will be very few laws to consider. They were presented in a simple form and with an obligatory explanation of how exactly it will affect your life. What will guarantee the efficiency of self-government? It's very simple. First, a law on the electoral platform must be passed. It will secure the right of the individual to make proposals and pass laws. It also legislates the electoral platform as and implementing such a right, but the individual participates directly without intermediaries in making decisions and laws. Putting the 8 foundations of creative society into the Constitution and following them steadfastly guarantees the effectiveness of government. These are the most basic norms of human and social life. All other legislation must correspond to these norms. That is, it must not violate them. Thus, in the creative society, it be impossible to make decisions that work in situation or threaten his life, liberty, and security. For example, today, Anna decided to meet her friend fitness and arrived at the restaurant 30 minutes earlier. She set aside this time in her calendar in advance to the electoral platform. She checked out what bills and initiatives were open for a vote. And in order to make a decision, she only needs to answer her own question. How much will this improve my life? And give the answer yes or no. Anna figure out what's good for her. Of course, she will. For example, Anna had 2 bills on the ballot to allow houses to be built at the water's edge or not. The main point of each bill will be brief and clearly stated with all the explanations for and against. The first bill suggests building not closer than 200 meters from the shore, taking into account the preservation of the environment. It also provides for a free passage to the water body with a public beach. The second bill suggests building right by the water. In this case, only a few people get the opportunity to have a house with access to the water, which means there will be no public access to the body of water. Besides, it will harm the environmental balance. Which option do you think Anna will choose? In this way, people will be interested in making their own decisions because it will affect the improvement of their lives. Of course, all the complex issues must be worked by specialists. If any initiative is first considered from the point of view, how will it affect a person's life? Simple and clear expert offers are developed. You may ask, how will implementation be controlled? It will be simple, transparent, and will be carried out on the same platform. All those with power over us now politicians will be responsible doers in the creative society, and nothing more than that. They will have no privilege, no exemptions, and no immunity. All will work for everyone. If they fail, they will be subject to recall at any time. If a politician loses power, he automatically becomes a doer. He becomes an employee who is hired by us, the people. As customers, we can terminate the contract with the employee at any time. The introduction of modern technology, including artificial intelligence, will eliminate corruption and bureaucracy once and for all. There will be complete transparency, the appointment of executives, transparency in the movement of funds, and implementation of products. All this will be controlled by society. The electoral platform. How will issues be dealt at the international level, you ask? There will no longer be an international level. Humanity will become a united people. Everywhere, in any part of the world, there will be one law, one time, decent living conditions for everyone. Now we are divided into countries, nationalities, states, and the creative society, national culture, history, and traditions will be preserved. But at the same time, united. All this will rule out wars, any conflicts. United civilization opens up a new phase in the evolution of humanity and prospects rapid development. The creative society is a bright future for every person and for the entire humanity.
You know, per week and vote for will improve my life. I like that it will be inclusive and understand everyone, even older people. It is truly an evolutionary concept that we can all understand and use. The most exciting part is that my voice finally matters. That I decide for myself instead of choosing between two evils like we do now. I really like the changes that we make benefit everyone will receive. This is a true unity. Finally, we can build a wonderful world for everyone. And I do not need to blame or complain about some politician, his empty promises. I am in charge now. I am now building a bright future for my kids and not just dreaming about it. I also like that politicians can be easily recalled if they do not deliver on their promises. The power will belong to the people. And a regular person like me can become responsible for a subject, propose ideas, and see them come to life. Who knows better than us how to improve our own lives, right? Finally, we will know where our money is going. The transparency will allow us to monitor all projects, salaries, as well as public investments. And it will be impossible to consider anywhere because the fourth pillar of the creative society guarantees transparency, openness of information for all people. It is our right to make our own decisions and our lives and be in control of our own destiny.
Ďakujem, Roy. Je našim právom robiť vlastné rozhodnutia a plánovať svoj život a riadiť svoj osud. Ale s týmto právom prichádza aj zodpovednosť a chuť konať. A práve teraz si môžeme všetci spolu pozrieť výsledok voľby a dobrovoľníckej aktivity ľudí. Je mi veľkou cťou, že môžem predstaviť a pozvať vás všetkých k sledovaniu piesne, ktorá je darom pre fórum od všetkých účastníkov projektu Tvorivá spoločnosť na Slovensku. Jej názov je jednota. Presne vystihuje podstatu projektu Tvorivá spoločnosť. Na realizáciu klipu k piesni sa zúčastní aj účastníci z Česka, Kazachstanu, Dubaja a Arska. Keď ľudia chcú, dokážu aj nemožné. Tak ako aj pri realizácii tej piesne. Jej autori, aktéri klipu nie sú žiadni profesionáli. Sú to ľudia, ktorí sa spojili s jedným cieľom. Vytvoriť pieseň pre Forum a pre tvorivú spoločnosť. Naša cesta k tvorivej spoločnosti je vystihnutá aj videu. Začiatok je pochmúrny, beznádejný. Tak, ako je dnes aj naša spoločnosť. Ale v diaľke je svetlo. A ľudia, ktorí ako prví pochopili ideu tvorivej spoločnosti, neváhajú, začajú. Dokonca niektorí utekajú a realizujú tvorivú spoločnosť. Lebo v tvojej spoločnosti temnota nie. A my môžeme naplno začať žiť a rozvíjať náš cieľ. Ale dosť bolo slov. Inšpirovať.
A beautiful song. Big thanks to participants of the Creative Society from Slovakia for such a gift. Dear friends, this is another example of what we've done at the informational stage and what outstanding projects volunteers can accomplish when they come together. I want to remind you that we are now at the most crucial step of building of the creative society, the informational step. It's the simple, small steps that are most valuable today. Right now, during the live broadcast, you can write to a friend or send a link to the broadcast or recording, which will be available in 150 languages today after the broadcast on the Creative Society platform.
Earlier today, we heard that all the bases for building the creative society. Now, let's focus on the economic system. And trust me, the question of how the economy will work to provide all the benefits for every human being comes up a lot. So this is what we will talk about right now. The information you're about here is very, very important. It is life-changing and will be presented for the first time. So please pay attention as we or economic system will function. So the ultimate goal of the economic system in the creative society is to bring everyone to the same best possible standards of living. And we are talking about the highest quality of medical, education, housing, food, clothing. Everyone will have the best of everything according to the strictest quality standards. So imagine a stable economy with no crisis, no fear for tomorrow, and the entire population of the planet with stable income, meaning everyone has great purchasing power, time to enjoy the products and services.
achieve this goal, the economic system needs a complete overhaul, which will happen in two stages. First, we need to transition from our current economic model to the economy of the creative society. This transition period will last about 5 years. A very important change will be the introduction of a unified monetary unit created by a single World Bank that belongs to and is operated by society. The key element of the new economic model will be that every human being will receive a monthly unconditional basic income equivalent to $10,000. This will create a high purchasing power for each member of society and ensure a steady demand for goods and services, which in turn will create conditions for the growth and development of enterprises. An important condition that will be fulfilled immediately when we transition to the new system is the cancellation of all debts of countries and individuals. From that point on, it will be forbidden to lend money at interest. If you need money, you take it and pay exactly the same amount.
With the help of AI, the economy will be planned by and for the benefit of society as a whole. Global demand will be formed by people themselves and analyzed by artificial intelligence, which will be able to predict the required volume of production of food, goods, and services to provide each person anywhere in the world with everything necessary. This will ensure the most optimal allocation of resources and production volumes at the planetary level. The demand for all goods and services will always be available online and accessible to everyone. For example, you want to start a business and inquire about the opportunities in the field of your choice. The AI gives you a prediction about the current projected requirements for this industry, and you choose what you can do with have a guaranteed demand. All new technologies will belong to society, will be fully accessible to any business. This will make it possible not only to automate automate the processes of production and economic activity of companies, but also to create conditions for improving quality of products and services. Another important change: prices will be fixed from the beginning of the transition period. Specialists with help of AI will calculate optimal prices for all goods and services, taking into account logistics and production costs. It will not be possible to increase the prices, only to decrease them, all while maintaining or improving the quality. And prices for the same goods and services will be the same anywhere in the world. Automation and new technologies will make it possible to work 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, all while having a high level of earnings. No matter how much a person works, they will continue to be paid the basic income every month. There will be an incentive for everyone to work, to live an even better life. To give you an example, everyone provided with great quality of 60 square meters per person. So a family of 4 lives in an apartment of 240 meters. If I want to have a house of 500 square meters, I can work to earn a big house. Then you come to visit and see that we live in a 500 square meters house. Well, you and your family live in a 40 meters apartment. Well, you already want to work and to live in a house like ours. And no matter where in the world you choose to live and work, professionals with the same qualifications will be paid the same high wage, the same job all over the world. This would eliminate labor migration and the difficulties associated with it. Let's do a quick recap. A single world bank owned and controlled by the society. Still unified monetary unit. Fixed prices and no interest on loans completely remove the possibility of inflation and crisis in the economy. We no longer need to seek for balance between supply and demand, between the amount of money in circulation and goods and services on the market.
If today competition is built on money, on price reduction, will compete on quality. Fixed prices, no interest on loans, a unified monetary unit, inflation, and full access to new technology give businesses enough room to improve quality and make good profits. All these factors will create conditions for healthy competition and will stimulate the production of high quality products. This, in turn, will ensure high standard of living for everyone. In the creative society, conditions will be created in which corruption and the influence of individuals on politics and economy will be impossible. For this purpose, a limit of personal wealth will be introduced, meaning that there will be a limit on the maximum wealth per family. We will determine this together as a society. Let's say $10 million. Such fortune is more than enough for comfort, rich life, but not big enough for a war. The world's resources, strategic industries, and life-supporting enterprises will belong to the entire world community, including the mining industry, energy production, the financial system, the development of new technology, healthcare, the production of medicine and medical equipment, and last but not least, the large agricultural enterprise.
At certain points in time, after preparing all the necessary conditions and having created the new economic framework, we will choose a date on which the new economy of the transitional period to the Kriza. At this point, the currencies existing in different countries will be exchanged for the new unified monetary units. The exchange will be made taking account of the wealth limit. If the savings exceed the maximum threshold set by society, the rest of the money is exchanged. At the same time, all debt will be annulled. Prices will be fixed, and on a conditional basis, income will begin to be paid to each person.
Many of you are probably wondering right now, where are we going to get the money in the new model, the economy, to pay everyone an unconditional basic income of $10,000? Before before we answer this question, let's understand what money actually is. We use money as a medium of exchange to facilitate the purchase of goods and services. It doesn't matter whether it's made of metal, paper, or just numbers on the screen. For centuries, gold and silver have been used as money. But as time passed, people came up with the idea of depositing their gold in a bank and getting a receipt stating that the bank owed them that amount of gold. These receipts, bank notes, were used as money. This system was called the gold standard. But after the 1970s, the gold standard was abandoned altogether. Governments around the world decided that money would no longer be backed by gold. And now money is not backed by anything. Once the value of money was determined by gold, but now it is backed only by our trust. Money is simply an agreement.
Anyway, in the world where you have to pay for everything, we depend on money. And people spend most of their lives trying to make money. And for money, we are willing to do what we are told. Whoever has the money has the power. More money, more power. The consumer for society, money is the key instrument of power. And this instrument has a master. So, who is the master of money today? In today's system, money is created by the central banks of countries. These banks not always belong to countries. In the United States, for example, the central bank is the Federal Reserve. But did you know that the Fed is owned by private bankers? But more interesting, over 90% of the money is created digitally by the private banking sector. So most of the money in the world is private. It is owned by someone. It does not belong to the government. It is private property. And there are trillions of dollars in private hands at the moment. And that's the root of the problem. Money belongs to a small group of people, not society. And no matter how we try to earn it. Money always goes back to its owners.
But here's the good news. Economics is not an science. There is not a single law in economics like the law of gravity in physics. In economics, there are no axioms or postulates. Economics is simply an arrangement between people, and that means that we can change it. Were you thinking money belongs to someone else? Public, international, or private? But in the creative society, money will belong to the self. As we said earlier, there will be a single world bank that will be owned and controlled by society. The function of this bank will be to create and redistribute money for the needs of society. A new single unified monetary unit will also be created. With its introduction, other currencies will cease to exist, and all savings income will be exchanged for that. Private banks will no longer be able to create money, as there will be no more private banks. We will decide by ourselves as a society how much money we need to create to provide each person with an unconditional basic income, quality housing, development of medicine, education, and improvement of our lives. We can create as many trillions as we need, and they will be all ours, and they can be kept on our common account if we don't need them. The key point is that it's very important to understand that this money will not be subject to inflation, because in the economy of the creative society, prices are fixed all over the world and cannot be raised. Price will no longer depend on the amount of money in circulation, and the value of money will be maintained. And we must understand that keeping money in circulation is a temporary necessity during the transition to creative society. It's also crucial to understand that the creative economy is a harmonious global economic system. The economic principles we've just discussed can work only together everywhere around the world. Only one or some of the creative economic principles will not work independently of each.
And during this transitional period, we will be able to rebuild our economy, develop and make available to everyone new technologies, energy, science, healthcare, ecology, food, and other products. This will enable us to move to the next stage, the creative economy. This is a completely different world, a world of new, unlimited, accessible to everyone, free energy. It is a world of new technologies for the private good and food through the control of elementary particles. This world will be no longer money in the creative society. Each of us will reach confident in the future and to live the life each of us wants.
The cornerstone of an efficient economy and a prosperous life is, of course, the availability of energy. It has become like air or water. We need it to live. But the naked truth is that today, energy is just a commodity used for making profit and increasing the power of a few who control it. The energy supply is optimized to increase profit instead of covering for our needs. Let's watch the next video on how absurd and dangerous we have agreed to organize and manage this vital resource at the potential expense of our future.
Energy is the basis of our life. Energy is food, water, sanitation, communication, and mobility. Energy is the basis for all our production. The development of energy leads society towards technological progress. Without energy, our society cannot exist. But what is going on today? We are already experiencing an energy crisis crisis.
It is really scary because as soon as I go out, now after 2 hours I'll come in and it's already £2, and you're thinking, I'm not cooking, I'm not doing it. And how does that make you feel? It makes you really anxious.
So you've really got down to thinking in detail about every electrical appliance.
Yes. Yeah.
Whether you can
which one works more, which one works, and
normally, like every extra cost is not a problem, but it's now 10 times more years ago. It's crazy. In this way, if nobody can survive, no company, no people with holds, no.
In many countries, Europe, in America, and Canada, electricity prices have risen 30 to 50% and led to a spike in the prices for all goods. People are no longer able to pay their energy bills. Today, even in civilized Europe, people are stocking up on firewood. In some countries, even private clinics have to close. In Europe, farmers are shutting down winter production of vegetables and greens because it is too expensive to maintain the necessary conditions in greenhouses. Even storing crops has become unprofitable because of higher energy prices. Farmers are forced to destroy their crops. This means that we do not see our usual vegetables, fruits, and stores in winter.
All the prices are going up more and more. Today we have to pay 300% more for fertilizers and fuel than a year ago.
Suppose we stop working, then everything stops altogether. What do we have to do then? Just work losing our money and constantly asking for help to keep working. It's a vicious circle.
Why do you turn on the air conditioner at home?
We can't afford electricity bills. The city folks salaries. We farmers don't.
The production of meat and dairy products is totally dependent on electricity. Rising prices for this resource create prices for meat and dairy products, create a shortage of these products in stores. It is not only producers of agricultural products who suffer, even hospitals are at risk of being left without power. For example, a hospital in Naples received an 11 million euro electricity bill. Factories have to reduce production or shut down completely. Today, many countries are already preparing for electricity consumption, shutdowns, and partial shutdowns of production facilities and businesses are being planned. That in turn will lead to higher prices, shortages of products all over the world. Imagine coming to the store tomorrow and seeing half-empty shelves. Moreover,
This is one of the reasons for the famine that we are promised from the high tribunes. So, why are electricity prices rising all the time? Governments are making huge investments in energy development. In 2022, they amounted to $710 billion. This year, energy funding amounted to $2.5 trillion. Of that, almost $2.5 trillion went to green energy development. The net income of the world's oil and gas producers has doubled in 2022 to more than $4 trillion. Money from our taxes goes to the development of the energy industry. Every day, energy is becoming more expensive and unaffordable for us. The reason is that energy today is a business like any other, and people just make money on it. Electricity is a commodity. It is sold and bought on the energy market. Any company, private or state-owned, has the goal of making as much profit as possible. One and the same megawatt hour can be resold several times, and each time the price will increase. The more times that the megawatt hour of energy sold on the market, the more expensive the electricity will ultimately be for us. This is what creates such an increase in electricity prices for people and factories. To pay for the profits of the energy industry, enterprises in every bill. On top of that, taxes on the development of green energy are added to our energy bills. Green energy also has a significant impact on price growth. Terror is the most expensive, but the rules of the energy market oblige us to buy green energy in full. We are being persuaded that the transition to green energy will reduce CO2 emissions and save the world. Instead, we are no better off than before. We have spent trillions of dollars on free solar and wind power, while electricity prices have skyrocketed. We are shutting down power plants, thermal power plants, and are to switch to green energy. But even if we cover the entire surface of the planet with solar panels and wind turbines, the energy they will produce won't be enough. As only now dawned upon us, the sun doesn't shine at night, it doesn't blow all the time. In such conditions, power outage is unavoidable. That's why we have to give up conventional power plants. But for some reason, we have an additional tax on all hydrocarbon energy, and we are paying 3 times the price for it. In fact, we haven't switched to
green energy. We have just said unnecessary and unreliable sources only increased the costs in our bills. So it turns out that we ourselves pay for the creation of efficient, expensive energy. The absurdity is that in our world, energy is a commodity. It belongs to a few and is a tool of power, political influence, and manipulation of people. In a normal human society, resources belong to all people, and energy must be free anywhere in the world. When we come home in the evening, each of us wants to turn on the air conditioner, take a hot shower, watch TV, charge the phone, and make dinner. We are used to taking it for granted. But even now, many of us can't afford it. And these are not temporary difficulties. We are just struggling with a stable system of energy supply. And instead of waking up and seeing the dire consequences of what we have come to, we are told to simply consume less energy, to give up traveling, home comforts, and even food. Would it be easier for us to move straight into a cave, or better yet, straight into a grave, so as not to emit CO2, which, by the way, has nothing to do with climate change. Extreme climatic conditions will worsen. Civilizations simply will not survive without reliable energy sources during this period. This year's record-breaking drought, flood, tornadoes, and extreme temperature are just the beginning of climate disasters. And we are already feeling the effects of power plant shutdowns and lack of energy. In times of climate change, we rely on weather-dependent energy sources, despite the fact they are the most vulnerable to climate change. Within just an instant, there could be a total collapse of the energy system. De-energized left without water, food, light, transport, and communications. It is obvious that further transition to green energy would be a fatal mistake of humankind. At a time of climatic disasters, it is vital that we create reliable energy sources that are powerful and independent of weather conditions. The ability of our society to survive is inextricably linked to a stable energy supply. But as long as this vital fuel is privately owned and one can make money out of it, it is unable to serve us. People. Stable energy sources already exist today. but they can only be implemented if we choose the creative format of society.
Dear viewers, each one of us understands today more than ever our life is impossible without energy. And at the same time, we're experiencing an energy crisis in many countries. And as energy prices are skyrocketing up to 60% for household consumers and up to 200% for non-household consumers. For many years, this was to the so-called green energy, which should have been developed to eliminate the use of hydrocarbons, at least in theory. While we were paying for the solutions that are running out of our budgets. Now we're confronting geopolitical problems. While we keep paying more and more for energy, the energy prices have already become a threat to people's subsistence. It's not the first time we're talking about this. In the previous conference, we have already warned that the existing framework will lead to an energy crisis created artificially. What do we see today? Nuclear power plants are already considered green in the European Union. The so-called green energy business is no longer interesting and is gradually being given up. The key is that we have made a business out of the most important resource for every person: energy. In the consumer format of society, energy is a commodity for which we have to pay. By raising the price of energy, restricting access to it, energy is used as an instrument to artificially create symmetries, to separate, control, and manipulate us. While, in fact, much environmentally friendly and safe technologies already exist today. These include small modular reactors, fast neutron reactors, thermonuclear fusion, and many others. And the completely different technology is already in use. Fuel-free generators, or FFGs. It is an open system that allows the production of exhaustible, clean, free energy from the surrounding space. FFGs will change the entire structure of the energy sector and enable everyone to remain autonomous with no risk of a blackout. However, in our consumer format, the introduction of technologies that will make energy unlimited and free of charge would not be beneficial for us. This sounds like a paradox. So how can this be? If we assume that we could generate inexhaustible, clean, and free energy starting today, we will not be able to use it in our daily lives. Because the energy sector would disappear and millions of people will lose their jobs. This would lead to an unprecedented crisis and a total collapse of the worldwide economy. This is the absurdity of our current economic system. But the trouble is that exactly this economic system is already leading us to a collapse. Because of skyrocketing energy prices, millions of people are already faced with choosing between buying food, paying the bill, or paying for insurance. So one way or the other, after today, we're moving towards an unprecedented energy and economic crisis. Because energy, a basic resource, is mainly used for making private profits. Who decided that energy should be used for profit? Energy is like air or water. All people need it. Energy is just a basic human right. Therefore, in order to improve our lives, to become truly prosperous, we need to make sure that we all benefit from the introduction of new technologies for generating energy. This is possible only by changing changing the framework of our lives. Today, we reach a point where we have everything we need to move to this format, the format of the creative society. In the creative society, all strategic and life-supporting industries will belong to society. Energy is one of them. It will never be an instrument of profit for a few or an instrument for manipulation. After all, energy is a resource that rightfully belongs to people. Therefore, in line with the goal of the creative society, we will be able to provide inexhaustible and free of charge energy to every home and every business. But already in the transition to the creative society, thanks to the new economic model optimized by artificial intelligence, we will be able to plan the production and provision of energy required by all 8 billion people on Earth. Energy will be free of charge for consumers because it will belong to people. We will not have to pay for the energy itself, its generation, or distribution. While people working in the energy sector will all receive high salaries on top of the additional basic income. All this is possible due to the unlimited financing provided by society to strategic industries. How much money do we spend today for energy? Imagine how much of our personal budget will be filled up when energy is free. We will be able to spend this available budget on goods and services we cannot afford today. In the transition period, the creative society, we will still use all types of power plants we have today. Hydro, wind, solar, thermal, nuclear, including small modular reactors, neutron reactors, and so on. Because we will need all forms of energy available to ensure a stable energy supply, grow the economy, and enable breakthroughs in technology. At the end of the transition period, when the new global economy will have been optimized and it will its goal, namely to ensure a decent standard of living for everyone. It will be possible for literally everyone to use FGs. This will mark the beginning of the creative society. In the creative society, the universal availability of such a technology will allow us to step into a new era of energy. Everyone will enjoy unlimited energy at home or when traveling anywhere, anytime. And when energy is free, people become free.
This is something which without our civilization exists. But how much efforts do we invest and what factors do we depend on to produce and generate power for our well-being?
Hydroelectric energy. Nuclear power. Hydroelectric power.
Green energy. What's happening, guys? Force shut down again. Now we are totally dependent on our planet's renewable resources or weather conditions for our power industry. The pursuit of producing power are destroying nature, also we are jeopardizing our own lives. This is the limit of our dreams and technological capabilities. We need a new technological leap, and we are able to do it now. But only on one condition. First, let's understand how realistic such a leap is and what benefits each person would gain. Fuel generators, what are they? Let's start by comparing them with traditional generators.
Internal combustion engines and reactors require a constant supply of fuel to convert energy to electricity. Green energy requires winds or gas. Gasoline and nuclear fuel are finite. The sun, wind, and water are unstable, whereas engines based on the operating principle have low efficiency. What does For example, an engine has combusted 100 megajoules of fuel. And from this energy, the engine has delivered 30 joules for operation. Thus, the efficiency will be 30%. The remaining 70% of the energy will be lost as heat to the surrounding space.
Efficiency of traditional energy sources is extremely low.
Efficiency of thermal power plants up to 43%. Efficiency of internal combustion engines up to 40%. Efficiency of nuclear power up to 35%. Efficiency of solar panels.
Even if we go to the most efficient hydroelectric power plant, we can see that its efficiency is no more than 85%. And at the same time, we lose most of this energy while we're transporting it to the end consumer. Because it's impossible for us to implement and put hydroelectric power plant in every home. But it's very possible for us to equip a home with an FG. The fuel-free generators require energy only for its startup. Then it operates autonomously, which means the efficiency of fuel-free energy is greater than 100%. Thus, FG is not a perpetual moving machine, since it requires input energy, but a smaller amount than what energy it can produce. Another question arises: how energy then will be generated if no fuel required?
We know from class, according to the law of energy conservation, we can't get more network output than we had done it. But the law only works in a closed system, whereas FFG is an open system and it receives energy from the surrounding space. Scientists of the Russian Academy of Sciences experimentally confirmed that, for example, during the operation of magnetic FFGs, the space around the generator does not heat up but cools down. And there are many myths and fakes in this technology that discredit the very existence of FFGs. Someone tries to make money from selling fake devices. Real inventors are being intimidated and even physically eliminated. Many developments were stolen or destroyed. Why this happened? G is not only a tool of manipulation, but also a tool of political influence. It brings dollars and profits for energy corporations, which will be done instantly with the implementation of FFGs. Consequently, their power over those who buy energy on this free too.
However, despite all the obstacles, we have working devices from officially recognized inventors. Let's take at some of these developments.
Magnetic generator original inventor is considered to be John Stirley, who used to make magnets in machines. Since 2019, based on similar technology, the inventor, Dennis Danek, a U.S. company, has been supplying power to its customers using plants with capacity of up to 55 kilowatts.
Since 2009, it's no longer science fiction. Only those who are far from science and don't love on FFGs as a fiction. Therefore, those who make fun at FFGs themselves gave the fun on others. Let's continue.
A whole range of fuel-free generators was developed in Ukraine. The principle of operations generators was based on an electromagnetic gun, a pulse power system. For example, one of the systems produced 25 kilowatt of free energy on a conventional generator with an input of 3 watt. The efficiency is 833%. Gravity generators. In one type of such machines, the pneumohydraulic principle is used. The generator runs on the buoyant force of water according to Archimedes law. The output of such units depends on their size. most famous generator of this type is a kinetic power plant. It is also known as Roche generator. Such generators are produced by a German company which has branched in Mexico, Serbia, Switzerland, and Colombia. According to expertise, the capacity of the generator of one of its units consumes 0.5 kilowatt, while the generator itself produces 11 kilowatt of electricity. That is, the efficiency is more than 200%. That is a typical home power consumption. 6 kilowatts per hour. Radio wave generators. Their inventor is Maxwell Chikumbutso from Zimbabwe. He is called the African Tesla, a very impact African technology made possible not to create a free energy generator, but also to upgrade the car so that it could move without fuel or recharging. As a result, even a helicopter was upgraded. Recently, the inventor presented a very small 500 watt power generator. Its output allows you to power a widescreen TV for energy. And there are dozens of known inventions in different countries. In the USA, Malaysia, Georgia, India, Turkey, Uzbekistan, Mexico, New Zealand, and many other countries, our research teams developing fuel-free generators.
How is that, you may ask, and how it's possible to launch these technologies? How inventors are still alive and their generators are not been destroyed?
That's because they get energy for free and sell it to consumers for money. While the generators themselves cost crazy money, the percentage of people currently energy from these systems is negligible compared to all of humanity. FGs that are actually working now are in no way helping all people to become energy independent.
Why isn't this amazing technology available for one in the world? Because we are living a consumer of society.
If FFGs are introduced all over the world without changing the format of society, then we're in a disaster. Millions of people will lose their jobs. Anyone who is involved in the power industry, CEOs to janitors, this will inevitably lead to a collapse of the economic system, growth of unemployment, poverty, crime, and chaos. But when we change the consumer's format to a creative one, then a new economic system will allow us to introduce FFGs everywhere. All power plants, factories, environment, and the threat to people will be shut down. We will use hydrocarbons more efficiently instead of disposing. People working in the energy sector, just a person on the planet, will be provided with universal basic income. They will be able to easily shift to any other field of activity, being protected and well provided by society.
Let's see how the world will be like a creative society after the introduction of technologies in all the spheres of life.
Humanity will have a source of free, stable, safe energy. We don't need for it anymore. No more energy bills and utility bills. Home will have its compact autonomous generator of electricity and heating. This make us independent from the centralized energy system, which is very important in the period of escalating climate disasters. Cars will no longer need to be refueled and will not be limited in traveling anywhere in the world. Fuel-free generators will be installed not only in cars, but also in helicopters, airplanes, and space stations, robots, and automatic systems that do all work will be powered with an uninterrupted energy supply of the necessary capacity. Our planet will become free of the wires and pipelines that entangle it.
Free energy is one of the conditions for the transition of civilization for new evolutionary stage. During this transition period of creative society, energy will be available free for everyone, everywhere inside the world. If you want a 5G installed in your house and in your car, support creative society and tell you.
The video was very clear and it truly emphasizes the importance of energy. We have seen there are a variety of energy sources, and what impressed me most is the number of alternative potential energy resources that are currently available to all of us. Free energy is not only possible, it's already here. Many scientists and John Sorrell have scientifically proven the existence of free energy and brought their proof to the mainstream. Free energy is a freedom for humanity, a birth all of the living beings. By using this technology, we will be free from the ties of the consumerism and the gas and energy bills. Free energy gives us the opportunity to produce it in unlimited quantities, with the only limit being our imagination. Can you envision the beauty of this dream world? It's not only a dream, it's our reality. It's up to us to choose. And from the bottom of my heart, I wanted to say thank you to everyone who has made a choice to be part of the Creative Society family. I'm blessed to be part of this family.
Free energy is a solution to many problems in society. The fact that we will have access to free energy already in the transition to the creative society will allow us to use new technologies. It will help to solve such a global problem as the food crisis. This problem is affected by two factors. One of them One of them is economic, which will be solved by the new economic model of the creative society. In the creative society, there will be no poverty, no crisis, no inflation, and consequently no hunger. With the new technologies and access to free energy, we can solve the problem of hunger completely. And already during the transition to the creative society, regardless of the climate situation. The solution, vertical farms. I would like to introduce our distinguished guest, Dr. Dixon Pomier, Emeritus Professor of Microbiology and Public Health at Columbia University. Dr. Despomier has also lectured on the concept of vertical farming at many leading universities in the United States. In 2010, he published his widely acclaimed book, Vertical Farm, Feeding the World in the 21st Century. Dr. Despomier, the floor is yours.